Chapter 39. On the west side of the Yi family's training ground. A few people were walking and chatting. The leader of the group was a teenager about 16 or 17 years old. He was wearing a black robe, carrying a blade on his back. He had a determined look on his face, and his body was emitting a faint murderous vibe. "Brother Yi Hai, I think only you and Yi Tang and Yi Xian can compete for the first place in this year's family meeting." The teenager who was talking seemed to admire the teenager in black a lot. Yi Hai said lightly, "I was apprenticed to my master when I was 13. For the past 3 years I have followed him around the world. I have been to the Devil Grassland in the Windy Nation, the Rudra Nation, the Black Dragon Empire with billions of people. I have fought sharks on the Changbai River, lived in the Mud Dolls Desert for a month, and did not sleep for 3 days and 3 nights without eating anything. Therefore, for me, the first place in the family meeting is nothing. As for Yi Ming, although he has also trained hard outside, he is only at Mortal Realm Stage 10, so he is not a threat." What's so great about training? You will never know the importance of a martial institution if you have never been in one. Not far away, another 3 or 4 people walked over. Yi Tang, who was wearing a white robe, looked at Yi Hai provocatively. Yi Hai glanced at Yi Tang. "Indeed, the training system of the martial institutions is perfect, but in front of me who has killed dozens of people, how much of your power can you use?" "Killing. I thought you were going to say something." Yi Tang laughed, pointed at Yi Hai and said, "Our North Snow Martial Academy is trained in the art of killing. Although I am not talented, I have killed dozens of people." "Your so-called killing is bullying people who are weaker than you, right? Have you ever challenged someone who is stronger than you? Have you ever felt like you were on the verge of death? Do you have any experience of turning defeat into victory? You have nothing, you just kill people to show off." Yi Hai's 3 questions made Yi Tang speechless. He retorted, "It is useless to say anything now. We will see who is better at the family meeting. Let's go." After Yi Tang and his people left, the teenager next to Yi Hai said, "Brother Yi Hai, I support you. That Yi Tang is nothing special." Yi Hai shook his head. "No, seriously speaking, he is not weaker than me, maybe even stronger. The North Snow Martial Academy's art of killing is the best in the Windy Nation. No one can compete with it. But winning or losing is not just a competition of power. By the way, are there any new powerful figures in the Yi family recently?" Yi Hai asked. "The top 5 would be you, Yi Xian, Yi Tang, Yi Ming and Yi Feng. The others wouldn't catch your eye. What about that Yi Chen?" "Yi Chen is still a piece of trash, at most Mortal Realm Stage 6. Strange, it's been 5 years and I'm still at Mortal Realm Stage 6. On average, I've improved a little more than 1 stage every year. Are you guys mistaken? How is that possible? Apart from being the patriarch's son, that guy has nothing good about him. He's really a disgrace to our Yi clan. Since there aren't any powerful disciples, I have a 60% chance of winning first place." Yi Hai was very confident in himself. He firmly believed that these 3 years of life and death tempering would be an unshakable driving force for his future development. 3 days passed in a flash. The clan meeting at the end of the year began. Early morning. After washing up, Yi Chen tidied up his clothes and walked towards the Yi family's training ground with his great steel sword. The drill ground was packed with people, and it was bustling with noise and excitement. Almost all the servants and warriors living in the Yi family had come to watch the family meeting martial arts competition. In addition, some of the big shots in Luo City had also come, taking the opportunity to observe the strength of the new generation of the Yi family. Looking around, Yi Chen found a relatively quiet contestant seat and walked over. On the VIP seats, Yi Tianhao and Shin Yuqing were sitting next to each other. On the right side of Yi Tianhao was a middle-aged man in a luxurious robe. His body was a little fat, his every movement carried an invisible pressure. It was obvious that he was a big shot and not just any big shot. "Patriarchy, may I ask which one is your son?" the middle-aged man said with a smile. Yi Tianhao had already noticed where Yi Chen was. He pointed over and said, "Mayor Lin, that is my son. Sorry for the embarrassment." The middle-aged man was none other than the mayor of the Luo city. He was in charge of the city's military, and was an early clasping Yuan realm warrior himself. However, no matter who he was, he would still be a level lower in front of Yi Tianhao. As one of the top 8 families, the Yi family was not something that a mayor could compare with. To put it bluntly, the Yi family was in charge of the Luo city. Whenever the mayor made an important decision, he would have to consider the Yi family's opinion. Mayor Lin looked at Yi Chen, he looked at him carefully and said confusedly, "Looks like the rumors can't be trusted. This kid is obviously at the peak of Mortal Realm Stage 10, just 1 step away from the condensing reality realm." Shen Yuqing, who was standing right next to Yi Tianhao, showed a proud smile. To be honest, even us parents are surprised. It seems like the training outside is working for him after all. Hee, this year's Yi family gathering will not be easy. I will wait and see. With his powerful soul power, Yi Qin sensed that someone was staring at him, and there was more than one of them. One was his parents and Mayor Lin, the second was his third uncle and his son Yi Ming, and the third was Yi Hai, who had been traveling with his master. Yi Ming's cultivation was lower than his, only at the late mortal realm stage 10. Yi Hai was much more powerful, already at the early condensing reality realm. Perhaps he did not have any powerful martial skills or martial arts, but after traveling outside for so many years, he could not be underestimated. Plus, this time his master must have taught him one or two of his trump cards, which would help him win the first place. Interesting. I knew it. How could he reach Mortal Realm Stage 6 in 5 years? He has already reached the peak of Mortal Realm Stage 10. Yi Hai nodded slightly, but he did not seem to care. In his eyes, only Yi Tang and Yi Xian were his opponents. All of a sudden, a powerful aura swept across the entire field, which made everyone quiet down and look towards the east. How could I, Yi Badian, be absent from the family gathering at the end of the year? The crowd automatically parted, and a burly middle-aged man walked over with a majestic gait. He wore a purple brocade robe, and there was a fiery sun embroidered on the sleeves of his robe. There were also exquisite patterns on the edges of the robe. A pair of tiger-like eyes glared at someone, and the people in that area even stopped breathing for fear of attracting his attention. This man was Yi Chen's eldest uncle, the inner master of the Purple Sun Martial School, Yi Badian. Next to him were Yi Tang and Yi Feng. The two walked with Yi Badian looking quite proud and arrogant. Their eyes were almost looking down on the crowd. Although Yi Badian was not as powerful as Yi Tianhao in the Yi family, his status was not lower than Yi Tianhao's. Sometimes Yi Badian would even go against Yi Tianhao and embarrass him. Yi Tianhao could not do anything about it. Yi Badian was an inner master of the Purple Sun Martial School, one of the most influential people in the Purple Sun Martial School. Yi Baishan's cultivation was extremely high, reaching the late clasping Yuan realm. He could be called the most powerful warrior in the Yi family. Although the Yi family was one of the top 8 families, it was still far behind the rank 8 Purple Sun Martial School. Perhaps only the Duanmu family, which was the leader of the top 8 families, could compete with the Yi family. Brother Badian, I did not expect that this year's family meeting would even disturb you. Yeah, Brother Badian, you haven't been back for years, right? This year's family meeting is over, let's go have a few drinks to welcome you back. All the powerful people around started to flatter Yi Badian, even more so than Yi Tianhao, as if they were slaves. Yi Badian waved his hand. All right, I will give you face. After saying that, he walked to the VIP seats in big steps, and signaled Shen Yuqing to leave with his eyes. His eyes were full of undeniable power and dominance. Yi Tianhao had a bad look on his face. Shen Yuqing knew that the situation was not in his favor, so he stood up and said, "Brother, please sit." "All right, then I will do as you say." He sat down and put his palm on the table, making a muffled sound. In the distance, Yi Chen's eyes were burning with anger. Chapter 40. Recalling the past, Yi Chen finally realized why Yi Chen in this world did not tell his parents when he was being bullied. The biggest reason was because of Yi Badian. Yi Badian was extremely protective. Even if it was his own son who was in the wrong, he would protect him till the end, which would inevitably lead to a conflict with his father, Yi Tianhao. Plus, the Yi family was not just ruled by Yi Tianhao alone, there was also the Elder Council. With Yi Baishan's status as an inner elder of the Purple Sun Martial School, there would be a lot of elders supporting him, which would not solve any problems. Plus, it was best for the younger generation to solve their own problems. If Yi Tianhao got involved, his reputation would definitely drop, which would be exactly what some people wanted. Yi Badian was extremely sensitive. He immediately noticed Yi Chen's gaze, as if he was surprised by his cultivation. He said to Yi Tianhao, who was standing next to him, "I haven't been back for 3 years, even a useless person has become a normal person. Too bad he is still not in the top 3. Yi Tianhao said in a low voice, "Please be more respectful." Mayor Lin sensed the tension between the two, so he tried to be the peacemaker. "Today is the Yi family meeting, don't let the outsiders laugh at you. Brother Badian, I'll buy you a drink in a few days." How could I say no to Mayor Lin's invitation? Yi Badian did not want to have a conflict with Yi Tianhao, so he gave him a chance to step down. When the competition was about to start, Yi Xian finally arrived. She was accompanied by 2 female disciples of the Yi family, Both of them were at least Mortal Realm Stage 7. Mayor Lin's eyes brightened when he saw Yi Xian. This girl is very talented, she is already at the peak of early condensing reality realm at such a young age. Yi Tianhao nodded. Indeed, her cultivation speed could be said to be the fastest in the history of the Yi family. Yi Wenhao has a good daughter. Mayor Lin was a bit jealous. Yi Badian felt a bit uneasy. Although his second son Yi Tang was a genius, he had only reached the early condensing reality realm 2 months ago. Obviously he was much weaker than Yi Xian. Fortunately, she was his fourth brother's daughter, not his second brother's. Thinking about this, Yi Badian glanced at Yi Tianhao. When the time was up, Yi Tianhao stood up and said in a loud voice, "The Yi family's year-end clan meeting will officially begin. Same old rules, during the competition, you are not allowed to intentionally injure others. Those who break the rules will be severely punished." After saying that, Yi Tianhao glanced at the third elder on the judge's stand and nodded at him. The third elder was in charge of the Yi family's activities. He cleared his throat, stood up and said, "There are a total of 18 contestants. Everyone go to the wooden box and draw lots. The contestant who draws lot 1 will fight against contestant number 2. The contestant who draws lot 3 will fight against contestant number 4 and so on. Everyone draw lots now." With regards to these rules, the Yi clan's disciples could not be more familiar with them. One by one they ran to the big wooden box in the corner and stretched out their hands to take the wooden sticks. Yi Chen was the last one to go and he drew lot 7. After everyone had drawn lots, the third elder yelled, "The competition begins now. Contestants 1 and 2, please come on the stage." Contestant number 1 was a disciple of the Yi clan who was not that famous. His name was Yi Chao and his opponent was Yi Tang. "I give up." Yi Chao raised his hand in frustration. Hearing him, no one laughed at him. One was a Mortal Realm Stage 8 warrior, and the other was an early condensing reality realm warrior. There was no need for them to compete, it would just be a waste of time. The third elder stood up again before he even sat down. Contestant number 3 versus contestant number 4. Yi clan's disciples had to admit that other than Yi Xian and the other geniuses, there were still some geniuses. Contestant number 3 and contestant number 4 were both at Mortal Realm Stage 9. Neither of them were willing to give in to the other, and they were fighting in the middle of the training ground. Sunset Palm. Mountain-splitting fist. The two did not continue to fight, they both performed their martial arts and clashed against each other. Boom. Contestant number 4 was slightly weaker after all, and was pushed back a few steps. Contestant number 3 did not stop there, and after a few attacks he kicked his opponent away. Contestant number 3 Yi He wins. Then it was contestant number 5 and 6. The winner was contestant number 6. Contestant number 7 Yi Chen against contestant number 8 Yi Feng. Come on. The voice that had not been heard for a long time came. Yi Chen took a deep breath and slowly walked onto the stage. Yi Feng's face was very pale. He thought that Yi Chen was only at Mortal Realm Stage 6, and would not be able to threaten him at all. Who knew that Yi Chen would be so lucky to reach the peak of Mortal Realm Stage 10, which was 1 stage higher than him. Yi Chen, don't think that you can win just because you have a higher cultivation. My mastery of martial skills is not something you can compete with. The only thing Yi Feng was confident about was his advantage in martial skills. Otherwise he would not have the confidence to beat Yi Chen. Yi Chen said lightly, "Are you done? Let's begin." Yi Feng's eyes flashed with anger. His huge body rushed out like a cheetah, and arrived in front of Yi Chen within a few breaths. He threw out a palm attack. Burning Sun Cloud Hand. Swoosh. The air suddenly boiled and an intense heat wave swept towards Yi Chen without mercy. King Kong Smash. Yi Chen did not need to use any tricks, he just threw out his King Kong fist, which went through the heat wave and clashed with Yi Feng's palm. Oh. Yi Feng felt a huge force attack his body, and he was blown away, puking out a mouthful of blood. On the VIP seats, Yi Tianhao was a little surprised. He thought that the two would fight for a while, but it was only one attack and the winner was decided. Yi Badian sneered and his face turned green. On the contestant seats, Yi Tang sneered, "I'll let you be arrogant for a while, but don't ever meet me or else I will make you lose all your face." Yi Xian was a little surprised. The last time she saw Yi Chen he was only at Mortal Realm Stage 6. How did he improve so fast? Could it be that the incident with Sister Shuyan had stimulated him? Well, it made sense. But he did not have this kind of talent, maybe he had used some kind of pellet to increase his power. The first round of the competition ended quickly. The contestants who made it to the next round were number 2 contestant Yi Tang, number 3 contestant Yi He, number 6 contestant Yi Jun, number 7 contestant Yi Chen, number 10 contestant Yi Hai, number 11 contestant Yi Ming, number 14 contestant Yi Xian, number 16 contestant Yi Jin, and number 17 contestant Yi Lin. Although Yi Chen had performed well, he did not attract too much attention. The most eye-catching contestants were obviously Yi Tang, Yi Hai, and Yi Xian. The opponents of these three had either forfeited or were blown away by one attack. Their power was way beyond the other disciples of the Yi family. In many people's eyes, the top three would definitely be them. The top three. I really don't know who will win. Mayor Lin was actually more optimistic about Yi Xian, but he could not say it out loud. Otherwise it would make Yi Badian unhappy and he would feel uncomfortable. Yi Badian finally showed a smile. Yi Xian is not bad, Yi Hai is also very experienced, and Tang had learned the blizzard sword art from the North Snow Martial Academy. I wonder how much he has mastered it. As for that Yi Ming, other than his lower cultivation he should be able to get the 4th place. As for the 5th place, it should be the number 6 contestant Yi Jun. After all, he is also a disciple of the Purple Sun Martial School. Yi Tianhao did not care about Yi Beixian's words. What he cared about was Yi Chen. He did not know if Yi Chen would give him another surprise and kill Yi Beixian's spirit. Chapter 41. After a 15-minute break, the second round of the competition began. Just like the first round, the second round was also a battle between two contestants next to each other. Yi Tang against Yi He, Yi Jun against Yi Chen, Yi Hai against Yi Ming, Yi Xian against Yi Jin. As for the number 17 contestant, Yi Lin, he could choose the remaining contestant. If he won, he would take his opponent's place. If he lost, he would be eliminated. On the field. Unexpectedly, Yi He did not give up. He said to Yi Tang in white, "I will not let you win so easily." Yi Tang sneered, "That's for the best, otherwise it would be too boring." The third elder saw that the two were ready. He yelled, "Begin!" Almost at the same time as the third elder spoke, Yi He had already flashed out. His crouching figure did not move in a straight line, but in a random arc, like a ferocious viper hunting for its prey, ready to launch a fatal attack at any time. High-rank Mortal Realm Step Art, 9 Snake Twisting Steps. Someone recognized the martial art that Yi He was using. I heard that to train the 9 Snake Twisting Steps, one's body must be extremely flexible, and only the user knows the pain. Yi He is not easy to deal with. Indeed, Yi He is one of the top outer disciples in the Rudra Martial School. Even a normal peak of Mortal Realm Stage 10 warrior would not be able to win against him. Yi Tang had just reached the Condensing Reality Realm 2 months ago, so his Zhen Qi is not stable yet. If he could win against Yi He within 10 attacks, maybe even more. Contrary to everyone else's opinion, Yi Chen did not think Yi He would win. Although the Sky Cloud Martial School did not have the 9 Snake Twisting Steps manual, it did not stop him from commenting. Yi He's 9 snake twisting steps seemed to be untraceable and fast, but every time he turned, there would be a moment of pause. This was because Yi Tang had not mastered it yet, and if Yi Tang still had good eyesight, he would not let go of this flaw. Just as expected. Just as Yi He was about to turn and attack again, Yi Tang moved. A white shadow flashed and his palm was as straight as a blade. He chopped down 3 times. The first and second blows shook off Yi He's left and right arms respectively. The third blow landed heavily on Yi He's chest, making a crisp cracking sound. In an instant, Yi He's entire body was sent flying. He fell on the ground more than 10 meters away, unable to get up for a while. This Yi Tang is really ruthless. Yi Chen could clearly hear the sound of ribs breaking. He could not help but frown. On the VIP seats, Yi Badian chuckled. Warriors should have a kind of ruthlessness, otherwise they won't be able to achieve great things. Well done. Yi Tianhao retorted, "We're all family. There's no need to be so heavy-handed." Sometimes, members of the same family are not necessarily on the same side. Besides, if he loses to his own family, he will at most be bedridden for a month or 2. If he loses to an outsider, he will never wake up. If we don't let him know the cruelty of the outside world, how can he survive better? Yi Badian didn't take Yi Tianhao's words to heart. As an inner elder of the Ziyang house, he naturally had his own theories. In the midst of the commotion, the second round of the competition began. Yi Jun was just like his name, he was quite handsome. His handsomeness was different from Yi Tang's handsomeness, and it was also different from Yi Chen's handsomeness. His handsomeness was just perfect. Just by looking at his facial features, it was hard to find any flaws. Walking slowly to Yi Chen, Yi Jun said lightly, "You're going to lose." "Really?" Yi Chen smiled. Hearing him, Yi Jun's eyebrows twitched. His opponent's casual tone made him feel a little uneasy, but he quickly got rid of that thought. He had joined the Purple Sun Martial School 1 year earlier than Yi Feng, and he was already 16 years old. He had reached the mid-mortal realm stage 10, and he had always been a low-key person, so who would know that he had already surpassed Yi Feng? Everyone thought that he was still at the mortal realm stage 9. Sister Yi Xian, who do you think will win? On the side of the female contestants, Yi Xiaomei, who looked like she was only 13, asked. Yi Xian said calmly, Yi Jun has a higher chance of winning. Yi Xiaomei did not believe her, but before Yi Chen beat Yi Feng with only one punch. Yi Jun can't do that, can he? Yi Jin, who was going to fight Yi Xian in the 4th round, shook her head and said, Little girl, Yi Xian is the fastest genius to reach the condensing reality realm in the history of our Yi family. She must have a point. Yi Xiaomei made a face. Did a genius words always have to be right? Xiaomei is right. In terms of cultivation, Yi Chen is definitely stronger. But the battle is not just about cultivation. Before, Yi Chen could beat Yi Feng with only one punch because of his powerful qi. Next, Yi Jun will definitely not do what Yi Chen wants and fight head-on. With his experience and mastery of martial skills, he has a high chance of beating Yi Chen. Yi Xian said calmly. While the three of them were discussing, the two on the stage had already started fighting. Yi Jun let out a breath and his eyes suddenly lit up. His tightly clenched fists started to emit hot air, like 2 pieces of burning iron. His feet moved and Yi Jun jumped 7 to 8 meters, attacking Yi Chen crazily. Burning Fire Fist? No, it should be the Purple Sun Martial School's Burning Fire Fist. It is even more powerful than the Burning Fire Fist. Facing the incoming fist shadows, Yi Chen took them all in. He drew a half circle with both of his hands and pushed out his King Kong Infinite. Boom. A loud explosion was heard and the dust on the ground was blown up. At the same time, a human figure jumped out of the dust. It was Yi Jun. He spread his arms like a giant bird spreading its wings, and his long and powerful legs kicked out continuously. 18 kicks of ghost fire. Buff, buff, buff. The sharp power rubbed against the air, creating a faint blue color, just like the ghost fire in the graveyard at night. Yi Badian was surprised, and then he said to Yi Tianhao proudly, Second brother, your son is going to lose this time. The 18 kicks of ghost fire is a leg skill derived from the low-rank Earth Realm martial skill, Great Sun Ghost King Kick. It is more than twice as powerful as normal top-rank Mortal Realm martial skills. In our Purple Sun Martial School, only 1 out of 100 outer disciples could master it, and even the inner disciples would have to spend a lot of time to learn it. I can't believe that Yi Jun has mastered it. The winner has not been decided yet. No matter what you say, it is meaningless. Although Yi Tianhao said so, there was a hint of seriousness in his eyes. Shen Yuqing, who was sitting in another VIP seat, also had a serious look on her face. She had heard about the 18 kicks of Ghost Flame a long time ago. An inner disciple from the Rudra Martial School had gotten into a fight with an inner disciple of the Purple Sun Martial School when he was out on a mission. During the fight, the inner disciple's bones were all broken by the opponent's 18 kicks of Ghost Flame. He didn't even have the power to fight back, and since then he had been disabled. Don't force yourself. Shen Yuqing murmured. Yi Chen did not know what his parents were worried about. For him, this 18 kicks of ghost fire was indeed powerful, but it was impossible for it to hurt him. He just did not want to reveal all of his power yet, and he even wanted to save half of his power. After all, this was his ace card, and the fewer people who knew about it, the better. Let's try to break it up first. Yi Chen stepped back in a regular pattern and used both of his fists to block, or to meet the incoming attacks with brute force, or to counterattack with brute force. Chapter 42. The King Kong fist seemed to come alive in Yi Chen's hands. It was able to block all of Yi Jun's kicks. Hard and soft as one yin and yang, this is the highest level of hard and fierce fist arts. Mayor Lin gasped. He had lived for so many years and had seen countless geniuses, but very few of them could reach Yi Chen's level in terms of martial arts. Yi Jun's face darkened. He had already thrown out 11 kicks but still could not hurt Yi Chen at all. Yi Chen's strength was beyond his expectation. 4 swirling ghost fire. 3 kills. The next 7 kicks could be combined into 2 special attacks. Yi Jun used all of his qi and threw out a deadly attack towards Yi Chen. Right then Yi Chen felt that he did not have enough martial skills. Excluding his sword arts, he only had one high-rank mortal realm skill, the King Kong Fist and the Tyrant Fist, which was way too powerful. With his current level, it would be extremely hard for him to train it, and it might even hurt him. Before I go back, I have to reach the condensing reality realm. Once I become an inner disciple, I will be able to get as many top-rank Mortal Realm skills as I want. At least I won't be in such an awkward situation like now. Facing the dangerous situation, Yi Chen smiled bitterly. He increased his power to 30% of his peak and threw out 7 punches. Boom 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 boom, clouds of chi exploded in the field, blowing Yi Chen back a couple of steps. He felt like he was floating on the ground. Looking up, he saw Yi Jun in purple robes like a kite with a broken string, drawing a beautiful arc in the air before landing at the edge of the crowd. Good, did I win beautifully? Only now did Yi Tianhao let out a breath of relief. He exchanged a look with Shen Yuqing and smiled. Yi Badian, who was standing on the side, laughed dryly. He looked at Yi Tang, hoping that his favorite son could help him. On the other side, Yi Xiaomei laughed heartlessly. I knew it. Yi Chen will win. Hearing this, Yi Xian frowned. In that instant, she clearly felt that Yi Chen's strength had doubled, or else he wouldn't have been able to defeat Yi Jun so easily. Yi Chen wins. The third match, Yi Hai versus Yi Ming. Although the third elder was a little surprised, he didn't think much of it. After all, Yi Chen's cultivation was higher than Yi Jun's, so it was only natural that he would win. The battle between Yi Hai and Yi Ming was very intense. Moreover, both of them had the same style. Every move and every technique was ruthless and decisive. They were not sloppy at all. Most of the time, it made people think that they had a grudge against each other and wanted to kill each other even if they had to risk their lives. Yi Ming, if you want to blame someone, blame it on your low cultivation base. Finally, Yi Hai unleashed the strength that he should have. He sent Yi Ming, who was fighting like a cornered beast, flying with 2 consecutive palm strikes. Yi Hai wins. The fourth battle, Yi Xian versus Yi Jin. In the crowd, Yi Jin thought about it and raised his hand. I give up. The third elder nodded and said to the last contestant, Yi Lin, now you can choose your opponent. If you win, you can replace him. If you lose, you will be eliminated. Yi Lin looked at Yi Xian, Yi Tang and Yi Hai and shook his head. He then looked at Yi Chen and shook his head again. Third elder, I give up. He knew that he would not be able to win against the first 3. As for Yi Chen, although he was not a condensing reality realm warrior, but judging from his previous 2 battles, he knew that he would not be able to win against anyone who was below the condensing reality realm. So, why bother humiliating himself? He might as well just give up. At this point, he no longer cared about the top 3. Alright. Now there are 4 people left. They are Yi Tang, Yi Chen, Yi Hai and Yi Xian. The first battle will be Yi Tang versus Yi Chen, and the second battle will be Yi Hai versus Yi Xian. The winner will enter the finals and fight against the other winner for the first place of the Yi family gathering. After that, there will be battles for the second and third place. Do you have any objections? The third elder glanced at the 4 people. Including Yi Chen, the 4 people shook their heads. The third elder then said, if that is the case, why don't you all rest for 15 minutes and try to recover your lost Jin Qi, just in case you run out of Jin Qi. After he finished talking, he sat down and started to drink from his teacup. In the field, only 4 people looked at each other. More accurately, it was Yi Tang, Yi Hai and Yi Xian who looked at each other. Only Yi Tang glanced at Yi Chen for some reason, as if he was telling him that he was going to get it later. The other 2 almost ignored Yi Chen. After all, they were fighting for the first place, and with Yi Chen's peak of Mortal Realm Stage 10 cultivation, he would not be able to interfere. Yi Chen smiled indifferently and went back to his seat to rest. Yi Xian, until now you have only used 30% of your power. Am I right? Yi Hai had already considered Yi Xian as his biggest opponent, so he tried to test her. Yi Xian flicked the hair in front of her forehead and said lightly, besides you 2, no one else has the right to make me use more than 60% of my power. More than 60%? Don't flatter yourself. After I defeat Yi Chen, I will show you the Northern Snow Martial Academy's Blizzard Sword Art. Yi Tang sneered. Yi Xian turned around and walked back to her seat, leaving behind a sentence. I have seen a lot of geniuses in the Emerald Martial Palace, such as the head disciple Young Master Emerald, the second disciple, Absolute Palm, Lu Wuxiang, and the third disciple Sherpadian. Compared to them, you are just a mid-level genius. You do not have the power to challenge those with higher cultivation levels. So, against me you will definitely lose. The finals had not started yet, but Yi Hai could already feel the tension in the air. He was breathing heavily. Up until now, he was not only fighting for the first place, he was also fighting for the sake of fighting. After all, they were all geniuses, but a winner had to be decided. 15 minutes passed quickly. Without the third elder's notice, Yi Chen and Yi Tang had already come to the center of the field and stood 10 meters away from each other. Stop the useless struggle. You are definitely not my opponent. After I beat you, I will still have to beat Yi Xian and Yi Hai. Yi Tang could not wait to fight against Yi Xian. He was not interested in Yi Chen anymore, he just wanted to finish the battle as soon as possible. Yi Chen said, being impatient is the biggest taboo for a warrior. You have already lost. Cut the bullshit and lose. Yi Tang activated his Jin Qi. His white robe fluttered in the air even though there was no wind. A white cold air appeared around his body, causing the temperature to drop drastically. He stomped on the ground and jumped out like a bird. Countless hand blades were thrown towards Yi Chen. 1,000 mountains full of snow. This was a blade attack, but Yi Tang had turned it into a hand blade attack. Although it was not as powerful as before, it was more than enough to deal with warriors below the condensing reality realm. The air was sliced open instantly. Layers of white hand blades appeared, covering the entire field. Break. His power had been increased to more than 60%. Yi Chen did not back off, he threw out both of his fists continuously. It was like hundreds of arrows shooting out at the same time, like a raging river, it clashed violently against the countless hand blades. All of a sudden, the sound of air exploding could be heard everywhere. The explosions created a strong wind current in the middle of the field, which could easily blow away a fierce tiger. Chapter 43. Yi Tang's expression changed. How is this possible? Although my hand blade's power is not even half of my blade's power, it is still not something a mortal realm warrior can handle. What he did not know was that Yi Chen's physical strength had already exceeded 12,000 pounds. 60% would be more than 7,000 pounds, which was equivalent to the power of 2 or 3 buffaloes running at full speed. Controlling crane capturing hand. Yi Tang's attack changed, his clothes fluttered in the wind. While he was flying, his right hand's 5 fingers were like iron hooks, aiming at Yi Chen's shoulder. At that moment, Yi Chen felt like he was being targeted by a ferocious beast. He knew that he could not let his opponent lock him down, otherwise even if he did not get hurt, he would lose control. Activating the Golden Swallow art, Yi Chen's body floated into the air, leaving only a faint shadow where he was standing. Yi Tang tore apart the shadow to vent his anger, he looked up, and suddenly a dot appeared in front of him. It was the sword light. The sharp sword light. It was almost in front of Yi Tang as soon as it appeared. Ah! Yi Tang did not expect his opponent to still have enough energy to fight back, and the first attack was so fast that he could not dodge it. Break it! Yi Tang yelled, his right hand was as white as jade, his 2 fingers clamped together, trying to stop Yi Chen's attack and break the great steel sword. Yi Chen sneered, in your dreams. The great steel sword's momentum was unstable, like the moon in the water, the sword light spread out and pointed at Yi Chen a few times. A bloody hole appeared on Yi Tang's finger, which was filled with Zhen Qi. Thin blood sputtered out, but it was completely shattered by the sword light, turning into nothingness. Tanger's freezing ice finger was broken. Yi Baishan's face suddenly changed, he could not believe his eyes. Yi Qianhao and Xin Yuqing were also shocked. Although they knew that Yi Chen was very powerful, but how could he be this powerful? Was he really going to beat Yi Tang? Not good. Yi Tang took a few steps back and pulled out a treasured saber from his back. The saber was 4 feet and 1 inch long and 2 inches and 6 feet wide. Its blade was smooth and shiny, and its whole body was suffused with a chilling yin qi, which proved that this was not an ordinary saber used by ordinary people, but a rare saber, a saber for killing. In fact, this blade was called the Vibrant Snow Blade in the North Snow Martial Academy, and only the inner disciples were allowed to use it. Great Snowfall. As soon as the colorful snow saber appeared in his hand, Yi Tang's aura surged. With a wave of his hand, the saber lights that filled the sky rushed towards Yi Chen's position, as if the winter snow had arrived early. Yi Chen gripped his sword with both hands and swung it vigorously. All of the saber lights that were spreading over were shattered and could not advance an inch. This showed how fast and precise Yi Chen's sword swings were. Adding insult to injury, Yi Tang was unforgiving after gaining the upper hand. His saber light contained a threatening frost qi that easily froze the moisture in the air. It was as if he wanted to freeze the entire place. Crack, 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 crack. Just as Yi Chen was about to make a move, cold air suddenly rose from the ground. A thin layer of frost covered the ground, with Yi Tang as the center, forming a semicircle of snow. Retreat. Yi Chen took back his sword aura, tapped his feet on the ground and his body flew backwards. Yi Chen, it is not bad for you to exchange so many attacks with me. Unfortunately, you are still going to lose. Proud Snow Frost. Yi Tang gripped his saber with both hands and swung it downwards. Chin. The colorful snow blade released a 5-meter-long saber light that sliced through the air, bringing with it an unstoppable aura. It seemed like it was going to cut Yi Chen in half in the next second. Chen, watch out. Shen Yuqing was worried about his son, so he stood up and prepared to help. Yi Badian sneered and pressed his right hand in the air, blocking Shen Yuqing's movement, making it impossible for him to move. Sister, we are in the middle of the competition. Don't be presumptuous. Yi Qianhao couldn't take it anymore. Waves of qi exploded from his body, and he stepped forward with his right foot. The entire VIP stand was blown away and shattered into pieces. The battle was about to start. Guys, wait, the situation has changed. City Lord Lin hurriedly used his qi to protect himself and said to Yi Badian and the other two. Hearing this, the three's attention returned to the battlefield. Yi Tang's saber light cut the air into pieces, and the shockwave left a 3-inch deep mark on the ground. This time Yi Chen is going to lose and he might even die. Almost everyone was thinking the same thing. Facing this horrifying saber light, Yi Chen's body shook, and the blood in his body made a rumbling sound. His aura suddenly increased like an ancient god. Destroy. Shouting, Yi Chen's body didn't move, but his left hand formed a fist and punched out. Crack, 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 crack. The saber light exploded into pieces in the air, and it didn't do anything. What is going on? How can he be so powerful? Yi Xian suddenly stood up and said in disbelief. Yi Hai's face was also very serious as he stared at Yi Chen. Yi Tang's eyes popped out and his movements froze. Mountain collapse. Yi Chen's eyes were as sharp as swords. He leapt forward and arrived 3 steps away from Yi Tang. His great steel sword was placed on Yi Tang's neck. You lost, Yi Chen said lightly. Yi Tang came back to his senses and he couldn't accept the reality in front of him. His eyes were bloodshot. Impossible, I didn't lose. Die. The colorful snow blade in his hand turned, and he was about to attack. Yi Chen was a little angry. He swung his left hand and slapped away the colorful snow blade in Yi Tang's hand. Then he stepped forward and knocked away Yi Tang's body. Wretch. Puking out a mouthful of blood, Yi Tang fell 10 steps away. Yi Chen won. He actually won. I can't believe that even Yi Tang, who had reached the condensing reality realm, couldn't compete with Yi Chen. How powerful is he? It seems like the first place is going to be very difficult. Indeed, Yi Tang is one of the top 2 geniuses of the Yi family, and he is also a disciple of the North Snow Martial Academy. His power is even more powerful than the older generation of early condensing reality realm warriors, but he still lost to Yi Chen. This is really unexpected. If Yi Chen also reached the condensing reality realm, how powerful would he be? He would definitely be able to defeat all the early condensing reality realm warriors. Even mid-condensing reality realm warriors might not be able to win against him. A cross-realm battle, this is the legendary cross-realm battle. So it is true. The whole place started to boil like boiling water. Seeing Yi Chen beat Yi Tang, no one would think that he did not have the right to be the champion of the family meeting. If there was, then that person must be crazy or blind and could not see the truth. Yi Xian still could not sit down. She remembered that a few months ago Yi Chen was only a mortal realm stage 6 warrior. But now he had the power to challenge her. It made her feel a little uncomfortable and depressed. She could not explain it with words. If she had to explain it, then it would be that the difference was too big. Bastard, all of you shut up. Hearing the crowd's discussion, Yi Badian let out a roar from the messy VIP seating. His violent qi spread out like a raging river. All of a sudden the crowd was thrown into chaos. Yi Qianhao saw this and shouted angrily, Yi Badian, what are you doing? Chapter 44. Trying hard to suppress his anger, Yi Badian glared at Yi Chen and yelled at everyone on the field, It's a competition, why are you making so much noise? Quiet down. Hearing him, the whole field went silent. No one dared to provoke Yi Badian, who was in a rage. Not to mention the fact that he was an inner master of the Purple Sun Martial School, he was also a late-clasping Yuan realm martial artist. He was one of the most powerful people in the Yi family and even in the Luo city. In other words, Yi Badian could shake the entire Luo city with a single stomp. Yi Qianhao let out a sigh of relief and said to the servant next to him, Bring another VIP seat here. Yes. The few servants left with their heads lowered. Mayor Lin saw the situation was a bit awkward. He smiled bitterly to Yi Qianhao and said, Leader Yi, I didn't expect your son to have hidden so much, it really surprised me. Qin, just came back a couple of days ago, I don't know much about his power. Yi Qianhao was full of pride as if he had just eaten honey. On this true spirit continent, besides personal power, having a good younger generation was something that everyone dreamed of, especially for the big families or martial institutions, since the younger generation disciples were not talented enough. If the younger generation did not have enough talent, then the family would fall sooner or later. But if there were more geniuses in the younger generation, the whole family would continue to prosper forever, and could even lead the family to the next level. Before, Yi Tianhao had already given up on this idea, but now it was rekindled and it was getting more and more intense, making him more energetic. Yi Badian said in a gloomy tone, "At such a young age, he is already so cunning. What will happen when he grows up? Yi Tianhao, you have taught your son well." Yi Tianhao sneered, "Winning and losing are normal for warriors. You can't just let your son win and my son lose, can you? To do such a dirty thing just to win, forgive me for being honest, he will never be able to achieve anything in the future. Let's wait and see." The two had been fighting against each other for a long time. Ever since they were young, they had never liked each other and would often fight to the death. Later, when Yi Tianhao became the leader of the Yi family and Yi Badian was promoted in the Purple Sun Martial School, the fight had finally calmed down a bit and was no longer as intense as before. On the judge's seat, the third elder was still in a daze for a long time. It wasn't until the elder next to him patted him that he came back to his senses and announced loudly, "Yi Chen wins. The next battle, Yi Hai versus Yi Xian." Sitting down, the third elder sighed, "What an amazing junior. Yi Tianhao has given birth to a good son. Isn't that right?" Beating Yi Tang, who is at the early condensing reality realm, with only the peak of mortal realm stage 10, is even more difficult than a normal cross-realm battle. I really don't know how he did it. The second elder stared at Yi Chen as if he was trying to see through him. The great elder, who was sitting in the middle, reminded the two of them, "It's fine to talk about it in front of me, but don't ever mention it to Yi Badian." Of course we know that. The battle has started. I wonder if there will be any surprises after this. In the middle of the field, Yi Hai and Yi Xian tried their best to calm down. After a while, they both raised their heads and stared at each other. "Within 100 attacks you will lose," Yi Xian said lightly with her hand on the hilt of her sword. Yi Hai laughed, "I didn't expect that I would be able to last more than 100 attacks from you. Not bad, but I want to last more than 300 attacks. What do you think? Try me then." Chin. Taking out her sword, Yi Xian's feet touched the ground. While she was flying, the long sword in her hand shone with starlight, covering all of Yi Hai's major meridians. "Good sword art, but it is not enough," Yi Hai said proudly. The blade on his back automatically came out of its scabbard and landed in his hand. If you looked closely, you would see that the blade was covered in blood, as if it had been soaked in human blood when it was made. Blood Blade 8. The blood-red blade light danced in the air, surrounding Yi Hai. From time to time, one or two blade lights would fly out and attack Yi Xian. Ding, 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 ding. Yi Xian was not Yi Tang. She had already stabilized her Jinqi and made a huge step forward, reaching the peak of the early condensing reality realm. Her Jinqi was rich and powerful. No matter how tight Yi Hai's defense was, no matter how strong his attacks were, he could not stop her from moving forward. The sword light penetrated into the blade light, and the clothes on Yi Hai's shoulders suddenly split open. Damn. Yi Hai frowned. The moment he jumped back, he threw out a sword attack. A blade light sliced through the air, flying towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian sneered. Her left hand was covered in a layer of colored glaze, and she shattered the blade light with one palm attack. At the same time, her right hand shook the long sword, and the sky was filled with starlight, dazzling Yi Hai's eyes. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 10 steps. Yi Hai backed out for a whole 10 steps before he could get rid of the power. He was a bit shocked. Yi Xian's power was even higher than he had expected. If it were not for the ace attacks that his master had taught him, he would not be able to compete with her. Even so, his chance of winning was less than 60%. There was no other way. Yi Hai took a deep breath and his robe expanded. Broken Mountain River. He threw out a blade attack and the air rippled like water. The heavy chi was like a mountain, pressing down on Yi Xian. The VIP seats had been changed, and Yi Tianhao's eyes brightened. That is the Broken Mountain Blade Art, the famous skill of the Broken Mountain Blade Art. No, it should be the simplified version of the Broken Mountain Blade Art. I wonder what Yi Xian can do. City Lord Lin nodded. The Broken Mountain Guest's Broken Mountain Blade technique is rare even in large sections. With one blade he can even split a small mountain in half. Facing Yi Hai's sudden attack, Yi Xian's expression did not change. She switched the long sword to her left hand, and her right hand's index and middle fingers touched the blade. To be able to force me to use this skill, you are already very impressive. As Yi Xian's fingers slid along the blade, a sharp starlight suddenly shot out and smashed onto Yi Hai's blade light. Then the second, the third, boom, boom, boom. Like fireworks, Yi Hai's body had completely disappeared, and no one knew what had happened. The next second the fireworks were blown away, and Yi Hai jumped out, laughing. That's the 108th attack already. Yi Xian said coldly, no matter what the broken mountain blade taught you, you are no match for me. What she had just performed was a low-rank Earth Realm sword art, the Star Sword spell. Of course, it was only the first half, the second half could only be trained by the core disciples. The reason why she was chosen was because she was talented enough, and she was considered one of the top geniuses in the Emerald Martial Palace. Otherwise, even an inner disciple would not be able to learn it. Words are no proof. Take my broken sun and moon. Yi Hai shouted, and his blood-red long blade was thrown out with an aura that could cover the sun. Yi Xian frowned, and the speed of her fingers slid twice as fast. Countless starlight turned into sharp blades and shot out like lightning. Yi Hai's cultivation was lower than Yi Xian's after all, and his blade art was not as good as Yi Xian's as well. After a while his blade stopped moving and his Jin Qi was a little messed up. He was hit in the chest by a starlight and he puked out a mouthful of blood. Outside of the stage, Yi Chen was a little surprised. Yi Xian's power was indeed immeasurable, and she still had some power left. No wonder she looked so arrogant. After all, she had a trump card. Chapter 45. Yi Hai lost. It seems like only that Yi Chen can compete with Yi Xian among the younger generation. To be honest, I don't think Yi Chen will win. It is not because he is not as powerful as Yi Xian, but because he cannot attack from afar. You saw Yi Xian's sword art just now, it was endless, he could not even get close to her. You are right, but Yi Chen might still have some hidden cards. Let's just keep watching. Yeah, it is still too early to tell. All of the important people from the Luo city who came to watch the battle started to discuss among themselves. On the judge's seat, the third master nodded with approval. With this girl in the Yi family, even if they could not make it to the next level, they would not fall. Yi Xian won. The last battle will be the finals. The winner will get a low-rank storage ring, 100 low-rank soul stones and 10,000 gold. Yi Xian, Yi Chen, I hope you two will try your best in the upcoming battles. Of course, the second and third place will not get a low-rank storage ring, but the soul stones and gold will be the same. Let's take a break for 15 minutes. 100 low-rank soul stones, how could it be so little? Yi Chen was a bit confused. In fact, Yi Chen thought that since the deceased senior had left behind more than 10,000 low-rank soul stones, as one of the top 8 families, the Yi family must have even more. Indeed, the Yi family's low-rank soul stones were counted in the tens of thousands, but there were more than 600 warriors in the Yi family, and more than 300 condensing reality realm warriors. Even if each of them only used 100 low-rank soul stones per year, it would still cost them 30,000 soul stones, which was a huge amount, enough to make a normal family go bankrupt in a few years. Moreover, an early condensing reality realm warrior's consumption rate was 1 soul stone every 5 days, which meant that they would only need 70 soul stones a year. Even if they had more, they would only be used for other purposes, and would no longer be useful for their own cultivation. Therefore, the reward of 100 low-rank soul stones was made after careful consideration. As for the 10,000 taels of gold, it wasn't a lot, but it wasn't a small amount either. In Yi Chen's memory, his father Yi Tianhao had no more than 100,000 taels of gold. Of course, as the head of the Yi family, he didn't need to spend his own money. Everything was covered by the Yi family, such as buying medicinal pellets, weapons, or secret manuals. However, if there were other private matters, he would have to pay for them himself. Off the field, Yi Xian took out a low-rank soul stone and tried to recover her lost Jin Qi. As her Jin Qi was getting stronger and stronger, Yi Xian looked at Yi Chen and thought to herself, no matter how powerful you have become, I will still defeat you. The disciples of the Emerald Martial Palace are not allowed to lose in the past, present, or future. Dang! The bronze bell for the finals was rung. The third elder let out a long breath and shouted, "Time's up. Let the competition begin." Yi Xian put away the soul stones and walked to the center of the field step by step. She stood 10 meters away from Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked at Yi Xian and said, I haven't seen you for a few months, I didn't expect you to have improved so much. You have reached the peak of the early condensing reality realm. The last time they met, Yi Xian was at the same level as Yi Tang, her Zhen Qi had not stabilized yet. But after a few months, Everything had changed. My training speed should be one of the best in the Sky Cloud Martial School, but in the Emerald Martial Palace, it is nothing. There are a lot of people who have improved faster than me. Yi Xian used her words to attack Yi Chen's confidence. Yi Chen smiled carelessly and said, "Let's begin. Your sword art is not bad, I wonder how it would compare to mine." Just as she finished talking, Yi Xian's body flashed and appeared 5 steps away from Yi Chen like a wisp of smoke. The long sword in her hand casually shook and started to vibrate violently. The tip of the sword exploded with bright sword light that looked like fireworks, which covered the area in front of Yi Chen. Great. Yi Xian's sword art was very good, but it had ignited Yi Chen's fighting spirit. He took out his great steel sword and attacked back at an even faster speed. Within a second he had stabbed out 36 times. Puff, 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 puff. The tips of the 2 swords clashed together, creating bright sparks that covered both of their bodies. Only sparks could be seen flying everywhere. Yi Xian had been famous for her sword art since 3 years ago. In the 3 years since she joined the Emerald Martial Palace, her sword art had improved by leaps and bounds. Right now, when she used all of her power, it was impossible for the naked eye to see the sword's trajectory. It was like lightning in the sky or stars in the night sky, flashing and dancing. But Yi Chen did not have such great talent before and was called trash by others. Ever since he had merged with the other Yi Chen's soul, his comprehension ability had increased tremendously. No matter what kind of martial art he learned, he would be able to reach the highest level in a short period of time. He was like a monster. With a sword in his hand, Yi Chen performed all of the lone peak of 13 swords. His sword art was unconstrained and unconstrained without any trace. It was also like an antelope's horn. With one stroke of his sword, he was able to block out 3 of his opponent's sword attacks. The 2 fought from the center of the arena to the outside of the arena, and from the outside of the arena to the podium. The intense sword art shocked the younger generation of the Yi family. They all stared at the fight without blinking their eyes, afraid that they would miss the most exciting scene. On the VIP seats, all of the important people gasped. This is unbelievable. Are they still 14 or 15 years old? They are even better than some of the older generation who have been practicing sword arts for a long time. The student has surpassed the master. The future is indeed the world of the young. To be able to watch this battle, this trip was not in vain. The discussions of the crowd did not affect the two. Instead, the battle was getting more and more intense. The peak of perfection. With his powerful strength, Yi Chen was not afraid of his opponent's Zhenqi attack at all. He stabbed out with his sword as if he was standing on top of a mountain. Yi Xian's eyes were wide open. The long sword in her hand turned into a glazed color. She threw out a sword attack and yelled in a low voice, "Break!" Crack. The great steel sword in Yi Chen's hand made a noise. It was a sign that it was about to break. But it was no wonder. Yi Xian's sword was the famous glazed sword in the Emerald Martial Palace, while Yi Chen's was just a normal great steel sword. The two were not even on the same level. Naturally, it would not last for long. Pushing his qi to its limit, Yi Chen suddenly let go of the great steel sword in his right hand. He drew a circle in the air and fiercely slammed out. Shoo 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 shoo. The great steel sword turned into thousands of pieces, flying towards Yi Xian like a swarm of locusts. So cunning. But it doesn't work on me. Being shocked by Yi Chen's strange attack, Yi Xian was enraged. She also drew a circle in front of her with her left hand and spread out a layer of glazed Jin Qi shield, blocking out all of the incoming fragments. Ah! Take my punch. After losing his long sword, Yi Chen's aura did not decrease. Instead it increased. The qi and blood in his body started to flow. The second he rushed out, he threw out a punch. Bang! A loud sound was heard. The Jin Qi shield was broken. Yi Xian used the short time to fly backwards. She switched the sword to her left hand and raised her right hand's index and middle fingers. She then quickly touched the sword. It is the Star Sword spell. This time Yi Chen is in trouble. But it seems like Yi Xian has indirectly proved that her sword art is not as good as Yi Chen's. So what? Battles between warriors only care about the result, not the process. You are right. While the crowd was shouting, beams of sharp starlight shot out one after another, blocking all of Yi Chen's escape routes. Other than taking it head-on, there was no other way for him to escape. Yi Chen did not panic. His body started to shine with a jade-like light. He yelled, "Let's see if your spear or my shield is stronger." Chapter 46. Boom. The first ray of starlight was blown away by Yi Chen's punch, then the second, the third. In the end, Yi Chen's punching speed could no longer keep up with the number of starlights. His upper body was hit a few times, making a loud noise like metal hitting metal. When they looked again, Yi Chen's body was unharmed except for a few holes in his clothes. His tough skin was covered with a layer of jade light, which was the sign of the completion of the third spell of the pure jade body boosting spell. He was only one step away from the fourth spell, Broken Jade Rebirth. What kind of defensive martial art is that? It can block the attacks of the Point Star Sword spell. This is too shocking. What other tricks does this guy have up his sleeves? Every time he is in a critical moment, he can always turn the tables. I think Yi Xian is in danger as well. This guy is too scary, he keeps on playing all kinds of tricks, no one knows what he is doing. Hearing the discussions of the big shots around him, Yi Tianhao had the same feeling. Thinking back, Yi Chen first beat Yi Feng with one punch, then beat Yi Jun with ease, then beat Yi Tang with an unexpected win, and now he was fighting with Yi Xian. It was so surprising that he was a bit numb to it. He looked at Shen Yuqing and the two of them looked at each other. Yi Badian was also numb. He wanted to see the scene of Yi Chen's defeat, but who would have thought that even Yi Xian could not beat him? Didn't that mean that Tanger was no match for Yi Chen? This is ridiculous. How did this brat get so powerful? After a few heavy breaths, Yi Badian stared down at the stage. On the stage, Yi Xian bit her lips and cursed, "Let's see how many attacks you can block." Gathering all of her Zhen Qi on her finger, Yi Xian rubbed her finger on the crystal sword. When the Zhen Qi and the crystal sword rubbed against each other, a miraculous change occurred. It was as if the Zhen Qi and the crystal sword had merged together, forming the unbreakable starlight blades. Shoo shoo shoo, some of the starlight blades lost their aim and left thousands of holes in the ground. It was a tragic sight to behold. Some of the spectators even had their weapons cut in half, and they jumped away in horror. What a terrifying force. How did that Yi Chen block it? Only now did everyone deeply understand the power of the Point Star Sword art. It was absolutely not something an ordinary person could block. The clothes on Yi Chen's upper body burst open, revealing his slightly tender but abnormally strong muscles. Several starlight blades shot over, and the moment they were just a hair's breadth away from his skin, the jade-like light on the surface of his skin immediately erupted with an astonishing power, easily shattering the external attacks. Yi Chen's long hair danced in the wind as he dashed towards Yi Xian with a mountain-like pressure and threw out a punch. Yi Xian was a little annoyed. Yi Chen's power was slowly shattering her confidence. She doubted if she could take that punch or else she wouldn't be thinking about it. "I want to see if your fist is harder or if my glazed sword is sharper." Regaining her confidence, Yi Xian yelled and switched the long sword back to her right hand. With her usual arrogance, she thrust the sword straight towards Yi Chen's fist. The tip of the sword and the fist made contact, sparks were ignited. It was as if the fist was not made of flesh and blood, but made of the hardest metal. The glazed sword was bent by the powerful force, but it soon straightened back into a straight line without any signs of breaking. However, the rebound force from the sword had also blown Yi Xian back, and blood dripped out from the corner of her mouth. Yi Chen's aura was even more intense. He chased after her and threw out another punch. This time Yi Xian finally could not handle the rebound force of her Zhen Qi. The long sword in her hand flew out of her hand, and her face was pale white. Her eyes lost their luster. The training ground was quiet for a second, and then a huge uproar broke out. So many twists and turns. I cannot believe that Yi Chen would be the champion. Who would have thought this would happen? If I knew this would happen, I would have bet on Yi Chen to win. 5 silvers would have been 10 times better. Damn, I bet 10 silvers on Yi Tang? That's a month's worth of my salary. After the competition, the ones who were the most worried were not the others, but the servants of the Yi family. They had secretly set up a gambling house, preparing to make a fortune from it. However, once the result was out, most of the people were shocked and regretful. Only the people behind the gambling house were ecstatic. This time they had made 5 times or even 10 times more than usual. It would be enough for them to live a happy life for a long time. The third elder was the first to come back to his senses. He cleared his throat and said loudly, "The champion is Yi Chen. Now we will compete for the second and the third place." Hearing this, the servants who had lost all their money just remembered that they had also bet on the second and third place. They might be able to get back some of their money. As for making money, there was no need to think about it. It was all their fault for having such bad taste. Yi Hai easily beat Yi Tang, who had lost his confidence, and became the third place, while Yi Xian naturally became the second place. The champion was of course Yi Chen, who had made it through all the obstacles in his way. At the same time, he was also the most famous person in the Yi family. When it was time to give out the rewards, the third elder smiled at Yi Qin and said, "Keep up the good work, don't get too full of yourself." Yi Qin said, "I will, third elder." Good, with you geniuses in the Yi family, we, the older generation, can finally relax. With the low-rank storage ring in his hand, Yi Qin immediately put it on his finger and threw in 100 low-rank soul stones and 10,000 gold notes. Letting out a breath, Yi Qin turned his head and realized that Yi Xian was looking at him. "Next time we meet, I will beat you." Yi Xian had already gotten over the shock of losing. What she could not accept was that she had lost her confidence at such a critical moment. It was something she could not accept. Yi Qin did not mind. He said, "Then you need to pick up your pace, I have already started." Yi Xian sneered and did not say anything else. "Aha, Yi Qin, you are also my goal, don't be too weak." Among the contestants, Yi Hai was just like his name, he had a heart as big as the ocean. He was also more accepting of losing than the others, so he started to greet Yi Qin. Yi Qin quite liked Yi Hai. "After this family gathering, are you still going to travel the world with your teacher?" Yi Hai nodded heavily. "Of course, traveling the world is my dream and I will never give up. This time, my teacher said that he will take me to the most dangerous place in the Black Dragon Empire so that I can gain some experience. However, after today, I think we will only see each other again at the end of next year. I'm looking forward to it." "Me too, I wish you the best of luck." "Thank you for your kind words. Let's go out for a drink later, I guess you haven't had a drink yet." "I have had a little, I believe I can handle it." After the award ceremony, Yi Tianhao stood up in high spirits. He cupped his fists and said, "Thank you all for coming to the annual family gathering of the Yi family. Next is the banquet, I hope everyone can come." "Alright, it would be a waste if we don't eat. I am just afraid that the leader of the Yi family would feel bad." Someone joked. Yi Tianhao laughed, "Of course not, everyone eat as much as you want. I'm very happy today." When everyone was walking towards the banquet hall, two people in the corner of the field were especially eye-catching. "Elder Hai, how is this guy?" "Very powerful, but still not as powerful as the geniuses of our Hai family, unless he can reach the condensing reality realm." Hearing him, that person sighed, "These years, there are so many geniuses in the Windy Nation. I wonder what kind of sparks they will create in the future. Maybe they can leave the Windy Nation and make a name for themselves in the whole South Rudra region." "It will be difficult. Our Windy Nation is the weakest in the whole South Rudra region, and our geniuses are not as powerful as the other countries. If we can have a leader, then we might have some hope." Chapter 47. The banquet only ended in the evening. Most of the guests were drunk to the point that their faces were red and their eyes were hazy. On the other hand, Yi Qin, Yi Hai, and a few other disciples of the Yi family were sitting at the same table, chatting while eating, drinking, and forming a preliminary friendship. At this time, Yi Tianhao suddenly called Yi Qin over. "Qin, this is the chief escort of the Riding Wind Escort Agency, Uncle Su Tai, and this is his second daughter, Su Mei." Yi Tianhao pulled Yi Qin aside and introduced them with a smile on his face. "Hello, Uncle Su." Yi Qin sized up the two. Su Tai was a burly man in his 40s, wearing the chief escort's uniform, looking majestic. His second daughter, Su Mei, was no more than 16 years old, wearing a red outfit. Her figure was graceful, her face was delicate, and there was a sense of heroism in her charm. At this time, when she saw Yi Qin looking at her, a trace of shyness could be seen on her face. Su Tai was also sizing up Yi Qin. After a while he laughed and said, "As expected, heroes come from the youth. At such a young age you already have a decisive and murderous aura. You are not a fish in a pond." These words were not nonsense. Su Tai had roamed the pugilistic world for so many years, he had seen all kinds of people. He could see the difference of some peerless characters when they were young. Although Yi Qin looked delicate and handsome, like a scholar, there was a faint cold aura between his brows that could not be underestimated. Yi Qin said modestly, "Uncle Su, you flatter me." Su Tai shook his head. "Your Uncle Su is a boorish man, I don't know what modesty is. To me, modesty is hypocrisy. No, I like you and my daughter also likes you. Why don't we find some time to get to know each other?" Although Yi Tianhao knew that Su Tai's personality was like this, he was still speechless. However, he wanted to see how Yi Qin would answer. "Uncle Su, since you're so straightforward, then I'll also say it clearly. Before I reach my father's strength, Yi Qin will not consider love affairs," Yi Qin said seriously. After being stunned for a moment, Su Tai helplessly said, "It seems like my daughter is unlucky. Fine, you will definitely become a true dragon in the future. May will not be able to protect you. Yi Tianhao was very satisfied with Yi Chen's ambition, but he scolded, "Nonsense, a real man is never afraid of love." He then turned to Su Tai and said, "Brother Su, let them settle their own matters. We can't interfere even if we want to. Don't you agree?" Su Tai nodded. "That's true. Since that's the case, we'll take our leave first. We'll meet again in the future. Mayor, let's go." Yi Tianhao urged him to stay. "Brother Su, you're leaving so soon. It's still early." "I won't stay. My wife made me some soup at home." Su Tai waved his hand and started to leave. Su Mei followed closely behind him. Waiting until the two were far away, Yi Tianhao turned around and stared at Yi Chen, which made the latter's hair stand on end. After a while, Yi Tianhao said, "You're quite tired from today's competition. Go back and rest." "Yeah, I'll say goodbye to Yi Hai and the others." Looking at Yi Chen's back, a smile appeared on Yi Tianhao's face. God had indeed given him a surprise, and it was in a situation where he did not have much hope. Shen Yuqing walked over and said, "Tianhao, what's wrong?" Yi Tianhao laughed. "What do you think Chen will be able to reach in the future? Our Luo city has not had an astral-reaching realm warrior for more than 100 years. You are quite daring. But our Chen is indeed different from before. Have you noticed? It seems like I have noticed something, but it seems like I haven't seen anything. Who cares? As long as he is our Chen, it will be fine." In the dead of the night, a crescent moon hung above the trees. The light in Yi Chen's room was still on, illuminating the screen window. On the clean and spacious bed, Yi Chen sat in the middle of the room with his legs crossed, mist rising from the top of his head. According to Yi Chen's estimation, he would only be able to step into the condensing reality realm after 7 days. But after the few battles today, his qi had become even more condensed, showing signs of liquefaction. This kind of opportunity was hard to come by, and Yi Chen did not want to miss it. Therefore, once he got back to his room, he immediately cleared away all distracting thoughts and focused on breaking through. As his qi continued to circulate and compress, the liquefied qi in Yi Chen's dantian gradually increased. Before, it was just a strand, but now it was like a ribbon clearly separated from his qi. 2 hours. 4 hours. 10 hours. The sky gradually brightened. The servants of the Yi family all woke up and started their daily work. No one knew how much time had passed. The screen window in Yi Chen's room was shaking, making a cracking sound as if it was being blown by a strong wind. Inside the room, with Yi Chen as the center, the invisible airflow formed a funnel shape, and all the lighter objects rose up and floated in the air. Whoosh! A strange vibration spread out from Yi Chen's dantian, and the floating objects immediately fell back down, making a series of messy noises. Finally, the condensing reality realm. Slowly letting out a deep breath, Yi Chen opened his eyes. Bright light flashed in the air like lightning. After a long while, the light disappeared, and a confident smile appeared on Yi Chen's face. In fact, before last night, he did not even have a 50% chance of breaking through to the condensing reality realm, maybe only 30 to 40%. After all, it was not easy to liquefy qi into Jin qi, it needed a long time to compress and compress it. Otherwise, there would not be so many people stuck at the peak of Mortal Realm Stage 10 for half a year, and some even took a year to break through. Even the top outer disciple, Wu Zongming, took more than half a year to break through and become an inner disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School. As for geniuses like Zhang Haoren, who managed to break through to the condensing reality realm in just 1 or 2 months, it was rare to find 1 in 10,000. In other words, only warriors who reached the condensing reality realm could be considered as real warriors. Before reaching the condensing reality realm, they were at the bottom of the true spirit continent, just like apprentices. However, once they reached the condensing reality realm, their power would not just increase by a few times, but by a few times, and they would be able to kill people from 10 steps away. Right now, if Yi Chen and Yi Xian were to fight, he was confident that he would be able to defeat her within a few attacks, and it would be effortless. Maybe I should take a look at the Zhen Qi first. Yi Chen mumbled to himself as he focused his mind on his dantian. The huge Zhen Qi whirlpool had disappeared, and was replaced by a whirlpool of Zhen Qi. No matter in terms of quality or quantity, it was a level higher than Qi. It spun like a nebula in the sky or a whirlpool in the water, full of power. Pushing the pure Yuan art with all his might, Yi Chen's robe began to expand. He threw out a punch, and the window 10 steps away suddenly shattered into thousands of pieces, shooting everywhere. A strong wind blew all the way into the yard. From today onwards, I can start training the Tyrant Fist. I wonder how powerful it is. Since he did not feel tired, Yi Chen did not sleep anymore. He got up and washed up, then opened the door and walked out. Chapter 48. In Luoyang City, if one were to ask which mansion was the largest, it would definitely be the Yi family. The Yi family, which occupied 1,000 acres of land, was 3 times larger than the city lord's mansion. Inside there were pavilions, small bridges, flowing streams, bamboo forests, and a sea of trees. It was like a miniature version of Luoyang City. After passing through a few corridors and a 10-feet-long white jade bridge, a huge training field appeared in front of Yi Chen's eyes. The martial arts field was quite lively. Those warriors of the Yi family who did not need to work and only needed to practice their martial arts were all diligently practicing. They were either pondering on their own, consulting others, or fighting in pairs, honing their skills. It was a scene that was in full swing. Greetings, young Master Chen. Outside the field, 5 middle-aged men and women greeted Yi Chen respectfully. Yi Chen nodded. Is it your turn to teach martial skills today? These 5 people were the martial skill teachers of the Yi family. The Yi family claimed to have more than 300 warriors who were above the condensing reality realm. 2/3 of them were the direct family members, and the rest were warriors who did not have the same surname as the Yi family. According to their cultivation level, their positions were also different. For example, the Clasping Yuan Realm warriors would be the external elders of the Yi family, the late Condensing Reality Realm warriors would be the deacons, and the mid-Condensing Reality Realm warriors would be the martial skill teachers, just like these 5 people in front of Yi Chen. The early Condensing Reality Realm warriors would be the apprentice teachers, who did not have the right to teach directly. Yes, the training field has 3 shifts every 3 days. Today is our turn. The middle-aged woman on the left answered. I was just passing by. You guys go ahead. Yi Chen waved his hand and walked away. In the middle, a middle-aged scholar in a gray robe sighed. Young Master Chen has reached the condensing reality realm. Even you and I might not be able to beat him. Geniuses can break the rules easily. How can we compare? Alright, stop complaining. One day, when we reach the Clasping Yuan realm, we will be able to become the external elders of the Yi family. Then we will be able to live a peaceful life. You are right. The training field was 400 meters away from the dining hall. After a while, Yi Chen finally walked to the entrance of the dining hall unhurriedly. When Yi Chen walked in, some of the people were already having breakfast. Chenair, you're up so early. Yi Tianhao was a busy man, so he always got up early. Yi Chen said, I didn't sleep yesterday. I've been cultivating until now. A hint of surprise flashed through Yi Tianhao's eyes. You have reached the condensing reality realm? I just broke through. He really broke through? Yi Tianhao only said it subconsciously. He didn't expect Yi Chen's answer to be so certain. For a moment he was stunned. Then he was overjoyed. If the previous Yi Chen could only be considered a fighting genius, and his training wasn't eye-catching, then the current Yi Chen was a true genius. No one could take away the glory that belonged to him, and he was now on par with Yi Xian, Yi Tang, and the others. Let me have a look. Yi Tianhao put his hand on Yi Chen's shoulder. Although it was easy to tell Yi Chen's cultivation level from the surface, under some special circumstances, warriors at the peak of Mortal Realm Stage 10 would also emit a slight Jinqi vibration, which could easily be mistaken for warriors who had just reached the condensing reality realm. When the Clasping Yuan Realm Jinqi entered Yi Chen's body, it immediately received a strong counterattack. Yi Tianhao was afraid of hurting Yi Chen, so he hurriedly cut off the Jinqi and let go of his hand. You are indeed at the early condensing reality realm, and your Jinqi is quite stable. Just one more step and you will reach the peak of the early condensing reality realm. Yi Tianhao couldn't believe it. Yi Chen was also not sure. He guessed, could it be the effect of the pure Yuan art? Yi Tianhao nodded. It should be. There are not many people like you who have trained the pure Yuan art to the highest level. The Zhen produced by the pure Yuan art is extremely pure. Once it is liquefied into Zhen, your foundation will be much more stable than most people, and you won't need to spend too much time to consolidate it. That's not bad, it saves me a lot of hard work, Yi Chen thought. Alright, let's have breakfast first. I will tell your mother when I get back, she will be very happy. Yi Tianhao was already full. He was so happy that he started eating with Yi Chen, chatting as they ate. Soon Yi Hai, Yi Xian and the others arrived. When they saw Yi Chen, they didn't pay much attention at first, but when they took a closer look, they immediately realized that he had reached the condensing reality realm. They were all shocked. Yi Tianhao saw that it was getting late. He said to Yi Chen, take your time, I will leave now. Yes, father. After Yi Tianhao left, Yi Hai walked over and said, Yi-Chin, have you reached the condensing reality realm? Yi-Chin laughed. Why don't you try and find out? Come on. Yi-Hai got into a fighting stance. Standing up, Yi-Chin said, one punch is enough, come on. Yi-Hai did not dare to underestimate Yi-Chin. He threw out a punch filled with Zhen Qi. The air started to ripple and spread out. Yi-Chin did not move his body, he threw out a punch as well. Boom. The air was torn apart and the two fists collided, producing a crackling sound. No, you are too abnormal, you just broke through and your Zhen Qi is already so stable. Yi-Hai took 10 steps back, he had a bitter smile on his face. Yi-Chin sat back on the chair. Let's have breakfast together. The two sat face to face without any pretense. Yi-Xian, who was not far from them, had a depressed look on her face. She thought that once she reached the mid-condensing reality realm she would be able to suppress Yi-Chin, but he had already reached the early condensing reality realm, and his Zhen Qi was so stable, it would be impossible for her to win against him now, even if she reached the mid-condensing reality realm. Yi-Chin, I forgot to tell you, Sister Shuiyan has already reached the late condensing reality realm. Yi-Xian did not want to admit defeat in front of Yi-Chin, so she mentioned Ji Shuiyan to hurt him. Yi-Chin said casually, she is not my goal, my first goal is to dominate the younger generation of the Windy Nation. As for the second goal, I have not thought about it yet. Yi-Xian heard him and said scornfully, in your dreams. There are so many powerful young warriors in the Windy Nation, not to mention the famous 4 young masters. Even our Emerald Martial Palace's inner disciples could easily suppress you. Of course, you might think that I am just bragging, but you just have to go back and ask your senior brothers and sisters in the martial world, who has never been bullied by our Emerald Martial Palace's disciples. Yi-Xian, I don't like what you just said. You are indeed a disciple of the Emerald Martial Palace, but first of all, you are a direct disciple of the Yi family. How can you always use outsiders to attack your own people? Yi-Hai did not like Yi-Xian's attitude. He put down his chopsticks and said. Yi-Xian sneered, I just don't like him. Yi-Hai said straightforwardly, I think you just can't accept the fact that you lost. That's right, before Yi-Chin was just a normal talent, he could not compete with you at all. You never thought that you would lose to him, so when Yi-Chin showed that he was way more powerful than you, it made you feel uncomfortable, am I right? Don't be too happy yet. Just because he is more powerful now does not mean that he will continue to be like this in the future. The Emerald Martial Palace is the top martial institution in the Windy Nation. All the disciples they raise are the best. Yi-Xian was dazed by Yi-Hai's words. She said excitedly. Yi-Xian is right, you two are like frogs at the bottom of a well. The North Snow Martial Academy and the Emerald Martial Palace are rank 7 martial institutions. Their power is not something you can imagine. Just you wait, in 1 year I will definitely beat you too. Yi Tang had arrived at the dining room. Yi-Chin sneered in his mind. Although the two of them were quite talented, their temperaments were a lot worse. They were fine when everything went smoothly for them, but once they encountered some kind of setback, they would be even worse than normal people. Plus, they liked to dwell on something and never let it go, which eventually led to a mental imbalance. To put it simply, they were blinded. There was no need to argue with them, Yi-Chin said lightly. Everything needs to be proven with your actions, you can just say whatever you want. Alright, don't disturb my breakfast. Chapter 49. After breakfast, Yi-Chin and Yi-Hai went to the famous Antique Street in Luo City. The history of the Antique Street was almost as long as Luo City. The buildings were also the oldest, but the owners of the shops had changed a lot. Of course, most of them were inherited by their fathers, generation after generation. Walking on the street, Yi-Chin was overwhelmed by the variety of goods in the shops. Yi-Hai said, the Antique Street is usually full of opportunities. There was once a man who bought an inconspicuous top-rank soul stone with 10 silvers and sold it to a clasping Yuan realm warrior. He made more than 2 million silvers and never had to worry about food or clothing for the rest of his life. Yi-Chin smiled. He knew about this as well. Soul stones were divided into 4 ranks: low rank, mid rank, top rank, and extreme rank. The difference between each rank was huge. Normally, a mid-rank soul stone could be exchanged for 50 low-rank soul stones, and a top-rank soul stone could be exchanged for 50 mid-rank soul stones. In other words, a top-rank soul stone could be exchanged for 2,500 low-rank soul stones, which was 250 silvers. It was enough for a normal person to live a peaceful life for 10 lifetimes. Let's go to the 9 Cauldron Pavilion. Yi-Hai pointed at the antique building 20 steps away. Yi-Chin nodded. The 9 Cauldron Pavilion was a 1,000-year-old shop on the Antique Street. It had the most connections. In the middle of the lobby there was a bronze cauldron. The leader of the Yi family wanted to buy it, but was rejected. It was said that the Nine Cauldron Pavilion had a very powerful background. Even the Yi family had to think twice before making a move on it. As they crossed the threshold, no one came to greet them. They were all busy with their own business. Yi Qin and Yi Hai did not care and walked straight in. The first thing they saw was a huge bronze cauldron that was as tall as 3 people. It was cyan with a hint of black, perfectly round shape. There were many different ancient characters carved on its surface. It was supported by 9 legs which looked very stable. It looked like it could hold up the sky and bring great shock to people's souls. Yi Qin took a deep breath. The last time he came here was 4 years ago. At that time he was not very sensible. When he saw the 9-legged bronze cauldron he did not feel much. He only felt that it was very imposing. Now that he saw it, he felt as if his soul was trembling, and his lively Jin Qi was showing signs of stagnation. Turning his head to look at Yi Hai, Yi Qin saw that Yi Hai was unmoved. Yi Qin felt strange but he didn't say anything. Let's go to the second floor. The first floor is filled with small toys, Yi Qin suggested after casually looking around and seeing that there were no antiques that caught his eye. Yes, the antiques on the first floor are no different from other antique shops. The two of them walked side by side and arrived at the quaint and elegant second floor. Compared to the first floor, there were very few people on the second floor. Including the shop assistants who were waiting at the side, there were only 15 to 16 people. It seemed extremely empty. However, those who could come to the second floor were all rich. After all, even the most common antique on the second floor cost nearly 1,000 taels of silver to buy. As for whether it was a profit or a loss, it all depended on one's luck. TSK, these stone figurines have at least a few hundred years of history. Yi Hai was attracted by the stone figurines that were as tall as a person and were covered in cracks. Yi Qin looked at them and lost interest. He separated from Yi Hai and walked to the other side. Right then there were already people who had chosen their favorite antiques. However, it was this antique that surprised Yi Qin. Hey, tell your shopkeeper that I want this wooden shelf. No matter how much it costs, it's not a problem. The person who spoke was a fat man with a rich face. He was wearing extravagant clothes and all 10 of his fingers were covered with rings. He looked like a nouveau riche who had just made a fortune. He seemed to be impatient. The shop assistant was depressed. Why did you want the wooden shelf that displayed the antiques? Aren't you deliberately making things difficult for me? He smiled and said, Okay, I'll go and ask. Please wait a moment. Go and come back quickly. The fat rich man waved his hand and stared at the wooden shelf. He was afraid that it would run away. Yi Qin felt that it was funny. However, he, who was always calm, started to think about it again. He could not judge a book by its cover. This wooden shelf might have some tricks up its sleeves. After thinking about it, he focused on the wooden shelf and released his soul power. Buzz. There seemed to be an invisible ripple in the air, slowly seeping into the wooden shelf and searching carefully. As long as there was something special, Yi Qin would be able to sense it. This wooden frame actually contains a spirit stone, and the yuan qi contained in it is dozens of times that of a low-grade spirit stone. So, it must be a mid-grade spirit stone, which is equivalent to 50,000 silvers. But how did this fatty sense it? Or maybe he just wanted this wooden frame and had no other intentions. Qin Fan wondered. Yi Qin was shocked. However, a mere 50,000 silvers was not worth his attention. With his current power, it was easy to earn money. Of course, it was even easier to spend money. The shopkeeper of the 9-tripod pavilion hurried up and said to the fat rich man with a smile, Sir, are you sure you want this wooden shelf? The fat rich man rolled his eyes. Name your price. The shopkeeper raised one finger, 10,000 silvers. Alright, very cheap. My father-in-law should like this old wooden shelf a lot. The fat rich man did not even frown as he took out 1,000 gold note from his storage ring. As long as he likes it. Xiaoli, hurry up and help the customer clean the wooden shelf. The shopkeeper took the gold note and said to the worker on the side. Yi Qin was speechless. If what the fat rich man said was true, then he really did not see anything special about this wooden shelf, and was only using it to please his father-in-law. Moreover, the shopkeeper did not know where he got this wooden shelf from, and used it as a decoration on the second floor. Therefore he did not lose anything. It seemed like there were too many strange things happening in the 9-tripod pavilion. Shaking his head, Yi Qin walked past them. There were too many antiques on the second floor. There was a half-bronze mirror covered in rust, a black vase, and some cloth from an unknown era. There were even more broken armors and weapons such as chainmail, steel armor, 7 exquisite armors, long sabers, broken spears, broken swords, bent iron rods, meteor hammers without chains and so on. Releasing his soul power, Yi Chen looked through them one by one. His eyes were as calm as water. Finally, the only thing that caught his eye was that meteor hammer. If it could be restored to its original form, its value would not be lower than the great blade in Yi Chen's storage ring, and it might even be more valuable. Unfortunately, the broken meteor hammer had lost its sharpness, and after thousands of years of erosion, it had lost all of its spirit chi. If he took it back, it could only be used as a decoration or an antique and could not be used. This was something that Yi Chen could not accept. Putting down the meteor hammer, Yi Chen was about to leave. Suddenly, his eyes fixed on a broken sword in the gap between the wooden shelf and the wall. This broken sword only had a hilt and a small part of the blade. Its surface was dull and inconspicuous. Who knew how many years it had been hidden here without anyone noticing it? Reaching out his hand to pick up the broken sword, Yi Chen observed it for a while, and then pushed his soul power into it. Ah! A desolate and vast laughter rushed into Yi Chen's mind. All of a sudden Yi Chen felt like he had come back to the ancient times, where the world was chaotic, and only the laughter could be heard. What is going on? Yi Chen cut off his soul power and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. The ability to use soul power to detect objects was something that Yi Chen had discovered not long ago. Different from soul power could detect deeper than the surface. Otherwise, he would not have been able to detect the mid-rank soul stones in the wooden shelf. Chapter 50. Hey, I want the sword. How much is it? Yi Chen didn't put it back, instead he asked the shop assistant who was waiting on the side. The shop assistant glanced at the broken sword. The owner said that all these ancient weapons are 20,000 silvers, no bargaining, no raising price. Okay. This price was within Yi Chen's price range, so it was worth it. On the other side, Yi Hai also chose a stone statue and a broken bronze bell, which added up to 15,000 silvers. With this calculation, the annual profit of the Nine Cauldron Pavilion was an astronomical figure. After all, some of the ancient weapons were only worth a few dozen silvers. When the two walked out of the Nine Cauldron Pavilion, it was already noon. Yi Chen, let's go eat at the Sun Restaurant. It's my treat. Yi Hai had a storage ring which was given to him by his master, the Broken Mountain Guest. He put the stone statue and the broken bronze bell in it. The Sun Restaurant was the biggest restaurant in Luo City. Yi Chen had not been there for a long time, so he nodded immediately. After 15 minutes, the two arrived at the Sun Restaurant. Under the guidance of the waiter, they went to the second floor. Masters, would you like a private room, or would you like to eat in the lobby? The waiter asked. Yi Chen said, let's eat in the lobby. Okay, there is a table by the window this way, please. The waiter first gestured with his hand, then quickly picked up the towel on his shoulder and wiped the table. Sitting down, Yi Hai looked at the street outside and said, looks like Luo City is more familiar. You don't know, but my master and I travel almost every day. Today we might be in this city and the next day we might be in some unknown town thousands of miles away. Sometimes, if we are unlucky, there will be no one in a radius of 10,000 miles, so we can only sleep in the wilderness. Yi Chen asked, have you encountered any danger? Of course, my master and I were once chased by a level 6 top-tier demonic beast in the Black Dragon Empire's Great Desolate Mountain. We were also besieged by the famous underworld experts of the Rudra Nation. Luckily, we were lucky enough to escape without any mishaps. Recalling the past, Yi Hai still had lingering fears. Yi Chen admired Yi Hai. He was obviously a playboy. Of course, his master, Broken Mountain Guest, was also a playboy. It was no wonder that the two of them had become master and disciple. When the dishes were served, the two of them ordered a pot of wine and ate with relish. Thud, thud, thud. While they were eating, the sound of messy footsteps came from the staircase. There were many people. Brother Cui, the Sun Restaurant is the biggest restaurant in Luo City. Many famous warriors have dined here before. You will not be disappointed. A crisp female voice was heard. It was Yi Xian. Since junior sister Yi praises Sunrise Restaurant so highly, there must be something extraordinary about it. Junior brothers, please have a good taste later. Of course, it's rare for me to come to junior sister Ye's territory, so I have to make some memories. Sister Yi, although Luo City is good, it is not a good place to stay for long. The Emerald Martial Palace will be your home in the future. Someone tried to persuade her. The footsteps were getting louder and louder as they arrived at the second floor. Yi Xian was about to say something when she saw Yi Chen and Yi Hai sitting by the window. She snorted and frowned. Junior sister Yi, who are these two? The teenager with small eyes noticed the change in Yi Xian's gaze. He turned his head and saw Yi Qin and Yi Hai's silhouettes on the second floor. Yi Xian said lightly, "They are disciples of the Yi family." "Disciples of the Yi family? I wonder which sect they are from?" Another teenager asked. "One of them is in the Sky Cloud Martial School, the other one is traveling with the Broken Mountain Traveler." Yi Xian answered honestly. "The Sky Cloud Martial School is a big martial institution in the Windy Nation. Unfortunately, it is not comparable to our Emerald Martial Palace. They are 2 ranks apart. As for who is the Broken Mountain Traveler, I have never heard of him. Could he be a scammer?" The teenagers joked with each other. Yi Hai had already noticed their arrival. He didn't want to talk to them, but he didn't expect them to directly insult his master, the Broken Mountain Traveler. He was annoyed. He put down his chopsticks, turned around and said, "Who are you? Do you know that it is rude to insult someone's master?" The teenager with small eyes sneered, "I am just reminding you, don't fall for some scammer's tricks. Otherwise it is not worth it if you lose your life." If it was a normal day they would definitely give Yi Xian some face. But when they heard that Yi Xian had lost to a guy named Yi Qin, they felt very uncomfortable. Although Yi Xian didn't say it clearly, but once they heard that he was from the Sky Cloud Martial School, they immediately understood. Therefore they mocked him without holding back, showing off the power of the Emerald Martial Palace. Yi Hai's face darkened. "Take back what you said and I will not hold you accountable." What a joke. Words can never be taken back. What do you want to do?" The teenager with small eyes looked at Yi Hai provocatively. Yi Xian looked troubled. These people were all disciples of the Emerald Martial Palace. They were at the same cultivation level as her. The one with the highest cultivation level was Brother Cui Shiming, who had been quiet the whole time. He was already a mid-condensing reality realm warrior, and was considered one of the top inner disciples of the Emerald Martial Palace. Although Cui Shiming didn't say it out loud, Yi Xian could clearly feel that he was interested in her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come all the way from the Emerald Martial Palace just to see her. On one side were disciples of the Yi family, and on the other side were disciples of the Emerald Martial Palace. Yi Xian didn't want any conflict between them. She didn't want to see the Yi family or the Emerald Martial Palace being humiliated. "Lu Zhao, forget it." Yi Xian finally stopped him. The teenager with small eyes named Lu Zhao glanced at Yi Hai, nodded and said, "I will give Sister Yi some face. Otherwise you will be the one suffering. You have to try. Mountain Fist Art." Yi Hai roared, all of his Zhen Qi was activated, and he threw a punch towards Lu Zhao. "You're looking for death." A cold light flashed through Lu Zhao's eyes. He took a step forward and blocked Yi Hai's way, then threw out a palm attack. Boom. A few tables nearby were flipped over by the strong wind, and the diners all ran away. Yi Hai backed out 3 steps and yelled, "Again!" Another punch was thrown out and it was even more powerful than the first one. Broken jade palm. Lu Zhao's face looked a bit bad after failing to beat Yi Hai with 1 palm attack. He immediately performed the top martial art of the Emerald Martial Palace, and a light jade crack appeared on his palm. The fist and the palm clashed and the sound of jade breaking exploded. Yi Hai was slightly weaker than his opponent in terms of cultivation, so he couldn't stop the power and was forced to back out. He knocked over 3 or 4 tables in a row, but still didn't stop. Seeing that Yi Hai was about to fall out of the window, Yi Qin made his move. His palm lightly patted on Yi Hai's back, and the Zhen Qi from the pure Yuan art destroyed Lu Zhao's Zhen Qi, which saved Yi Hai from making a fool out of himself. "You are the Yi Qin, eat my palm attack." Lu Zhao didn't have the chance to teach Yi Qin a lesson. Seeing that Yi Qin had made his move, Lu Zhao didn't care anymore. He took a big step forward and threw out a broken jade palm attack. "Piss off." Yi Qin didn't move his body, he threw out a punch and then took it back immediately. Oh. As if he was hit by a couple of horses, Lu Zhao was shocked. His body flew back at an even faster speed and he puked out a huge mouthful of blood. Right then Cui Shiming, who was called Brother Cui by Yi Xian, caught Lu Zhao and said lightly, "Brother Lu, in the future either you don't fight or when you fight, you have to make our Emerald Martial Palace famous, remember that." Then his tone changed and he said to Yi Qin, "You have hurt our Emerald Martial Palace's disciple. Do you know what you have done?" Chapter 51. Yi Qin responded blandly, "In this true spirit continent, strength is everything. What does it have to do with me if he is not as powerful as others?" "Strength is everything? So, I can beat you to death without a problem?" Cui Shiming narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "As long as you have the ability, come at me. But I have to warn you, if you are injured by me, Will another top 10 inner disciple of the Emerald Martial Palace appear? Cui Shiming looked angry. Even if he was an idiot, he could tell that Yi Qin was mocking him. He said scornfully, "Who do you think you are? How dare you speak so arrogantly? Today I will destroy your cultivation in front of everyone. I will let everyone know what happens to those who bully the disciples of the Emerald Martial Palace." Yi Xian saw that the fight was about to break out. She tried to stop him. "Brother Cui, this is all a misunderstanding. Please don't make a big fuss. Sister Yi, you don't have to worry about this. It's not that I don't want to give you face, it's just that this Yi Qin is way too arrogant. He thinks that he can do whatever he wants just because he is a little bit powerful. If everyone learns from him in the future, then we, the Emerald Martial Palace, would have any prestige left." No matter what Cui Shiming did, he liked to gain the upper hand in the grand scheme of things and then easily defeat his opponent. He wanted his opponent to suffer a double blow both mentally and physically, never to recover from this setback. Taking a heavy step forward, Cui Shiming felt as if he was stepping on a tornado. An endless gust of wind rose up and burst out, pressing towards Yi Chen with a great pressure. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and the tables and chairs around him floated up into the air and were smashed out of the window. Yi Chen's feet were rooted in the ground and didn't move at all. He was like a rock that had been standing by the river for thousands of years. No matter how strong the wind or the waves were, they couldn't move him even a little bit. Cui Shiming's expression changed, a shadow split out from his body. This shadow was thin and was made of countless air currents. It was like a sharp blade and it flew straight towards Yi Chen. Shadow Cut. It's the secret skill, Shadow Cut. Brother Cui, you've tried to kill him right from the start. This Yi Chen is dead for sure. The disciples of the Emerald Martial Palace yelled out in surprise. The so-called secret skill was a secret martial skill. This kind of martial skill was very difficult to guard against, and was basically used as a trump card. If caught off guard, even a martial artist with a higher cultivation would be injured or even killed. However, secret skills were very difficult to cultivate, several times harder than martial skills of the same level. Moreover, there were too few secret skills. Most of them were passed down from ancient times. Cui Shiming's Shadow Cut was a top-rank mortal realm skill, which was divided into 3 levels. The first level was to create a sharp stream of qi from the user's body, which could be used to cut the target. The second level was the level he was currently at, where the sharp qi could form into a shadow, which was extremely flexible and could kill people as easily as chopping vegetables. The third level was said to allow the user to transform into a human shape, which could confuse people's vision and self-destruct, which was extremely lethal. With the Shadow Cut, Cui Shiming had once killed a late condensing reality realm warrior, which made him quite famous in the martial world. Faced with the shadow's attack, Yi Chen raised his fist and punched out. Whoosh! The wind generated by the punch blew the table in front of him into pieces. The shadow sensed the chi wave, so it twisted its body in advance, dodging the attack that was enough to shatter it, and continued to attack Yi Chen from another angle. Yi Chen frowned. Such a strange martial skill, it was 10 times more flexible than a human's body, and it was very sensitive to the chi wave. It was hard to hurt it directly. The shadow sometimes turned into a human figure and tried to entangle Yi Chen, sometimes it turned into a sharp awl, sometimes it stretched its body and attacked like a whip, sometimes it performed a set of sword art, and the sword light shone brightly. Break! After a while, Yi Chen pulled out his sword and stabbed it into the shadow's forehead. Such a fast sword. Cui Shiming was shocked. He sneered, "Don't even think about breaking my Shadow Cut. But I don't have time to waste with you. Shadow Rain Kill." Puff 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 puff. The shadow, which had been stabbed in the forehead, dimmed a little. Its body shook in the air, and countless needle-like chi flew towards Yi Chen at an extremely fast speed. Since reaching the condensing reality realm, it was the first time that Yi Chen performed the Golden Swallow art. His body flashed as if he had wings on his back. He instantly disappeared from where he was standing. In the next second, the place where Yi Chen was standing was full of holes. It seemed like it was even more powerful than the small-caliber bullets in the 21st century. "If I am not wrong, you and the shadow should have some kind of connection, then I will cut it off." The sword light flashed. Yi Chen's sword landed in the space between Cui Shiming and the shadow. It met with some obstacles along the way, but it still went all the way to the end. Crack! The sound of a thin thread breaking was heard. The shadow changed its shape a few times and finally scattered. It turned into countless chi waves and disappeared into the air. Bastard! Cui Shiming's face turned pale. This shadow was formed by 1/3 of his Zhen Qi, and was controlled by 13 Zhen Qi threads. Right now Yi Chen had cut off all of his Jinqi threads, which meant that he had lost more than 1/3 of his Jinqi. What? Brother Chui's shadow cut was broken. This is one of the 13 minor secret martial arts of the Emerald Martial Palace. How could it be broken so easily? Has he seen it before? So this is the secret of the shadow cut. How did he know? All the disciples of the Emerald Martial Palace had different expressions on their faces. After cutting off the Zhenqi thread with one sword attack, Yi Chen looked at Cui Shiming. The secret martial art that is made public is no longer a secret martial art. I am afraid that all the disciples behind you have already known about it. Brother Cui, don't listen to him, we will keep it a secret for you. That's right, I swear with my dignity, I will never tell anyone about the secret of the shadow cut. Hearing him, Cui Shiming's face darkened. He said ferociously, "You are dead, you are definitely dead. Do you really think that I am relying on the shadow cut? Let me tell you, the shadow cut is only one of my tricks. Now I will show you my real power." Crack, jade claw. Crack. The floor of the second floor was completely broken. 5 claw marks extended all the way to the other side of the second floor. With his clothes fluttering in the air, Yi Chen avoided the range of the claw power by a hair's breadth. His body floated backwards, and when he was about to hit the wall, he kicked his right foot back. Boom. The wall was shattered, and Yi Chen flew towards Cui Shiming like a huge bird, stabbing out with his sword. The amazing sword light condensed into a single point, and even the sound of the wind had disappeared completely, which made people feel like they were going deaf. Cui Shiming roared out, and threw out a claw attack towards the sword edge. Chin. Intense sparks flew out, and the calm air started to boil up, creating circles of transparent patterns, which pushed the two away. Turn of the road. In midair, Yi Chen's body twisted, and he once again dove towards Cui Shiming, stabbing into his shoulder. The tip of the sword came out of his back. At that moment, everyone was stunned as they stared at the scene in front of them. Chapter 52. Swoosh. Pulling out his sword, Yi Chen landed a few meters away and put his sword back into its scabbard. "You are not as good as me, I believe you have nothing to say. On the other hand, if I lose to you, my cultivation will definitely be destroyed. I will not kill you now, nor will I destroy your cultivation. If you keep bothering me, don't blame me for being cruel. Plus, I believe that the Emerald Martial Palace will not start a war with the Sky Cloud Martial School just for an inner disciple like you. You are not qualified yet. Yihai, let's go." All the food was knocked over. Fortunately, the two had almost finished eating. Yihai stared at Yi Chen's back in shock. He knew that Yi Chen was very powerful, but he was still shocked. Defeating a mid-condensing reality realm warrior within 10 attacks. What kind of skill was that? Compared to Yi Chen, all he had learned was blood chi, nothing else. At the top of the stairs, Yi Xian watched the two leave. She could not calm down for a long time. Perhaps he could really dominate the young generation of the Windy Nation and achieve what even her head disciple could not. After all, he had just reached the condensing reality realm, but he had already defeated Cui Shiming, who was at the mid-condensing reality realm. When he becomes a mid-condensing reality realm warrior, wouldn't he be able to challenge late-condensing reality realm warriors? "Damn it, I will not let you go." Cui Shiming yelled, his face looked evil. Yi Xian frowned as she looked at Cui Shiming. Although she still did not like Yi Chen, but compared to Cui Shiming, it was clear who was better. At least Yi Chen had one fair and square. "Brother Cui, are you alright?" Unknowingly, Yi Xian's tone had calmed down a lot. Cui Shiming waved his hand. "I was careless this time. The next time we meet, I will kill him to vent my anger. You guys listen to me. If anyone dares to leak what happened today, don't blame me for being merciless." "Brother Cui, don't worry, we won't say anything. Indeed, this brat must have known the secret of the shadow cut. Otherwise, how could Brother Cui lose to him?" Feeling much better, Cui Shiming turned around and looked at Yi Xian. "Sister Yi, you are from the Yi family, but I have to kill Yi Chen. I hope you don't get in my way." Yi Xian said lightly, "Life or death, this is the fate of warriors." "Alright." After returning to the Yi family, Yi Chen and Yi Hai parted ways. For the next few days, Yi Chen did not go out and spent all his time cultivating. Although his Zhenqi cultivation was much more stable than the warriors who had just reached the condensing reality realm, it was not that easy for him to reach the peak of the early condensing reality realm. He would have to accumulate and purify his Zhenqi first, building a solid foundation step by step, then he would have to increase his cultivation level. In the dark night, the moonlight was like water. On a rockery in the yard, Yi Chen sat cross-legged, holding a low-grade spirit stone in each of his hands, placing them on his knees. His breathing was steady and powerful, and he was gradually extracting yuan qi from the spirit stones. The yuan qi from the spirit stones was much purer than the yuan qi from nature. Because it had been sealed in the spirit stones for a long time, there was a hint of spiritual qi in the spirit stones. It was something even more magical than yuan qi. After being in contact with it for a long time, people would slowly become smarter and feel refreshed, which was very beneficial to the body. As the yuan qi from the spirit stones flowed into his body through the meridians in his arms, the zhen qi whirlpool in Yi Chen's dantian sped up as well. It was like a meat grinder, shredding everything that entered into his body into pieces and reorganizing his zhen qi. Then the zhen qi whirlpool followed the rest of the zhen qi in a big circle, purifying the impurities. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles, 72 circles, 108 circles, 240 circles. Yi Chen only stopped absorbing yuan qi when his meridians and dantian started to hurt, and his body became stiff and numb. He thought to himself, if I could absorb yuan qi endlessly, reaching the peak of the early condensing reality realm wouldn't be a problem. Actually, Yi Chen was too greedy. If other warriors at the same cultivation level knew Yi Chen's thoughts, they would definitely be very jealous and envious of him. It was already very rare for an early condensing reality realm warrior to be able to complete 108 circulations in his or her body. 150 circulations were almost impossible to achieve, not to mention the unbelievable 240 circulations. This was all thanks to Yi Chen's powerful body and soul. His body could hold more yuan qi and his soul could be better controlled. Both were indispensable. The reason why those talented people could train faster was because their bodies were stronger than ordinary people, and their mental strength was perfect. As for those who had a great comprehension ability, their mental strength was much better than ordinary people, but their bodies were slightly weaker. Of course, this was also because of the low cultivation level of condensing reality realm warriors. Once they reached the clasping yuan realm, they would usually go into closed-door training for months. Sometimes, astral-reaching realm warriors would go into closed-door training for years. Once they came out, they would shock the world and beat all the powerful warriors in the world. Unfortunately, the higher the cultivation level, the harder it was to improve. Closed-door training was for the purpose of accumulating one's essence and removing impurities. The possibility of improving one's cultivation level was very small. If one did not accumulate enough, it would be useless even if he went into closed-door training. Many powerful warriors who could shake the world died in their closed-door training, never to be heard of again. As time went by, people couldn't even remember their names. Putting away the soul stones that still had some yuan qi left, Yi Chen slowly stood up, and with only a slight movement, he arrived on top of the green water in the yard. Stepping on the water, Yi Chen's body moved up and down but did not sink down. This was something that could only be done when one's movement art reached an extremely high level. Now that my zhen qi has been completely stabilized, it is not realistic to increase it in a short period of time. From tomorrow onwards, I can officially start training the Tyrant Fist. After looking at the moon for a while, Yi Chen lost interest. He jumped up and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Days passed by. Apart from accumulating innate qi every night, Yi Chen spent the rest of his time practicing the Tyrant Fist. This fist art was indeed a low-tier Earth Realm martial skill. It had high requirements for the body and zhen qi. If the body was not strong enough, the arm would be easily damaged by the force of the Tyrant Fist. If the zhen qi was not pure enough, not only would the might of the fist be reduced, it would also cause more damage to the meridians. If it accumulated over a long period of time, it could cause blockages and damage to the qi and blood. In any case, Yi Chen had already crossed the threshold, and his understanding of the Tyrant Fist was deepening day by day. Finally, it was time to return to the sect. This time, when he went back, he would be able to become an inner disciple and have the right to learn top-rank mortal realm martial skills. He would also have half a year to train on his own, and after that, he would be able to take on missions from the martial institution and travel around the world. It was said that if he was powerful enough, the martial institution would even send him on missions to other countries. However, these kinds of missions were rare in the past few years, since the Windy Nation was already a big country with a lot of missions. Who would have the energy to go to other countries? Not to mention, if they were too far away from the Sky Cloud Martial School, the danger would increase exponentially. It would be very easy for them to disappear without a trace, which was something that the higher-ups of the Sky Cloud Martial School did not want to see. Chapter 53. Father, Mother, don't worry, I will take good care of myself. On the main road of Luo City, Yi Chen led his horse and said to Yi Tianhao and Shen Yuqing, Xin Yuqing nodded. If you don't have enough money, you can send a letter back and I will send someone to deliver it to you. It's enough. Plus, there will be a lot of rewards for completing the sect missions. Yi Chen did not plan to ask for money from his family as he would not be happy either. Yi Tianhao smiled helplessly. Yuqing, when Chenair grows up, he will earn it with his own hands. As his parents, we should not worry about him. Chenair, be careful on the road. Okay. Yi Chen nodded heavily. Then I will go first, you guys take care of yourselves. After saying that, Yi Chen flipped onto his horse, waved at the two, squeezed his legs on the horse's belly and galloped away. Yi Tianhao and Xin Yuqing watched Yi Chen leave. When they were about to reach the city gate, a rider caught up from behind. Yi Chen. Yi Chen turned his head and saw that it was Yi Hai. Where is your teacher? He is waiting for me at the nameless temple 10 miles away from the north gate. As they spoke, the two rode their horses directly out of the north gate, and the guards did not dare to stop them. The nameless temple was in the northeast, while the Sky Cloud Martial School was in the northwest. The two did not go the same way. Just a little thing for you. Taking out a blue crystal ball from his storage ring, Yi Hai threw it to Yi Chen. Catching the blue crystal ball, Yi Chen asked, "What is this?" Yi Hai had already galloped for dozens of meters on his horse. Without turning his head, he said loudly, "I don't know, but it looks pretty. I think you will like it." "Thank you." Yi Chen shook his head. He brought the blue crystal ball closer to his eyes and studied it carefully. The crystal ball was about the size of a longan. It was completely transparent and contained a blue brilliance. At first glance, one would think that the crystal ball was blue. In addition, the crystal ball was very heavy, even heavier than gold of the same size. It did not seem to be made of crystal. Since he couldn't figure out what it was, Yi Chen didn't care anymore and put it into his storage ring. After finding the right direction, Yi Chen gently pulled on the reins and sped away. Different from the cyan-maned horse he rode when he came back, this time Yi Chen was riding a real dark brown horse. It could travel 2,000 miles a day. It was born with great strength and was very stable. It was worth more than 60,000 silvers. There were less than 20 of them in the whole Yi family. At this moment, the dark brown horse was galloping at full speed. It was as fast as a gust of wind and lightning. The scenery on both sides was very far behind them. 6 days later, Yi Chen appeared at the foot of the windy mountain. After sending the dark brown horse to the horse farm, and paying this year's fee, Yi Chen went directly to the Inner Court Disciple Assessment site. Today was the day of the Inner Court Disciple Assessment. If he missed it, he would have to wait for another week. At the entrance of the assessment site, there were 2 Inner Court disciples on duty. When they saw Yi Chen walking towards them, the disciple on the left could not help but say, "Today is already the 13th person. It seems that these outer court disciples have obtained a lot of benefits when they went back. Humph, the person in front of me has weak qi. Obviously he did not cultivate. He should have swallowed a true condensation pill. True condensation pill can help a martial artist to liquefy their qi faster. Unfortunately, the side effects are also very big. There is no possibility of improvement within a year." Walking to the door, Yi Chen said, "I am here to take the Inner Court Disciple Assessment." "Go in. I hope you can smoothly pass," the Inner Court disciple said lazily. Yi Chen did not mind it at all as he walked in. The assessment hall was very spacious. On both sides of the hall, there were 9 stone pillars as thick as a water tank. On top of the pillars, there were carvings of dragons and phoenixes. They looked very lifelike. And in the open space in front of him, there was a wooden frame. Under the wooden frame there was a bronze bell. The bronze bell was 3 meters tall. It was dark blue in color and looked very heavy. If Yi Chen guessed it right, this was the first assessment to be promoted to an Inner Court disciple. Whether it was the Sky Cloud Martial School or other sects, in order to become an Inner Court disciple, one had to go through an assessment. It was not as simple as just reaching the condensing reality realm. After all, there was a big difference between reaching the condensing reality realm and using elixirs to reach the condensing reality realm. The combat power was also not comparable. In order to prevent this from happening and to ensure that the Inner Court disciples were elites, the sects had to set up a variety of assessments to ensure that there were no incompetent disciples. The first assessment of the Sky Cloud Martial School's Inner Court Disciple Assessment was held in the hall. According to Wu Zongming, the Inner Court disciple had to punch the bell 10 steps away. If the Inner Court disciple could not make a sound, then he or she would not be qualified to become an Inner Court disciple. As for Zhang Haoren and Wu Zongming, they had both reached the condensing reality realm on their own. That was why they could easily become Inner Court disciples. Are you here for the inner court disciple assessment? Please register your identity here. The examiner handed over a piece of paper and a brush. Yichen nodded and wrote down his name and background on the paper. All right, go and line up. At this moment there were 13 people waiting for the assessment. Yichen was at the very end of the line. Not long after, the exam elder arrived. Standing at the front, the exam master, who was in his 50s, glanced at the crowd and frowned. What's going on? Why is the inner court disciples Zhenqi so weak? Did they use medicinal pellets to increase their cultivation? I don't care what your cultivation level is right now. If you can't make the bell ring from 10 steps away, then you will not be qualified to become an inner court disciple. If you want to take the assessment again, you will have to wait for 3 months. Then, the exam master took the information from the examiner and said slowly, the assessment begins. First, Lin Changchong. From the front of the line, an ordinary-looking teenager walked out. He stopped 10 steps away from the bell, took a deep breath and threw out a palm attack. The sound of the wind was extremely fast. The bell did not move at all. The exam master said lightly, failed. Next, Fang Xiaozhong. Hearing the exam master, the teenager named Lin Changchong's face fell. He walked to the side with his head down. He glanced at the second disciple, hoping that he would also fail. Fang Xiaozhong said to the exam master, "Can I use martial skills?" "Yes." The exam master nodded. Lin Changchong opened his eyes wide and yelled, "This is not fair. Why didn't anyone tell me I could use martial skills?" The examiner scolded, "How dare you? Don't make any noise in the exam hall. Didn't you ask around before you came?" Lin Changchong was shocked. He did not dare to say anything. "With your Zhenqi, even if you use martial skills, you will not pass." "All right, Fang Xiaozhong, start." The exam master did not get angry. Fang Xiaozhong activated his Zhenqi, his palm turned into a claw and attacked. Fierce Tiger Claw. Chill. The green claw light was the size of a wash basin. It landed heavily on the bronze bell. The bronze bell still did not move. Failed. Next, Jianghu. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the exam hall changed. What is going on? Why is the exam so hard? I can't even use martial skills. Oh no, I don't think I can pass either. The rest of the disciples looked at each other, only Yichen looked calm. Chapter 54. After Fang Xiaozhong, another 3 disciples failed. All of a sudden the exam master's face darkened. Next, Wang Xuemei. Wang Xuemei was about 16 years old. She was not that pretty, but she had a determined look on her face. She responded, walked out of the group and walked towards the bronze bell step by step. Looking at the girl who just walked out, the exam master's eyes brightened. Although this girl's Zhenqi was a little unstable, it was much better than the previous 5. She must have trained herself and had been through a lot of hard work. Let's start. The exam master's voice was filled with anticipation. Wang Xuemei nodded. She held her right palm in front of her chest and threw out a lightning-fast attack. Oh! The bronze bell rang once, but because it was so fast, most people did not even hear it. The exam master smiled. Wang Xuemei pass. Phew. Wang Xuemei let out a breath of relief. She had been a bit arrogant before, thinking that she could easily shake the bell without using any martial skills. She did not expect that it would only shake a little, and even she could not hear it clearly, let alone the others. It seemed like Wang Xuemei had inspired them, for out of the next 7 disciples successfully shook the bell and passed the first test. Next, Yichen. Finally, the exam master called out Yichen's name. Without giving the others much time to think, Yichen casually walked a few steps forward. When he was still quite a distance away from the bronze bell, he threw out a punch in the air. Dong. The bronze bell shook violently, and the sound lingered in the air for a long time. It traveled all the way to the outside of the venue and even traveled miles. The 2 inner disciples at the door were shocked. Who was this? He had just reached the condensing reality realm and he could already shake the bronze bell and cause such a huge noise. Inside the hall. Did I see it wrong? He was 15 steps away from the bell. No, at least 16 steps. What a monster. Could it be that he had already reached the condensing reality realm and had been hiding all this time? All the disciples who were participating in the test were discussing. All of their attention was on Yichen. Yichen looked calm. Shaking the bronze bell from a distance was not difficult for him at all. It would be strange if he could not shake it. The exam master paused for a second, then smiled and said, "Good, qualified. To say, pass twice in a row, it could be seen how shocked the exam master was. After the first assessment ended, the second assessment officially began, and the disciples who did not pass were asked to leave. At the back of the assessment hall. This was an open-air field about 500 square feet. In the center there was a 20-meter wide lake. On both sides of the lake, there was a 10-meter tall wooden bridge. Looking at it as a whole, it looked like a wooden bridge that had been cut off from the middle. It looked extremely strange. The second test is to test your Qigong, and Qigong is particular about the purity of your Jin Qi. Now stand on the wooden frame on the right and jump to the wooden frame on the opposite side to pass the test. Of course, if you grab the wooden frame with your hands, you will also pass. Raising his head, Yi Chen looked around and realized that the distance between the wooden shelves was the same as the width of the lake, which was about 20 feet or 66 meters. A normal mortal realm warrior would feel dizzy just by looking at it, not to mention flying across it. Sure enough, except for Wang Xuemei, the faces of the others turned pale. 20 feet, that's too far. My cloud traversing steps can only allow me to traverse 50 meters in the air at most. I can't go any further. You're lucky you're training the cloud steps, but I'm training the tiger leap art, which can only allow me to jump 30 meters. What about the other 30 meters? Hearing their discussion, Wang Xuemei's mouth curved into a smile. She looked extremely confident. Just as the exam master was about to announce the start of the assessment, a group of inner disciples came out of the exam hall. All of them were talking and laughing. Why are you guys here? The exam master was a bit annoyed. Master, you don't know that there are very few missions at the end of the year? We've been training too hard. We heard that a lot of people are going to be promoted to inner disciple today, so we came to have a look. One of them seemed to be quite familiar with the exam master. He laughed and said, "Alright, if you want to have a look, then have a look. But don't disturb their assessment, or I'll kick you out immediately." "Don't worry, when have we caused any trouble for you?" The exam master nodded. He cleared his throat and said, "First, Wang Xuemei." Hearing him, Wang Xuemei's feet touched the ground. She jumped onto the wooden shelf on the right like a bullet. She took a deep breath, ran a few steps and jumped high into the air like a swallow. 10 meters. 20 meters. 50 meters. 55 meters. When she was 10 meters away from the wooden shelf on the left, Wang Xuemei used up all of her Jin Qi. Her body started to fall rapidly. She was about to fail. Wind connection art. At that critical moment, Wang Xuemei yelled. Her body once again jumped out of the air and landed on the wooden shelf. An inner disciple said, "To be able to train the wind connection art to this level is already very good. This art allows you to quickly change your Jin Qi when you use up all of it." Then it was the second disciple's turn. What he practiced was the cloud traversing steps. When he used it, it was as if he was riding on the clouds, extremely graceful and vigorous. However, due to the limitations of his realm, when he was only 5 meters away from the wooden shelf, he fell into the lake, baring his fangs and brandishing his claws, causing a huge splash. The third disciple was even more ridiculous. He only flew for about 30 meters before he fell back down, which made the crowd laugh. The fourth disciple was quite lucky. He managed to move half a meter forward at that critical moment. He grabbed onto the edge of the wooden shelf, his whole body dangling there. The fifth disciple swallowed his saliva. He asked the exam master, "Master, can I step on the water?" "Step on the water." The exam master looked confused. The wooden shelf was 10 meters high and jumping on the water was not easy. After all, the water was not like the ground where one could use it as leverage. "Although there is no such rule, if you can jump on it, I will let you pass." The exam master nodded in agreement. His face lit up. The disciple jumped onto the wooden shelf and jumped into the water. Like a dragonfly touching the surface of the water, he stepped on the water at an extremely fast speed. His body was as light as a feather. This must be the floating body art. No wonder he suggested this. But it is not that easy to jump to 10 meters high. A lot of inner disciples saw through the movement art that the disciple was using. They were all curious. They wanted to see how he was going to pass the test. When he was 5 meters away from the other side of the lake, the disciple's right foot stomped on the water, creating a huge splash. His body shot up into the sky. It is the explosion water spell, no wonder. Yi Chen's eyebrows twitched. He had heard of the explosion water spell. This martial art could condense water in a short period of time, then explode it with Jin Qi, creating a huge force. If that was the case, he could use the explosive force to push his body and easily jump into the sky. The exam master let out a bitter laugh. "Pass." Next, Yi Chen. Chapter 55. All of a sudden, everyone's attention was on Yi Chen, because he was the last one. Yi Chen did not feel any pressure. He stretched his body and jumped into the air like a giant bird, lightly landing on the wooden shelf. Just this move alone had shocked all the participating disciples. Let's start. The exam master nodded. Yi Chen's talent was beyond his expectation. In time he would definitely become one of the top inner disciples. Looking at the wooden shelf 66 meters away, Yi Chen felt that it was so close. When he was at the peak of Mortal Realm Stage 10, he could already fly almost 100 meters in the air. Now that he had reached the Condensing Reality Realm, 150 meters was nothing. If he could train a top-rank Mortal Realm art, 200 meters would only be a matter of time. With a slight whistle, Yi Chen took a step forward. His arms were wide open, just like a rock spreading its wings. His clothes fluttered in the wind. He moved very fast. After 2 blinks of an eye, Yi Chen landed on the wooden shelf in front of him. The exam master yelled, "Good pass. Brother Huang, this Yi Chen's movement art does not seem to be any weaker than yours." "No, in terms of movement art he is already better than me. My only advantage is that my Jin Qi is slightly higher." TSK, the inner disciples can choose any top-rank Mortal Realm art. At that time, the only one who could compete with him in movement art would probably be the flying in the wind Brother Feng. Comparing him with Brother Feng, you guys are overestimating him. Seeing that the second part of the exam had ended, the inner disciples who were watching the exam started to discuss excitedly, each with their own opinions. The exam master looked at the inner disciples who were in the middle of their discussion with a smile. "What? Besides him, don't look down on Zhang Haoren and Wu Zongming, who were promoted to inner disciples a few months ago. Their talents are 1 in a million, 1 in 1,000. That's right. I know that Zhang Haoren, half a month ago he beat Brother Guo, who was famous for his powerful attacks. A lot of people are still talking about him. This guy is arrogant, but he does have what it takes." Soon. It was time for the third test. There was another space behind the open-air field. It was an existence similar to an ancient arena. The center of the field had been dug out, and it looked like a circular swimming pool without any water. On the rock wall at the edge of the field, there were 8 black holes several meters in size, which were sealed with iron gates. The third test is to fight with demonic beasts. Those who can last for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn will pass and officially become an inner disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School. The exam master said to the remaining 4 people. The disciple next to Wang Xuemei asked, "Elder, may I know what level the demonic beast is?" Level 3. Rank 3 demonic beast. The disciple's face turned pale. If his opponent was an early Condensing Reality Realm warrior, he would not be afraid, but a rank 3 demonic beast was different. Compared to human warriors, demonic beasts were born with powerful bodies and fierce auras. Under the same cultivation situation, demonic beasts were undoubtedly more powerful than human warriors. The exam master sneered, "You are afraid." The disciple did not say anything. "If I am afraid of a rank 3 demonic beast, how can I survive in the martial world in the future? You know, the scariest thing in the martial world is not the demonic beasts, not the powerful warriors, but the human heart. The evil people are 10 times, even 100 times scarier than the demonic beasts. They can kill without spilling blood." The exam master said. Wang Xuemei looked at the disciple with disdain and said, "Elder, I am willing to be the first one to take the test." The exam master liked Wang Xuemei quite a bit. He smiled. "Since you have just reached the Condensing Reality Realm, of course we will not use the powerful rank 3 demonic beasts. The rank 3 demonic beasts for this test are Iron Claw Demonic Wolf, Leopard Tail Wolf, Blood Pattern Bear and Black Shelled Cow." Iron Claw Demonic Wolf, Leopard Tail Wolf, Blood Pattern Bear, Black-Shelled Cow. It is indeed not that powerful. It is only as powerful as a normal early Condensing Reality Realm warrior. An inner disciple said. "Alright, the test starts now. Wang Xuemei, you are the first one." Wang Xuemei jumped down. She looked at the black hole that was sealed by the iron gate. She could feel an evil aura locked onto her. "Ready?" The exam master walked to the mechanism and asked. Wang Xuemei nodded. Crack, crack. As the exam master opened the mechanism, the iron gate slowly rose up, revealing the inside of the black hole bit by bit. Whoa. Before the iron gate was fully opened, a huge black shadow jumped out of it, carrying a horrifying demonic aura towards Wang Xuemei. Cloak blade art. Wang Xuemei did not panic. She took out 2 short blades from her waist, and threw them out in a cross shape, landing on the black shadow's body. Chin. Sparks flew everywhere. The black shadow showed its real body. It was a calf-sized demonic wolf, its fur was pitch black, and its eyes were red with a hint of green. Its huge mouth was slightly open, revealing its hideous canine teeth. Right then, its front paws were on the blades, it was fighting against Wang Shueme. Piss off. Infusing her Zhen Qi into the short blades, Wang Shueme yelled in a low voice, her body suddenly twisted, the blades were spinning like a spinning top. The iron-claw demonic wolf was extremely agile, it jumped out of the way then jumped at Wang Shueme from another angle. It was sly yet cautious, but at the same time, it could not hide its natural brutality. Wang Shueme seemed to have experience in fighting against rank 3 beasts. She did not panic, nor was she greedy. Basically, she was using the strategy of blocking when the enemy came. The two short blades danced in the air so that not even a drop of water could get through. She protected her body, and from time to time, her blades would collide with the iron-claw demonic wolf's claws, creating beautiful sparks. One person and one beast were evenly matched. Soon the time it took for an incense stick to burn was up. Wang Shueme, you have passed the exam. Congratulations on becoming an inner disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School. The exam master made a gesture with his right hand, and the iron-claw demonic wolf was grabbed by an invisible giant hand, and sent into the black hole. Then the iron gate was closed and the wolf could no longer come out. Wiping the sweat off her forehead, Wang Shueme was a little shocked. This iron-claw demonic wolf had been locked up for too long, and it was even more ferocious than normal iron-claw demonic wolves. If she had not been trained like this in her family, she would not have been able to get out alive. Luckily, she had finally made it through. Now she was officially an inner disciple, and was qualified to learn top-rank Mortal Realm manuals. In the future, she would be able to take on missions from the school, and travel around the world like the other inner disciples, making a name for herself. The next one to take the exam was the male disciple who did not perform well before. His opponent was the leopard-tail wolf, which was famous for its speed and brutality. Within 10 breaths, the male disciple had been scratched by the leopard-tail wolf and fell to the ground. At that critical moment, the exam master had saved him, but it also meant that he had lost the chance to become an inner disciple. If he wanted to take the exam again, he would have to wait for another 3 months. Then it was the disciple who had passed the second exam with the exploding water spell. Although his flying art was not as good as the others, his attacking power was not bad. The blood pattern bear, which was not very agile, obviously could not hurt him at all. Instead, it was hit a couple of times, but of course it did not care at all. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the second inner disciple was born. Yi Qin, it's your turn. The exam master was not worried about Yi Qin anymore. The only thing he was worried about was whether or not he could beat the beast, or if he could survive the time it took for an incense stick to burn like the previous two. Yi Qin did not know what the exam master was thinking, so he jumped into the air and jumped down quickly. Chapter 56. The iron gate opened, and a majestic shadow with an extremely oppressive aura walked out. The black shadow roared into the sky. It was a demonic bull covered in black armor, with 2 horns that looked like sharp blades. The demonic bull was 2.5 meters tall, its eyes were as big as bells, and its nose was blowing out a whirlwind like air. Its hooves had sharp claws that were curved like blades, shining with a cold light. The black shell bull is the most powerful beast among the 3. It was born with great strength and its defense is extremely high. Will be very hard to beat it. I think it can only last for another 30 minutes. Obviously, the crowd did not think that Yi Qin could beat the black shell bull. After all, even some of the inner disciples could not break through the black shell bull's defense in a short time, not to mention Yi Qin, who had just reached the condensing reality realm. Different from the iron claw demonic wolf and the blood pattern bear, the black shell bull did not attack immediately. It kept its right hooves on the ground and stared at Yi Qin with its bell-sized eyes. It lowered its body slightly. Tat 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 tat. After charging up, the black shell bull's body suddenly emitted a dark gray demonic chi. The dense demonic chi covered it completely, only revealing its 2 bloody red eyes. Then it started to move its hooves and with a horrifying pressure, it charged towards Yi Qin, trying to kill him with one hit. At this moment Yi Qin moved. The muscles on his right arm swelled and he clenched his fist, pointing it forward. When the black shell bull was only half a meter away from him, Yi Qin let out a low growl and punched through the demonic chi, landing heavily on the black shell bull's forehead. Boom. The hard rock ground cracked open, and the black shell bull's huge body was suddenly pressed into the ground. It was bleeding from every orifice and its limbs were twitching. killing the black shell bull with one punch. Gasp. The inner disciples who were watching the battle gasped. They were shocked. Wang Xuemei murmured, "How can there be such a freak?" After a while the exam master praised him. "Well done. With your potential and talent, it will not be hard for you to make a name for yourself in the future. You might even be able to compete with the geniuses from other martial institutions, and bring glory to our Sky Cloud Martial School." Yi Chen's face did not turn red, nor was he out of breath. Just now, he had only used 70 to 80% of his strength. It could not be said to be strenuous. Hearing this, he said, "Elder, you flatter me. It doesn't matter if you've won or not. Everything depends on your own hard work. Otherwise, no matter how talented you are, your achievements will be limited. In the past 20 years, I've seen many unknown disciples soar to the skies, and I've also seen many talented disciples slowly fall. I hope you're not the next one." The exam master did not know how many times he had placed his hopes on Yi Chen, but unfortunately, in the end, only a few people were able to fulfill his expectations. However, Yi Chen was one of the people he had high hopes for, and he sincerely hoped that he could grow up and take charge of his own affairs. "Alright, now that the inner court disciple assessment is over, the three of you follow me to collect your inner court disciple waste tokens, clothing and other things. The rest of you are dismissed." In the side hall of the examination hall. According to your body shape, each of you can pick 3 sets of inner court disciple robes. In the future, if any of them are torn, you can come here to change them. The exam master opened one of the rows of cabinets and said to Yi Chen and the other two. Yi Chen fixed his eyes on the cabinet. It was huge, divided into 12 compartments, and in each compartment, there were 10 sets of white robes. All of them were of different sizes, and the sizes were marked on the outside. The 3 of them were very familiar with their own sizes, so they quickly picked out their robes. Then the exam master brought the 3 of them to the armory, and let them pick out the weapons they liked. Yi Chen picked out a 4-feet-long great sword, named Hidden Cloud. It was as famous as the colorful snow blade from the North Snow Martial Academy and the crystal sword from the Emerald Martial Palace. They were all extremely powerful weapons. Wang Xuemei picked out 2 dark purple short knives, named Purple Deer. The other disciple was not good with weapons, so he randomly picked out a dagger that could cut through iron like it was mud. At this moment, the exam master took out 3 dark blue-colored tags from the box next to him. They looked like they were made of wood or iron and seemed to be a bit heavy. Remember, you can't just throw away an inner court disciple tag. It represents your identity, and it is also the proof of your training in the outside world. When you are in danger, you can show the tag and it might be able to save you. On the other hand, if you lose the tag and get killed, the Sky Cloud Martial School won't be able to handle it. You have to remember this. The exam master warned. Yes. The 3 of them nodded. Picking up a tag, the exam master concentrated his power on his fingers, and started writing on the back of the tag. His Zhen Qi rubbed against the tag and a light cyan smoke came out. After writing on the first tag, the exam master picked up the second one. Soon, all 3 tags had been written with names, so it was useless for others to take them. Taking over the tag, Yi Chen subconsciously used 60% of his power, trying to test the tag's toughness. The result was out of his expectation. There was no mark on the tag at all. Yi Chen did not believe it. He combined all of his Zhen Qi with his strong power and poured it into his fingertips and pressed on the tag. Sizzle. A thin layer of white smoke came out, but the tag was still undamaged. Releasing his Zhen Qi, Yi Chen couldn't help but admire the exam master's profound cultivation. He was able to write the names of the 3 of them on the tag so easily. If that finger had landed on his body, it would definitely have pierced a bloody hole. Now, come with me to the Ranking Jade Wall. That is the place every inner court disciple has to go to. The Ranking Jade Wall? The 3 of them had heard of this place, but they had never been there. The palace in the middle of the mountain was called the Floating Cloud Palace. It was the place where the inner court disciples could take on missions. Outside of the palace was a huge square that was paved with white marble. On the side of the square, there was a jade wall that was 1 meter tall and 1 meter wide. It was completely white with a hint of cyan, and there were many wooden tags hanging on it. Right now, there were a lot of inner court disciples standing under the jade wall. They all raised their heads to look at the positions of the wooden tags and the names on them. Zhang Haoran actually climbed up another 10 places. He's now at 285th place. That Wu Zongming is not bad either. He is now 333rd. The most impressive one is still senior sister Su Jing. She jumped from 23rd to 8th among the core disciples, and finally made it to the top of the jade wall. While everyone was talking, Yi Chen and the other 2 followed the exam master to the jade wall. Greetings, Elder Tang. Are these 3 newly promoted inner court disciples? Although the exam master was only an outer court master, he was very powerful, even more powerful than the inner court masters. On top of that, he was a kind and friendly person, and was highly respected and loved by everyone. The exam master nodded and said with a smile, "You guys have to work hard, some of them have great potential, I think they are not below the top 400. We are working hard every day, don't worry, Elder Tang." Yi Chen didn't care about the others' conversation, he just carefully observed the huge jade wall. On the surface of the jade wall, there were many wooden tags, roughly divided into 29 rows. Each row could hold up to 20 tags with different names written on them. Among them, Wu Zongming and Zhang Haoren were in the list. They were the 3rd on the 17th row and the 15th on the 14th row. The 1st and 2nd rows were the wooden tags of the core disciples. They were bright red in color, bright and eye-catching above everyone else. The 3rd row was for the top 10 inner court disciples. Their wooden tags were light red, which meant that they had the ability to become a core disciple, and replace the position of the core disciples. The 4th row was for the inner court disciples with the most number of people. Their wooden tags were dark cyan, similar to the inner court disciples' tags. Chapter 57. The 3 of you write your name on the empty wooden plate and hang it at the end. The exam master pointed at the last row of empty wooden plates and said. Yi Chen took down the empty wooden plate and just like the others he gathered his strength on his fingers and slowly carved 2 words Yi Chen and then hung it back. The exam master rubbed his temples and said, "The rules of the ranking, I will not talk about these trivial things, you can ask your senior brothers and sisters, they will tell you everything. If there is nothing else I will leave for now." After the exam master left, the male disciple who had just been promoted to an inner disciple immediately asked, "Senior brothers and sisters, my name is Li Sheng. May I ask, what is the use of the ranking and how do we rank?" One of the inner disciples explained, "To be honest, the ranking does not have any practical use, but if you really think that it is useless, then you are completely wrong. First of all, the ranking can stimulate the competitive spirit, no one wants to be ranked lower than others, and no one can just casually get a high rank. If you want to rush to the top, you have to rely on hard work and power. Of course, there are some people who are willing to give up, but after all, it is very rare, almost negligible. After all, it is not easy to become an inner disciple, everyone knows how hard it is. Most importantly, at the end of the year, the inner disciples who are ranked out of the top 500 will lose their inner disciple status, and become outer disciples again. If you want to recover, you will have to wait for half a year, and before that, there have already been 11 inner disciples who have been removed from the ranking. What a cruel competition. Yi Chen thought more deeply than the others. After listening to the exam master, it did not seem like a big deal, since only those who were ranked out of the top 500 would be removed from the ranking as long as they were not too bad, then they would definitely be able to stay on the ranking. But the problem was, the inner disciples who were not ranked out of the top 500 would definitely not be willing to be removed from the ranking, so they would try their best to climb up. When a person managed to get into the top 500, they would be afraid of being pulled down by others, so they would definitely continue to work hard and fight for a higher rank, only then would they be safe. But this way the other people who were pulled down would be anxious. Who would want to be ranked out of the top 500? Of course not, so they would also try their best to climb up, the higher the ranking the better. In the end, the entire list would become a chaotic battle, and only a small portion of people would be spared. Another inner disciple continued, "The rules of the ranking are very simple, you can challenge each other, but the condition is that the challengers must be in the same row. For example, a disciple in the 29th row can only challenge an inner disciple in the 29th row, and once he becomes the first disciple in the 29th row, he can challenge an inner disciple in the 28th row. Apart from that, there will be an inner disciple ranking competition in the middle of the year, and it will be a big event. The entire ranking list will be cleaned, and some inner disciples who are afraid of being challenged will have no reason to avoid it." "I see." Li Sheng sized up Yi Chen, his heart filled with envy. With Yi Chen's strength, it should be easy for him to make it into the top 400. It was unlikely that he would be eliminated, but Li Sheng would be in danger. At this time, a rather good-looking senior sister reminded them, "I suggest that you take on a few missions from the sect first, and then challenge other inner disciples. You have to know that if you have not experienced danger or killed before, it will have a great impact on your combat power, and the inner disciples who are challenged will not show mercy." That's right, being challenged will always make people unhappy. Those with good tempers might make you vomit blood, but those with bad tempers might make you lie in bed for a while. This is very common. Suddenly, a noise came from the front of the plaza. Everyone looked over and saw two young men with blood all over their clothes, carrying another young man whose life or death was unknown. What happened to junior brother Liang? Someone hurriedly asked. The one on the left wiped his tears. The disciples of the Purple Sun Martial School are too much. We were the ones who found the mission first, but they snatched it away and even tried to attack us. In order to protect us, senior brother Liang was punched 3 times and kicked 4 times. He is seriously injured. Fuck those bastards from the Purple Sun Martial School. Just you wait, I will teach them a lesson when I get the chance. They are so cruel, they snatched the mission and still want to attack us. Hearing the angry voices of the crowd, Yi Qin started to feel the pressure of being a martial disciple. Inside the martial school he had to fight for the ranking, but outside of the martial school he had to face the provocations of other martial school disciples. If he was even a little bit careless he could be killed or injured. Of course this was not the only danger. Many of those underground martial artists had suffered at the hands of the martial schools before, and if they had the chance, they would definitely try to assassinate the martial school disciples. Seeing this, Wang Xueme knew that she was not powerful enough. She bit her lips, turned around and walked away quietly. Let's go to the Pavilion of Martial Skills first. After becoming an inner disciple, he had half a year to train freely. Although he did not have to wait for half a year, he would definitely choose to train a couple of top-rank Mortal Realm martial arts. Even the King Kong Fist and the Golden Goose art seemed to be of a low rank. In the Pavilion of Martial Skills. Master, we meet again. This time Yi Qin greeted the master first, and showed him his inner disciple tag. The pavilion elder exclaimed, an inner disciple token. Good boy. I just got promoted. Now I can go to the 2nd floor, right? There is no time limit, right? Yi Qin laughed. Of course not, go ahead. After saying this, the pavilion master was stunned for a long time, then he said to himself, this kid is a genius. He was only at Mortal Realm Stage 4 at that time. 2nd floor. Standing at the entrance, Yi Qin thought to himself, from now on I can stay here as long as I want. How great. There were not that many top-rank Mortal Realm martial arts, there were only about 100 of them. But to choose one that was suitable for him, it would be a bit difficult. First of all, he would have to choose a martial art. Before, the pure Yuan art had brought a lot of benefits to Yi Qin, so this time he would still choose this type of Jinqi martial art. Although the Mystic Gravity spell had special effects like the Mystic Gravity Field, it could only be used in close combat, so the overall evaluation would not be that high. 3 Purple Chi Flower spell, a top-rank Mortal Realm martial art, divided into 7 stages. Once trained to the 3rd stage, a purple Jinqi flower will appear on top of your head. At the 5th stage, 2 purple Jinqi flowers will appear on top of your head. At the highest stage, the 7th stage, Jinqi will reach the peak of the 3 purple flowers. Azure River spell, a top-rank Mortal Realm martial art, divided into 7 stages. Once trained to the 7th stage, 1 purple Jinqi flower will appear on top of your head. At the 5th stage, 2 purple Jinqi flowers will appear on top of your head. At the highest stage, the 7th stage will allow you to complete your Jinqi and gather all 3 flowers above your head. Azure River spell, a top-rank Mortal Realm martial art, divided into 7 stages. Once trained to the 7th stage, the user will be able to gather the surrounding water Yuan Qi and increase the power of his attacks. If trained to the 7th stage, the user will be able to increase the power of his attacks. If trained to the 3rd stage, the user will be able to use the power of thunder and lightning to paralyze the user's body. After reading 3 martial arts in a row, Yi Qin couldn't help but sigh. They were indeed top-rank Mortal Realm martial arts, every single one of them was extremely powerful. They were definitely not something a top-rank Mortal Realm martial art could compare with. The main reason why he was able to beat Huang Bingwen was that Huang Bingwen's cultivation was not high enough, otherwise he would have already killed him. As for beating Yi Tang and Yi Xian, it was all because of his powerful physical strength. His cultivation did not play much of a role. Thinking about it, Yi Qin felt lucky. If he only had these 3 martial arts to choose from, he would definitely choose the Wind and Thunder art. This martial art had a great effect on his movement skills, and in the later stages, it would be able to bring out the power of thunder and lightning. In his hands, it would definitely be able to bring out its full potential. However, it was still too early to choose, there might be better martial arts that he had not seen yet. Chapter 58. On the 2nd floor of the Pavilion of Martial Arts. Yichen picked up all the manuals one by one and put them back. These manuals were actually quite good, they all had their own strengths. For example, some could recover chi fast, which was good for prolonged battles. Some could explode Jin Chi, which was good for quick fights. Some were good for defense, which was good for warriors who liked to fight head-on. And some had special effects, such as the mysterious heavy chi field of the art of martial arts, or the art of grafting. All in all, none of the manuals that could reach the top-rank mortal realm were useless. Seeing that he was about to go through all the manuals on the second floor, Yichen finally found one that he was very satisfied with. Pure Jun Jin Chi, a top-rank mortal realm martial art, divided into 7 stages. According to the legends, it was the exclusive martial art of the Clear Stream Sword School 2,000 years ago. The first 4 stages focused on training Jin Chi, which could create sharpness. The 5th stage could create Chi Light, which could kill people within 10 steps. The 6th stage could go 1 step further, creating a protective Chi Light, which could attack and defend at the same time. The highest stage was the 7th stage, where all of the Jin Chi in one's body could be combined into one, and one could create Chi swords with just a wave of one's hand, which could injure people from 100 steps away. Great, this is it. Yichen felt that there was no need to keep searching, this pure Jun Jin Chi was definitely a good fit for him. After deciding on the martial art, the next step was the flying art. The Golden Swallow art was only a high-rank mortal realm martial art, but even Yichen did not dare to ignore it. In other words, if he did not have the Golden Swallow art, his only trump card would be his physical strength, but he did not want to reveal too much about the pure jade body boosting spell. Now that there was an opportunity to choose a top-rank mortal realm flying art, Yichen would not let it go. Moving Shadows. Flying Wind Spell. 7-star Cloud Flying Art. Crane Shadow Steps. All kinds of movement art manuals appeared in front of Yichen's eyes, he was almost dazzled by them. Shifting Shadows, as the name suggests, allows one to shift one's body in a very short period of time to confuse the enemy's eyes and ears. Wind Riding Art allows the cultivator's body to become light and strong as fast as the wind. 7-star Cloud Soaring Art allows the cultivator to step on the 7 stars, allowing the cultivator to travel 1,000 miles. Crane Shadow Steps allows the cultivator to disappear without a trace. It didn't take long for Yichen to choose the Crane Shadow Steps, just like how he chose the Golden Swallow skill. Finally, Yichen picked out a fist art manual. As for the sword art, he did not need it for now. The Lone Peak of 13 Swords was more than enough, since the complete Lone Peak of 13 Swords was also a top-rank mortal realm martial art. After leaving the martial skill pavilion, Yichen went straight back to his courtyard. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Early in the morning, a thin mist shrouded half of the Breeze Mountain. On a remote cliff, hissing sounds could be heard without end, dense and rapid. A gust of wind blew past and the mist became thinner. A human figure could be vaguely seen standing there. In front of him was a huge rock, 3 meters tall and had a black color. The sound came from the human figure. If you looked closely, you would find that the mist around him could not even get within 3 feet of him, as if there was an invisible chi shield around him. Not only that, all the mist that got close to him was shredded into strands and strands. At first glance, it looked like the steam from boiling water. The human figure was, of course, Yichen. Right now, his eyes were slightly closed and he was using all of his pure Jun Jin Chi. After a long time, Yichen moved. With a wave of his hand, an invisible chi light flew out of his hand and landed on the huge rock. Poof! Stone chips flew everywhere, and a half-foot-long mark appeared on the surface of the huge rock. The edge of the mark was as sharp as a knife. Poof! 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 The first chi ray was already extraordinarily swift and fierce, but the following chi rays were even more powerful. Every one of them was narrow and sharp, curved like a knife, and slashed at the huge rock, cutting out countless crisscrossing cracks. It was a ghastly sight. Jin Chi like a blade. Is this the 6th level of pure Jun Jin Chi? Looking at the scarred boulder, Yichen felt a little emotional. Half a year ago, his full-strength attack was only this powerful, but now he could casually send out dozens or even hundreds of them and still have strength left over. If this dense chi aura hit a human body, they would be minced into meat paste. Intending to test the power of the chi light, Yichen took a deep breath and straightened his right hand like a blade, waving it in the air. Kacha! In the blink of an eye, the huge rock was pierced through, and a hair-thin crack quickly spread out. At the same time, Yichen walked towards the boulder. When the distance between the two was less than 3 feet, the surface of the giant rock slowly caved in, and the dark brown stone powder sputtered out in a spiral shape, covering the ground. A moment later Yi Chen was almost pressed against the rock. When he stepped back and left, he saw an oval depression on the surface of the huge rock. The surface was smooth and exquisite as if it had been meticulously polished. Good, this protective chi aura is amazing. Yi Chen let out a sigh. The so-called chi light was actually made up of countless sharp air currents. Any object that got close to it would be shattered into pieces. If one's Jin Chi cultivation reached a certain level, even a well-tempered weapon would not be able to get close to it, and would be shattered into pieces. However, it was not easy to train to the 6th level of pure Jun Jin Chi. In the past 1.5 months, Yi Chen had trained his Jin Chi for a total of 108 times. After every training he would break it again and again. Every time he would be exhausted and sweating profusely. Of course it was all worth it. The power of the pure Jun Jin Chi had already been demonstrated, it was way more powerful than most of the Jin Chi, and it was only at the 6th level. If he could train it to the 7th level he would be able to use his Jin Chi to create chi swords. By then he would be able to kill his enemies from hundreds of steps away, which was way more powerful than any other martial skill. Unfortunately, the more powerful a martial art was, the harder it was to train it. Although Yi Chen's comprehensive ability was already on the top, he was not confident that he could reach the 7th level in a short period of time, not to mention the peak of the 7th level, the completed pure Jun Jin Chi. I should train the crane shadow steps first. According to the rumors, there was a huge mountain in the west of the true spirit continent. There were thousands of years old spirit cranes living on the mountain. The wingspan of the spirit cranes was more than 100 meters, covering the whole sky. Every time it flew over the forest, a large number of trees would be broken. When it flew over the ocean the waves would be hundreds of meters high, and when it flew over the desert, countless sandstorms would appear and drown everything. The 1,000 years old spirit cranes were not demonic beasts. Some people said they were divine birds, while others said they were rare species that were raised by powerful ancient martial artists. All kinds of rumors added to the mystery of the spirit cranes. Therefore, every year a lot of people would travel to the west of the true spirit continent, hoping to catch a glimpse of the spirit cranes. Whether it was true or not, the 1,000 years old spirit cranes had been around for thousands of years, that was why they were called the spirit cranes. 200 years ago, a flying artist came to the west of the true spirit continent from thousands of miles away just like other people. After waiting for years he finally saw the spirit cranes. Although the wingspan of the spirit cranes was less than 30 meters, it was still very magical. It could easily tear a small mountain apart with its claws, and when it jumped, it was impossible for the naked eye to follow it. With one leap it could travel 10 miles. After being amazed, the flying artist spent years observing the spirit crane's movements every day, and finally created a powerful flying art. This flying art was called the crane shadow steps. However, no one had ever seen the spirit cranes before, so they could not bring out the essence of the crane shadow steps. This caused the crane shadow steps to decline, and eventually, it dropped to the top rank mortal realm. Coincidentally, the crane shadow steps manual was found by an inner elder of the Sky Cloud Martial School, and was stored in the Martial Skill Pavilion for his disciples to practice. Chapter 59. This secret was heard by Yi Chen from the Pavilion Master. The Pavilion Master was one of the practitioners of the crane shadow steps. According to him, with his peak-level early clasping Yuan realm cultivation, if he performed the crane shadow steps with all his strength, he could reach 200 meters in one leap, which was more than half the speed of sound. However, even the Pavilion Master could not fully understand the essence of the crane shadow steps, so he had to train a low-rank Earth realm movement art called the Flowing Light Movement Art, which allowed him to travel up to 250 meters in a blink of an eye, which was 50 meters faster than the crane shadow steps. 250 meters, more than 3 times of mine. Yi Chen thought that he was very good at movement art. He could travel 70 to 80 meters in a blink of an eye, and normal mortal realm warriors would not even be able to see his shadow. However, compared to the Pavilion Master, the difference was obvious. If the Pavilion Master wanted to kill Yi Chen, it would only take him one attack. Forcing a laugh, Yi Chen knew that he was biting off more than he could chew. What kind of cultivation did the Pavilion Master have, and what kind of cultivation did he have? The two could not be compared at all. Once he reached the clasping Yuan realm, 250 meters might not be that shocking anymore. Without further ado, Yi Chen took out the crane shadow steps manual from his storage ring and started to read from the first page. There were 3 key points to training the crane shadow steps. The first was the body movement, the second was the chi flow, and the third was the mentality. The body movement and the chi flow were not that important, but the mentality was the key. The practitioner had to imagine that they were one with the crane, that they could activate the mysterious potential in their body and increase their speed to a new level. It sounded easy. Wasn't it just fantasizing? Anyone with a bit of imagination could do it. However, fantasizing was just fantasizing. There were very, very few people who could really stimulate the potential in their bodies. There was less than 1 in 10,000, and there might not even be 1 in 100,000. It should be known that the human body was one of the most complicated objects in the world. Its mysteries could not be seen through in one's entire life. Only the fifth great realm of martial artists, the spirit ocean realm, could see the surface of it, understand some of the rules of birth, aging, sickness, and death, and apply it to themselves to slow down the aging process, living for hundreds of years. One more step would be the sixth great realm of martial artists, the life and death realm. Martial artists could completely stimulate the potential of the human body, reverse life and death, and break through the limit of life allowed by the world, living for more than 1,000 years. However, once one reached this realm, with every increase in cultivation, he would have to endure the heavenly punishment such as the heavenly thunder tribulation, the wind and fire tribulation, or the yuan spirit tribulation. Each tribulation had countless changes, and each change was divided into different levels. After passing through, one could continue to comprehend the heavenly Tao, preparing to step into the legendary seventh great realm of martial artists. Su King, Jianghu, the Evil King, and the Dragon King were all martial artists who had stepped into the life and death realm. They had a lifespan of 1,000 years, and the potential in their bodies had been fully unleashed. If they were to learn the crane shadow steps, they would be able to master it without much effort. Unfortunately, with their status and power, they would not be interested in the crane shadow steps manual. Perhaps even 1,000 years old spirit crane was nothing in their eyes. Of course, stimulating one's potential was only one of the profound mysteries of the human body. It was not the whole thing. After 1,000 years, one would still die completely. Let's not talk about this for now. Yi Chen let out a sigh when he thought about how to stimulate the potential of the human body. Although he only needed a tiny bit of it, he still sighed. No wonder so many people couldn't understand the essence of the crane shadow steps. After all, they had never seen a spirit crane before, so how could they understand the habits and concept of a spirit crane? Whatever, even without the spiritual perspective of the spirit crane, the crane shadow steps was still one of the best top-ranked mortal realm movement art. A lot of people wanted to learn it but couldn't. After the slight disappointment, Yi Chen's fighting spirit was reignited. The first thing he needed to do was to master the crane shadow steps to its peak. Everything else could wait. It was said that there was no sun or moon in the mountains, and it was not a lie at all. A month's time had passed while Yi Chen was diligently practicing the crane shadow steps. Maybe it was because the crane shadow steps could stimulate one's potential, or maybe it was because hardworking people tended to grow faster. But Yi Chen, who was only 15 years old, had grown from 1.7 meters to 1.75 meters. Although he was a little skinny, he did not look skinny at all when he took off his clothes. He had broad shoulders and a narrow waist, and the muscles on his arms and chest were extremely strong. Just by standing there, he had an awe-inspiring aura. After a month of training, Yi Chen had completely mastered the crane shadow steps. His pure Junjin Qi had also reached the peak of the 6th stage, and his protective Qi layer had turned from transparent to light green. Now he could just casually use the crane shadow steps to fly to the sea of clouds on the other side of the cliff, and then use his protective Qi layer to cut open a path, then turn back. It was as if he had really turned into a spirit crane, and the gravity could no longer restrict his body. Now I can reach 100 meters in one leap, and with the protective Qi layer on the outside and the pure jade body boosting spell on the inside, my power has almost doubled. If I meet that Chui Shiming again, I should be able to beat him within 3 attacks. But he is only a normal mid-condensing reality realm warrior, he is not a genius, and most of his martial skills have not been mastered yet, so they are not worth mentioning. If I meet a peak early condensing reality realm warrior who has mastered a few martial skills, it would still be very difficult for me to beat him. Too bad I don't have the chance to test it out, otherwise I would know what my real power level is and what my limit is. Yi Chen calculated in his mind, but he was still not sure. He thought of himself as a genius, but the true spirit continent did not lack geniuses. Before him there was Jianghu, who had reached the life and death realm at the age of 10, and was on the same level as Su King. After him there were the top 4 childs of the Windy Nation. They were called the top 4 childs because they were talented in all aspects, Otherwise, it would be hard to convince the public. Of course, Yi Chen only admired the top 4 childs of the Windy Nation, but it was not enough to move him. The Windy Nation was only a small nation in the South Jua region, and there were 24 small nations in the South Jua region, 10 medium-sized nations and 3 large nations. Even a small nation like the Windy Nation had people like the top 4 childs. It was not hard to imagine how powerful the other nations that were bigger than the Windy Nation would be. Not to mention the others, the Rudra Nation, which was right next to the Windy Nation, did not take the Windy Nation seriously at all. They often sent out soldiers to harass the borders of the Windy Nation, or asked their soldiers to dress up as bandits to rob the caravans of the Windy Nation. Besides the national power, the Rudra Nation had always been full of geniuses. Sometimes, they even had more geniuses than most of the small nations, and could even be compared with the medium-sized nations. If it were not for the top 4 childs, the Windy Nation would have already become a laughing stock. Dang, dang, dang. Right then, a series of bell ringing came from the middle of the Windy Mountain, shaking hundreds of miles. Yi Chen's eyebrows twitched. In the Sky Cloud Martial School, only the floating cloud palace would ring the bell. For example, during the inner disciple exam, it did not count as ringing the bell, it was just smashing the bell. There was a huge difference between the two. There must be a lot of missions from the school. No matter what, I have to go check it out first. His body blurred, and the next second Yi Chen had already flown to a big tree 100 meters away. He flashed a couple of times, then disappeared without a trace. Chapter 60. Inside the majestic floating cloud palace, there were hundreds of disciples gathered, and from time to time, there would be other disciples arriving. Stepping into the palace, Yi Chen looked up. The palace was still empty even though there were hundreds of people gathered there. The floor was paved with green steel stones, and on both sides of the walls, there were 9 stone pillars that reached the sky. They were green with a hint of red, and each of them had a flying dragon carved on them. Inside the stone pillars, there was a jade wall every 30 steps, and the jade walls were covered with paper. Yi Chen, you are here too. A person walked in from outside the palace. It was Wu Zongming. He already knew that Yi Chen had been promoted to an inner disciple, so he did not look surprised. Yi Chen turned around and said, I have been training for 3 months, and I felt that I would not be able to make any more progress in a short period of time, so I came to have a look. Wu Zongming laughed. I can't compare to you, I had to train for 5 months before I dared to take on the mission. Alright, this is your first time here, so you might not know much about the school missions. Let me tell you about them. Thank you. Yi Chen indeed wanted to know more about the school missions. There are actually 2 types of school missions. One is the bounty missions that are entrusted to the school by other forces. For example, a small family can't do something, so they can spend a lot of money to entrust the school with the task. Then, the school will evaluate the difficulty of the mission and give it to their disciples. The other type is the school missions that are assigned by the school themselves, also known as the school missions. The rewards of the school missions might not be as high as the bounty missions, but you can get a small amount of soul stones. So if you want to know what kind of mission it is, you just have to look at the rewards. The bounty missions can only get you gold, while the school missions can get you both gold and soul stones. Yi Chen nodded, so that's how it is. Also, according to the difficulty, the missions are divided into several levels. The lowest level is the white mission, which is suitable for early condensing reality realm warriors, the gray mission, which is suitable for mid-condensing reality realm warriors, and the black mission, which is usually only accepted by late condensing reality realm warriors. As for the black mission, it is the elder mission, which is not something we can look at anymore. Now look at the color of the jade walls and you will know the level of the mission. Wu Zongming pointed at the jade walls in the palace. Hearing Wu Zongming, Yi Chen took a closer look and found that the 2 jade walls near the door were white in color, which meant that the missions on them should be white missions. According to the rules of the left side and the right side, the one on the left side of the door was for the school missions, and the one on the right side was for the bounty missions. Behind them were 2 gray jade walls, and behind the gray jade walls were 2 black jade walls. There were the least number of disciples standing there, only 7 or 8 of them. Most of them were at the late condensing reality realm, and there were even some core disciples among them. Clearing his throat, Wu Zongming continued, besides that, the missions of the same level are also divided into different levels of difficulty. They are 1-star, 2-star, 3-star, 4-star, and the highest 5-star difficulty. With my current strength, I can only take on 3-star white missions. 4-star missions would be life-threatening, and 5-star missions would basically be a one-way trip. Yi Chen asked, "Can we form a team to complete the missions?" Wu Zongming nodded and said, "That's right. For example, I can only take on 3-star white missions. If I want to take on a 4-star white mission, I would have to find 1 or 2 inner disciples who are at the same level as me. In this way, once the mission is completed, I would be able to get more rewards than the previous 3-star white missions." "Oh, is that so?" Hearing Wu Zongming's explanation, Yi Chen's interest in the school missions had increased a lot. However, he did not plan to form a team with anyone yet. He would think about it in the future. "Alright, I will go and say hello to a few of my senior disciples. I have teamed up with them last time." Wu Zongming saw that Yi Chen had basically understood the situation, so he did not waste any more time. Yi Chen thanked him again. After Wu Zongming left, Yi Chen first walked to the white jade wall on the right. Just as he expected, the white jade wall on the right had a bounty mission written on it. The reward was only gold, there were no soul stones. He looked down from above. On the first piece of paper there was a black skull, and below the skull there were words. Mission: eliminate the skeleton bandit group. Crimes: robbing passing merchants, killing people for their goods, raping women, heinous crimes. Strength analysis: the leader of the horse gang is a peak early condensing reality realm warrior. The second and third leaders are experienced early condensing reality realm warriors. They have 30 to 40 people and dozens of powerful bows. Mission difficulty: 5 stars reward, 30,000 gold. Suggestion: 5 peak level early condensing reality realm warriors or 2 mid condensing reality realm warriors. After reading the description, Yi Chen gasped. This 5-star white rank mission was way too difficult. It turned out to be eliminating a horse gang. The more people there were, the better it would be. Even if one's cultivation was 1 level higher, it would still not be enough. If one was careless, he might even lose his life. No wonder it was suggested to have 5 peak early condensing reality realm warriors or 2 mid condensing reality realm warriors. If one went alone, it would be suicide. But it was just a suggestion after all. It was aimed at the disciples who were not very talented. For a genius like Yi Chen, it was nothing new to challenge someone who was at a higher cultivation level. If he took this mission, Yi Chen had more than 90% confidence that he could complete it. But would there be any problems if he took on such a difficult mission right from the start? After thinking for a while, Yi Chen decided to give up on the 5-star white rank mission for now. It was not that he was afraid of trouble, but he was just being cautious. He decided to take on a low difficulty white rank mission first. Once he had a thorough understanding of the mission's difficulty, he would then take on a high difficulty mission. This mission is mine. Suddenly a hand pulled at the paper. With a swoosh, the mission list of eliminating the skeleton horse gang fell into the hand of the person who took the mission. Yi Chen turned his head and looked over. The one who took the mission was a tall teenager with a pair of thick black eyebrows. Just by standing there, his whole body was emitting an extremely oppressive aura, which made the surrounding disciples take half a step back uncontrollably. It's senior brother Wang. Brother Wang? Yi Chen did not recognize him, but the Zhen Qi vibration coming from him was very strong. He was at least a mid-condensing reality realm warrior. The tall teenager chuckled, then turned around and left. Without being affected too much, Yi Chen put his attention back on the jade board and looked down. The third line. Mission: kill the bloody butcher. Crimes: raping women, killing people like flies. Analysis: peak early condensing reality realm warrior. Difficulty: 3 stars reward, 4,000 taels of gold. Suggestion: 2 peak level early condensing reality realm warriors or 1 mid condensing reality realm warrior. Yi Chen's eyes brightened. That's him. Chapter 61. The Bloody Butcher's power was at most equivalent to a mid-condensing reality realm warrior. Not to mention the current Yi Chen, even if he had just reached the condensing reality realm, he would not be afraid. To be honest, choosing this white rank mission was a bit of an overkill. After all, there was no need to rush. However, Yi Chen did not think that way. This was only his first mission, and he did not want to make any mistakes. He had to make sure that nothing would go wrong. Once he had enough experience, he would be able to choose the more difficult missions. There were always missions, and it was not like this was his first time. There was no need to rush. Tearing down the mission sheet, Yi Chen did not rush to leave. He turned around and walked to the white jade board. The first line of the mission was a 4-star white rank mission. It was obviously easier than killing the skeleton bandits. The reward was 5,000 gold and 2 low-rank soul stones, which did not seem like much at all. However, accounts could not be calculated in this way. The value of a low-grade spirit stone was between 1,000 and 1,500 silvers, but the key was to have a place to buy it. Especially for an individual, it was very difficult to buy a spirit stone. You could only come across one in an auction. Therefore, this was only the normal value of a low-grade spirit stone. Most of the time it was not normal. Sometimes, a low-grade spirit stone could be sold up to 2,000 or 3,000 silvers. Because of this, although the rewards of the missions were low, they were very popular among the disciples who were in need of low-rank soul stones. Every time a mission appeared, it would be taken. There were dozens of mission sheets on the first line of the white jade board. Now there was only one left. It would probably be taken by someone soon. Yichen was not in need of soul stones, and the rewards of the white-rank missions were too little. He did not want to join in the fun at all. When he walked out of the floating cloud palace, Wu Zongming happened to walk out at the same time. "Yichen, what kind of mission did you take?" Yichen waved the mission sheet in his hand. 3-star white-rank mission. Wu Zongming laughed. "Just like you, I also took a 3-star white-rank mission. Go to the wind chime town and kill a bloodthirsty two-tailed leopard." Two-tailed leopard very fast. The two-tailed leopard was a rank 3 beast. It was not very powerful. It was about the same as a normal condensing reality realm warrior, but it was as fast as the wind, very hard to deal with. "That's true. I need to go back and prepare. Let's talk again when we have time." "All right then." After parting with Wu Zongming, Yichen saw that it was still early and walked down the mountain. Blackstone Village, a remote village near the Blackstone Mountain Range. The area of the town was not large and there were no tall buildings. It was surrounded by a simple wooden fence. Its purpose was nothing more than to guard against sneak attacks from low-level demonic beasts. After all, demonic beasts frequently appeared in the wilderness. If one was not careful, they would become prey. On the road not far from Blackstone Town, the youth slowed down his horse. According to the information, the Bloody Butcher came to this area 3 days ago, and within a few hundred miles, Blackstone Town is the only place where people can live, unless he went somewhere else during this time. The young man was Yichen. It had been a day and 2 nights since he had accepted the mission. During this time he had traveled non-stop and arrived at Blackstone Town, which was 3,000 miles away. "Whatever, let's go in and take a look first." With a slight push from his legs, Yichen urged the dark brown horse to gallop towards the entrance of Darkstone Town. After entering the town, Yichen got off the horse and led it as he walked. The environment of the town was not very good. The road was full of potholes, and the shops on both sides of the road looked very old, as if they had not been repaired for a long time. Compared to the windy town, this was like a village. The two were not even on the same level. Of course, Yichen did not care about the environment. His purpose here was to kill the Bloody Butcher, and he would leave soon. In the middle of the town, there was a 2-story restaurant. Maybe this was the busiest place in Blackstone Town. On the second floor, there was a burly man sitting by the window. He was wearing brown clothes and his wild hair was draped over his shoulders. The hand that was holding the wine glass was thick and had thick calluses. It was as hard as iron and it was slightly black. As for his face, it was very scary. The crisscrossing knife scars had almost ruined his face. Only his eyes were shining and emitted a cruel aura. After eating a few pieces of beef and drinking a glass of wine, the burly man turned around and said to a teenager in purple, "Who are you? It seems like you have been staring at me for a long time." The teenager in purple put down the chopsticks in his hand and said arrogantly, "You are the Bloody Butcher?" "That's right." The burly man licked his lips. "It seems like my luck is quite good. Do you want to kill yourself or do you want me to kill you myself? Choose one." Hearing him, the Bloody Butcher laughed out loud. "You are just a small peak of the early condensing reality realm warrior. How dare you say something like that? You have underestimated me. Looking at your clothes, you must be an inner disciple of the Purple Sun Martial School, right? Unfortunately, you will die here today." He had killed many people, and was often chased by disciples from different martial institutions. But he still managed to survive. But last time he was really unlucky. He ran into an inner disciple from the North Snow Martial Academy, who was at the same cultivation level as him. His blizzard sword art was extremely sharp, which almost killed him. Fortunately, the experience of living on the edge of a knife was not useless. At the most dangerous moment, he fought back like crazy as if he was ready to risk his life. That North Snow Martial Academy disciple was still inexperienced, so he did not plan to fight him head-on. Instead, he wanted to kill him slowly. But in the end he was killed by the Bloody Butcher with one palm attack. The Bloody Butcher did not have it easy either. His face had been cut dozens of times by the sword light, which made him look like this. The purple-clothed youth slowly stood up. "I've eaten and drunk my fill. Since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for being ruthless. I forgot to tell you that my name is Ting Yunlong, and I'm the one who's going to kill you." The Bloody Butcher also stood up. He did not say anything, but stared at the space behind Ting Yunlong, as if there was someone there that caught his attention. Ting Yunlong looked confused as he turned around. "Little brat, you are still too young." The Bloody Butcher laughed proudly. He raised his thick right hand, which was surrounded by a bloody aura, and threw a palm attack towards Ting Yunlong. Ting Yunlong was furious. Despicable. He threw a palm attack back. Boom. A powerful shockwave spread out in all directions. All of the tables and chairs on the second floor were shattered. Some of the diners did not manage to dodge in time, and were bleeding from all of their orifices. After the sound, Ting Yunlong was thrown out of the second floor, and fell on the bumpy street. His clothes were torn and his face was pale. The next second, the Bloody Butcher chased after him and threw out another palm attack. He yelled, "Slaughtering you on bloody hand." The bloody Jin Chi turned into a huge palm print in the air, and pressed towards Ting Yunlong, which made all of his Jin Chi and Chi stagnate. At this critical moment, Ting Yunlong bit the tip of his tongue, and threw out two palms filled with purple Jin Chi. Chapter 62. Xinyang Palm. Ting Yunlong's palms released a layer of purple Qi, which was extremely hot. Wherever it passed, the air started to boil like boiling water. When the bloody palm and the purple Qi layer collided, the air started to twist. Then, a bright purple light exploded, trying to break through the bloody palm. However, the palm was extremely solid and had the effect of destroying Jin Qi. Once the purple light touched the palm, it was like snow in the sun, it started to melt. In the blink of an eye, 30% of the Jin Qi layer had been destroyed, and the remaining 70% had been destroyed immediately. Ting Yunlong spat out a mouthful of blood. He was blown away. The Bloody Butcher would not give up on such a great opportunity. He chased after Ting Yunlong as he landed on the ground. He laughed arrogantly, "Although my Qi slaughtering bloody hand is a top-rank mortal realm martial skill, it specializes in destroying Jin Qi. Plus, you did not have time to accumulate your power, you could only use 70% of your power. You are no match for me. Bloody Butcher, do you really think I am a fish on the chopping board waiting to be slaughtered by you?" Hearing this, a ferocious expression flashed across Ting Yunlong's face. As he retreated, he reached into his robe and took out a pill. This pill was about the size of a longan fruit. Its surface was crystal clear and it contained a red light that resembled a raging flame. Ting Yunlong swallowed the pellet without any hesitation. His purple robe started to flutter in the air. It was obvious that he was using all of his Jin Qi. The next second, Ting Yunlong's face turned bright red, his earthworm-sized veins popped up under his skin, reaching all the way to his hair. The Bloody Butcher was shocked. Heart-burning pellet. Kalala. The ground cracked under Ting Yunlong's feet. Ting Yunlong stopped moving backward. His body was surrounded by a faint red light. His aura was no weaker than a mid-condensing reality realm warrior. That's right, it is our martial institution's heart-burning pellet. Within 15 minutes after swallowing it, your Jin Qi will start to boil, it will increase your cultivation by 1 level. Plus, the effect of the pellet will be endless, and all of your previous injuries will be suppressed. As Ting Yunlong spoke, he put his right hand 3 inches away from his dantian and slowly pulled it up, as if he was preparing for the last moment to bring the pellet's effect to its peak. Before this, there were already a lot of onlookers, some of them were lone travelers and Yi Qin was one of them. I did not expect an inner disciple from the Purple Sun Martial School to be ahead of me. This is going to be a bit troublesome. But luckily the Bloody Butcher is not that easy to take care of. His power is not that important, he is only as powerful as a normal mid-condensing reality realm warrior, but he is very experienced, he can use his power to 120%. Even a mid-condensing reality realm warrior would not be able to do anything to him. Holding his horse and standing at the back of the crowd, Yi Qin thought to himself. Seeing what had happened to Ting Yunlong and hearing the Bloody Butcher talk about the heart-burning pellet, Yi Qin realized that Ting Yunlong still had a way to save his life. The heart-burning pellet was unique to the Purple Yang Martial School, they could only make less than 10 of them in a year, and each of them could be sold for more than 10,000 silvers. It was something that many warriors wanted. It seemed like Ting Yunlong wanted to kill the bloody butcher at all costs. After all, a heart-burning pellet was worth tens of thousands of silvers, and killing the bloody butcher would only be worth 4,000 silvers. It would be a waste to kill the bloody butcher. Brat, so what if you took the heart-burning pellet? Ting Yunlong even had a heart-burning pellet. He was obviously valued by the Purple Young Martial School. Maybe he had other valuable things with him. Thinking about this, the bloody butcher's aura grew even stronger, and he threw a palm attack towards Ting Yunlong. The air was pierced through by the bloody palm attack, bringing up waves of ripples. It looked like it was going to kill Ting Yunlong with one hit. Ting Yunlong let out a long roar, and the red light around his body suddenly increased by 30%. The strong Zhenqi vibration made the windows around them shake, making creaking sounds. You want to kill me? Ting Yunlong did not move back. Instead, he drew a half circle in the air with his right hand. A purple and red ball of qi came together and turned into a light ball, flying towards the bloody palm attack. Boom boom boom. The buildings on both sides of the street cracked open, and a shockwave that was powerful enough to kill a tiger spread out in all directions, blowing away all the people who were watching the fight from afar. The two of them each took 3 steps back and then started fighting again. Boom 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 boom. The wind from their palms whistled and the shadows of their figures overlapped one another. The crackling sounds of energy explosions rang out incessantly. The two of them fought from the east to the west, from the street to the rooftop of the restaurant. They fought everywhere. After a while, a shadow suddenly flew back and landed on top of a house. It was the bloody butcher. Trying to buy time? No way. Ting Yunlong sneered. He jumped towards his opponent and threw out a palm attack. The bloody butcher did not seem to want to dodge. He slightly spread his legs and straightened his right palm, taking Ting Yunlong's attack head-on. Dong. After the loud sound there was a scream. Ting Yunlong's body was smashed into the wall of the restaurant. His eyes were wide open as if he had seen a ghost. He said weakly, "You are so despicable. How could you hide your real power?" I had already reached the mid-condensing reality realm half a month ago. I was just afraid that I would be chased by people who were even more powerful than me, so I had to hide my real power. This way, I could live a free life, play with you so-called martial disciples and get a lot of wealth from you. Why not? The bloody butcher paused for a second, then continued, "After I get all your wealth, I will leave the Windy Nation and go to another nation, then I will change my name. By then no one will be able to find me, ha." At the end of his speech, the bloody butcher laughed proudly. Although he was not very powerful, he had played with a lot of beautiful women. Some of them were from big families. He had killed so many people that he had lost count. At least he could fill up this restaurant. However, he was lucky. He was still alive and he had more than $1 million with him. No matter where he went, he could make a name for himself. Ting Yunlong's eyes were wide open, and he breathed his last breath unwillingly. At the moment of his death, he regretted not running away, he regretted accepting this task, and he regretted encountering the bloody butcher, this evil and cunning villain. If he had a second chance in life, he would definitely choose to live on. He would not risk his life for the so-called fame. Seeing that Ting Yunlong was dead, the bloody butcher was still worried. He threw out a palm attack and shattered Ting Yunlong's chest, then walked up to him, ready to search his body. "The bloody butcher is so cunning." A clear voice came from the crowd. The bloody butcher stopped walking and looked towards the direction of the voice. His face darkened. "Who is it?" "The one who will take your head." Yi Chen slowly walked out from the crowd. Chapter 63. The bloody butcher glanced at Yi Chen. He was wearing a white robe with a long sword on his waist. He was about 15 years old, handsome, and had a pure qi. The bloody butcher sneered, "It seems like quite a lot of people have accepted this mission. I just killed an inner disciple from the Purple Sun Martial School, and now another from the Sky Cloud Martial School. Will the inner disciples from the Rudra Martial School and the Emerald Martial Palace come as well? Unfortunately, you are even more stupid than him. You know that I am a mid-condensing reality realm warrior and you still want to take my head. You really don't know how to spell the word death." If Yi Chen was a late condensing reality realm warrior, the bloody butcher would not even think about fighting him, and would definitely run away. But judging from the vibration of Yi Chen's Zhenqi, he was only at the early condensing reality realm, not even at the peak. Although that Zhenqi was a bit strange, it was extremely pure and sharp as if it was made up of countless tiny blades, but it was still nothing to him. Yi Chen's expression did not change. He said, "You are only at the mid-condensing reality realm, but you can pretend to be at the peak of the early condensing reality realm. You must have trained some kind of supplementary martial art, right? I'm very interested. This kind of supplementary martial art did not have much effect on increasing one's power, but sometimes it could be more effective than one's own power. For example, one could hide one's real power and wait for the enemy to be careless, then suddenly counterattack. Or one could suppress one's own power and enter some ancient ruins with restrictions on cultivation. The Bloody Butcher frowned. Yi Chen's calm tone made him feel a little bit of danger, as if something terrible was going to happen. But as soon as the thought appeared, he denied it. How could it be? An early condensing reality realm warrior, even if he was a genius, he would not be able to win against me. The inner disciple from the North Snow Martial Academy was an example. No matter how talented he was, he still died in my hands. Thinking of this, the Bloody Butcher grinned and said, "Dead people don't need to know so much." Earth explosion. Before he could finish his sentence, the Bloody Butcher stomped on the ground. The ground cracked open, and a pitch-black crack extended towards Yi Chen's location like lightning. Then, there was a loud explosion. The pebbles were like hidden weapons, shooting out in all directions, covering an area of more than 8 jiang. The buildings on both sides were instantly riddled with thousands of holes, and the people who were close to them were pierced into sieves. They fell to the ground in terror, dying with their eyes wide open. Looking at the site of the explosion, there was a huge crater that was 1.5 feet wide and 3 feet deep, and there were no corpses or bones left. Ah! If I, the Bloody Butcher, want you dead by midnight, I won't let you live until midnight. In your next life, be more careful. It had been a long time since the Bloody Butcher had had such a good time. He had killed 2 disciples from the martial school in a row, and it was as easy as blowing off dust. The only pity was that the 2 disciples had been torn into pieces by the explosion, and the gold notes were definitely gone. After a slight heartache, the Bloody Butcher thought it through. He already had millions of gold coins, and a little more or less didn't matter. The lone travelers in the Jianghu looked at each other. This Bloody Butcher was too powerful. An early condensing reality realm warrior could not even take one attack from him, and died without even a corpse left. Luckily he did not lose his mind, or else he would be the one dead. As the Bloody Butcher was about to bend down and search Ting Yunlong's body, a sword light suddenly enlarged in front of him. What he saw was Yi Chen, who was wearing a white robe. He looked like a ghost under the sun, but he also had an otherworldly aura. He flashed past in front of his eyes at an almost instantaneous speed. Swoosh! A stream of blood shot out from the Bloody Butcher's neck, shooting out 3 meters away. "You are not dead." With every word the Bloody Butcher said, a huge amount of blood came out from his neck. Standing 5 steps behind the Bloody Butcher, Yi Chen put his sword back into its scabbard and said lightly, "I wanted to talk to you for a bit longer, too bad." Bam! A self-deprecating look flashed through the Bloody Butcher's eyes. His head tilted and fell down from his neck. His body fell down as well, and his blood stained the ground. Turning around, Yi Chen slightly shook his head. If it was a real fair fight, it would take him at least 3 attacks to kill the Bloody Butcher. After all, the Bloody Butcher was more powerful than Cui Shiming, and in terms of cunning, even 2 Cui Shimings would not be able to compete with him. However, the Bloody Butcher had underestimated him from the very beginning. Otherwise, even if Yi Chen's sword could hit the Bloody Butcher, it would have been blocked by his protective Jin Qi. However, Yi Chen had forgotten one thing. After training the crane shadow steps, his speed was unbelievably fast. Just when the Bloody Butcher wanted to circulate his qi, it was already too late. The Bloody Butcher had been cautious his whole life, but at the last moment, he had been careless. Of course, no matter how cautious he had been, the moment Yi Chen decided to kill him, his life no longer belonged to him. This was the absolute power, the absolute advantage, and nothing could make up for it. Those lone travelers who had not left yet had their mouths wide open. They were all shocked. All they saw was Yi Chen's sword attack, and then the Bloody Butcher's head fell off. They had no idea what had happened. Sword attack, head fall. What a clean cut, what kind of skill was this? Just like a killer hiding in the dark, if he didn't make a move, then he would definitely kill. This kid is terrifying. A lone traveler said in a low voice. Another person said, "I feel like I see the shadow of young Master North Snow in him. He is also very young, and he also has the same ability to kill. However, if he wants to reach the same level as young Master North Snow, there is one person who is his biggest rival." Who? Who else could it be? The 3rd disciple of the North Snow Martial Academy, Lynch. This guy is not very talented, but he can always do things that ordinary people can't. He defeated Quick Blade Wu Wanshan with only 10 attacks, cut the waterfall in half with 1 attack, and scared the red smelting bird off with his chi. The leader of the North Snow Martial Academy said that among all the disciples, he was the one who had the highest chance of learning the blade intent. Even young Master North Snow didn't get such an evaluation. Blade intent? Are you kidding me? Even blade artists who have reached the clasping yuan realm can barely learn the blade intent. In the entire Windy Nation, only the leader of the North Snow Martial Academy has reached this level. What level are you at? What level is the leader of the North Snow Martial Academy? How could he be lying? Plus, he only said it was most likely, he didn't say it was certain. That's true. But this kid is much weaker than Lynch. He still has a long way to go if he wants to compete with Lynch. All the martial artists were discussing and expressing their own opinions. Yi Chen did not hear these discussions, he was focusing all his attention on the Bloody Butcher. As a bounty criminal, he would usually carry a large amount of money with him, ranging from hundreds of thousands of taels to tens of thousands of taels. This was also the reason why the disciples of the various sects went crazy. After all, once luck came, it was impossible to stop it, and one could become a millionaire overnight. Chapter 64. After searching all over the Bloody Butcher's body, Yi Chen did not find anything valuable, only a few hundred gold notes and some silver. Am I really that unlucky? No, this Bloody Butcher said that he had gotten a huge amount of wealth from the dead disciples of his martial institutions, and he also said that he would leave the Windy Nation and go to another country. There is no way that he only has this amount of money with him. Then there must be something else. Yi Chen did not believe it, so he released his soul power and searched every inch of the Bloody Butcher's body. After a while, Yi Chen's eyes brightened, he reached out his hand and touched the Bloody Butcher's belt. Inside the belt, there was a small protrusion that looked like a ring. When he touched it, he felt a light wave of spirit chi. It's a storage ring, I see. Yi Chen could not help but admire the Bloody Butcher's cunning, hiding the most valuable thing inside the belt. If it were not for Yi Chen's powerful soul power, he would have missed it and lost the chance to make a fortune. There were too many people around, so Yi Chen poured his Zhen Qi into his fingertip and quietly cut open the Bloody Butcher's belt. He took out the storage ring and put it into his own storage ring without even looking at it. As for Teng Yunlong's wealth, Yi Chen thought it would be troublesome, so he did not take it in case the Purple Sun Martial School would blame him for Teng Yunlong's death. After searching the body, Yi Chen started to look at the Bloody Butcher's head. The head looked hideous with countless scars on it. The mouth and the nose were indistinguishable, but the eyes were wide open, staring at Yi Chen. Shaking his head, Yi Chen took out a piece of black cloth from his storage ring. He reached out his hand and the Bloody Butcher's head landed on the black cloth. Yi Chen quickly wrapped the black cloth and tied a knot on it, wrapping the head tightly. From the outside, only the outline of the head could be seen. With this, he could go to the floating cloud palace to collect the reward and record his score. Young warrior, you can't just leave like this. My restaurant is ruined and so many customers died. What should I do? Thinking that Yi Chen was a disciple of a martial school so he would not kill innocent people, the 40-year-old owner ran out with tears and snot running down his face. Yi Chen frowned. This restaurant was destroyed by the Bloody Butcher and Ting Yunlong, and most of the customers were killed by the shockwave from their battle. It had nothing to do with him. But now that the Bloody Butcher was dead and he had all of his wealth, it would not be right if he did not pay for it. A thought flashed through his mind. Yi Chen took out 2 gold notes, each worth 1,000 silvers, and said, "Here are 20,000 silvers, it is enough to buy your restaurant and compensate those innocent people who died. But you have to remember, only 1,000 silvers belongs to you. If you dare to take even a single cent, the next person to die will be you." The Black Stone town was located in a remote area, the buildings were old, and the value of a restaurant was less than 1,000 silver. But it was hard to calculate the value of human lives. A rich family could not even afford a few 100,000 silver, but if it was a disciple of a big family, he would have to pay with his life. Money, they had it all. According to the law of the Windy Nation, an ordinary person who died in an accident would have to pay 500 silver to his family, which was enough for an ordinary family to live for 10 years. Now that Yi Chen had taken out 20,000 silver, minus the 1,000 silver from the restaurant, the remaining 19,000 silver could be used to pay for 38 families, and the number of people who died was far less than 38. Maybe it was the sorrow of the poor, but compared to the lives of their families and the 500 silver, they would rather choose the latter. At least the latter could guarantee them 10 years of peace, and they would have enough money for their children to marry, and they could even repair their houses. The owner kept nodding. "Young warrior, don't worry. There are so many people here as witnesses, I would not dare to take a single silver." "I hope so." Yi Chen thought about it and agreed. Handing the gold notes to the owner, Yi Chen was about to leave, when those Jianghu people surrounded him. "Young warrior, you are so powerful. The bloody butcher killed people like flies. A lot of people wanted to kill him, but they were killed by him. Today, with the death of the bloody butcher, I wonder how many people are grateful to you. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling face." Yi Chen said, "You are flattering me. Even if I didn't kill him, someone else would have. May I know your name, young warrior? We all respect you." Yi Chen thought about the fact that the reason he traveled the martial world was for fame. Sometimes, even if he didn't care about fame, people would still respect him because of his fame. In the end, he still couldn't escape the shackles of fame, so he decided to be generous and said, "I am a disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School, Yi Chen. Young warrior Yi, I am the dual blade artist Su Shan. I am the deadly crutch Sun Ruhai. I am the iron leg Lu Wan." All of a sudden, the martial artists all announced their names. They all thought that they were quite famous in this area, and if they could establish a relationship with an inner disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School, they would be even more famous in the future, and people would look up to them when they went out. Yi Chen forced a smile. Sometimes fame was not a good thing. It could cause a lot of trouble. When he finally got rid of those people, it was already afternoon. Riding on the dark brown horse, Yi Chen left. On the road with few people, Yi Chen took out the bloody butcher's spirit ring from his storage ring and sent his soul power into it. Oh! A faint vibration spread out, and Yi Chen saw the space inside the spirit ring. The space was 1 square meter, which was the size of a small room. It was filled with gold and silver, and the golden light made it bright. Counting carefully, there were more than 10,000 gold taels and 300,000 silver taels piled on the ground. There was also a stack of gold notes at the side, adding up to 60,000 silver taels. In total, there were more than 100,000 gold taels, which was equivalent to more than 1,000,000 silver taels. Even Yi Chen's father only had a few 100,000 silvers. Although he did not need to spend his own money, and everything was covered by his family, it was enough to prove his wealth. Besides money and other common things, there were a few martial arts manuals on the small bookshelf in the corner. Yi Chen moved his mind and took out the martial art manual from the top of the bookshelf. On the cover of the manual, there were 4 shocking blood-red characters: Blood Hand of Qi Butcher. He opened it. Blood Hand of Qi Butcher, top-rank Mortal Realm Martial Skill, the exclusive martial art of the Rank 7 Evil Blood Martial School in Rudra Nation. The user needs to absorb the rare evil blood qi from the natural environment. The stronger the evil blood qi, the more powerful it will be. Once mastered, the user can easily break through the protective Jin Qi layer of other warriors at the same level and take their lives. It was a martial art from the Rank 7 Evil Blood Martial School in Rudra Nation. Yi Chen was a bit confused. The Evil Blood Martial School was one of the top martial institutions in Rudra Nation, and their overall power was even higher than the Emerald Martial Palace. Their disciples were extremely evil and they would kill anyone they wanted. Yi Chen did not know how the Blood Hand of Qi Butcher ended up in his hands. Chapter 65. On the horse's back, Yi Chen shook his head and put the Bloody Hand skill back into the ring. This kind of skill was too dangerous, and the martial institutions were most afraid of the martial arts being leaked out. Even if it had nothing to do with them, learning it would bring bad luck, and they might even lose their martial arts. Compared to the Evil Blood Martial School, a single person's power was too weak. Plus, no matter how powerful the Bloody Hand was, it was only a top-rank Mortal Realm skill, not enough for Yi Chen to take the risk to learn it. Putting his consciousness back into the ring, Yi Chen took out the second skill from the shelf. Looking at it in his hand, he realized that this secret manual was actually a secret skill that had not been made public. Earth Explosion, a top-rank Mortal Realm skill. The user needs to pour all of his Jin Qi into the soles of his feet and send it out through a special shockwave. It explodes when it reaches the designated location. There are 3 stages to this skill. The first stage allows the Jin Qi to tear open the ground and rush towards the opponent. The second stage allows the Jin Qi to hide in the ground and explode at a designated location. The third stage allows the Jin Qi to hide in the ground and explode from a long distance. Yi Chen raised his eyebrows. Judging from the realm described above, the Bloody Butcher had only trained to the first realm, where his attacks were relatively obvious. If the opponent had strong senses and was fast enough, they would still be able to dodge it. The second realm was a bit harder to defend against, where his Jin Qi could be hidden under the ground and appear under one's feet without a sound. If the opponent was caught off guard, he might actually be able to kill a warrior of the same level. The third realm was starting to get more insane, where he could hide his Jin Qi under the ground and control it from a distance. It was like controlling a landmine. Yi Chen felt lucky. If the Bloody Butcher had trained the Earth Explosion to the third stage, even if he could escape, he would still be shocked. And that was only because he had a strong soul power and was fast enough. If it were anyone else, they would not be able to dodge it in time, or they would not be able to dodge it. Of course, a secret skill was a secret skill, and it was much harder to train than a martial skill of the same level. The Earth Explosion skill was definitely not any easier than a low-rank Earth Realm martial skill. People who were not talented might not even be able to reach the third stage even after 10 years. With the secret skill in hand, Yi Chen would not let it go. He had made up his mind to train it and make it one of his trump cards. Next was the third secret manual, which was also the last one. The Hiding Qi spell is a low-rank Earth Realm auxiliary martial art. It is divided into 2 realms. In the lower realm, at the Condensing Reality realm, you can change the vibration of your Jin Qi at will and hide your cultivation level by 1 level. In the upper realm, at the Clasping Yuan realm, you can hide your cultivation level by 1 level. Beyond the Clasping Yuan realm, you cannot use the Hiding Qi spell. The sound of horse hooves had already woken up a lot of people. Many houses had their lights lit up. It was noisy and chaotic. Obviously they were looking for someone. As the doors of the houses nearby opened, a group of people rushed out. Who are you? Why did you come to Yellowstone Village? Don't act rashly. We are not afraid of you. Yi Chen smiled bitterly. He suddenly punched a big hole in the ground. I just came to stay for the night. I will leave tomorrow. With my strength, it is too easy for me to do anything to you. You really came to stay for the night? The leader of the group was a bare-chested man with a hoe in his hand. He looked at the hole in the ground and swallowed his saliva. Yi Chen nodded. Do I look like a robber to you? You don't. The man looked at Yi Chen. He saw that he was wearing a moon-white robe made of high-quality materials. The corners of the robe could probably support him for a month. There was a sword hanging on his waist. He looked to be about 15 or 16 years old. He was handsome and refined. He did not look like a robber who would do anything. Letting out a sigh, the man said loudly, "Okay, everyone go back. This guy is not a robber." Hearing this, most of the people turned around and went back to their houses. Only a few people stayed to watch the show. The man did not care about them. He said to Yi Chen, "My house still has an empty room. You can come in and stay for the night. As for the fee," Yi Chen took out a piece of silver and threw it to the man. "That's enough. That's enough, that's enough. Chun Hua, quickly tidy up the empty room for this young hero." The man beamed with joy and loudly scolded his wife in the room. Yi Chen looked around and did not see any house with a yard. He said, "Where do you think I should tie my horse?" "Horse? There is a broken tree behind my house. You can tie it there." The man stared at the dark brown horse and pointed at the back of the house. "Okay." He led the horse to the location. Just like the man said, there was a big tree that needed 2 people to wrap their arms around. However, it was broken and could not be seen from the other side of the house. After tying the rope, Yi Chen poured out a big pile of grass from his storage ring. He said to the dark brown horse, "Rest well today. We still have a long journey tomorrow." Swoosh. The dark brown horse puffed out 2 puffs of air from its nose. It lowered its head to eat the grass. Yi Chen was about to leave when he saw something strange happening in the night sky. He could not help but gasp. Is it a ghost or... Chapter 66. Above the misty night sky, a cluster of black shadow flew towards Yi Chen at a seemingly slow speed. As it got closer, Yi Chen finally saw the real body of the black shadow. 5 ghost-like human figures in white robes were carrying a huge coffin. The coffin was 1 meter long and 1 meter wide. It was completely black and did not look like it was made from wood. Instead, it looked like it was carved from a whole black rock. It was heavy, creepy, but it also had a majestic aura. 5 white shadows were carrying a coffin, flying above the endless night sky. If a normal person saw it, he or she would have fainted on the ground, thinking that they were here to capture his or her soul and drag him or her into hell. However, Yichen was a martial artist, and once a martial artist reached the late stage of his or her cultivation, he or she would be able to turn the ocean upside down, go up into the sky and into the ground, reverse life and death, and control the natural law. Plus, these 5 white shadows were not ghosts. They should be martial artists who had trained some kind of special martial arts, as they were moving very fast, as if they did not have a physical body. Clasping Yuan Realm martial artists? They are definitely clasping Yuan Realm martial artists. Judging from that creepy and mysterious chi, they are even more powerful than the headmaster of the Sky Cloud Martial School, only slightly weaker than the leader Luo Xinglia. Yi Chen's soul power was extremely powerful. Once he glanced at anyone, he would be able to compare them with people he had seen before, and come to a conclusion very quickly. Therefore, even though he could not see through the cultivation of these white shadows, he was still able to analyze their power through comparison. A chill ran down his spine. Yi Chen could not help but wonder what was in that coffin. Was it a person or was it just a dead body? The latter was impossible, as it would be too much to ask 5 late clasping Yuan Realm martial artists to carry a dead body. There was only one explanation left, which was that there was someone in the coffin, a powerful martial artist whose cultivation was not below the astral reaching realm. Otherwise, there was no way that a late clasping Yuan Realm martial artist could carry a coffin. An astral reaching realm martial artist. Yi Chen licked his dry lips, not daring to move. It had been a long time since an astral-reaching realm martial artist had come out to the Windy Nation. The leaders of the top 5 martial institutions, such as the leader of the Emerald Martial School, the leader of the North Snow Martial Academy, the leader of the Purple Sun Martial School, the leader of the Rudra Martial School, and the leader of the Sky Cloud Martial School. These 5 people were all at the peak of late clasping Yuan Realm, and were extremely powerful. However, the premise was that an astral-reaching realm martial artist did not come out, otherwise even they would have to stand aside. The sky was filled with dark clouds. 5 white figures carried the coffin and floated in front of the dark clouds. Their white robes were blown by the air currents, dragging very long. They were like the white impermanence who wanted to take someone's life, but also like a lonely and ferocious spirit. After a few flickers, the scene of the 5 ghosts carrying the coffin disappeared without a trace, leaving only the dark clouds that were still spreading. Yi Chen wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead, feeling a lingering fear. "Young hero, what are you doing outside? An empty room has already been prepared for you," the man said through the window in the room. "All right." After settling the dark brown horse down, Yi Chen turned around and left. The empty room wasn't big. There was a bed, a table and a chair inside. There was also an oil lamp hanging on the wall. The oil lamp emitted an orange glow, barely illuminating the entire room. "Rest well. Let me know if you need anything. I'll get it done for you immediately." The man standing at the door could not hide his joy. 5 taels of silver. The living conditions of Huangshe village were not high, but it was enough for his family to live for 2 to 3 months. They would rise from the ranks of being able to fill their stomachs to being rich. Yi Chen thought about it and said, "It might rain after midnight. Find some villagers to build a shed so that my horse won't get wet. Here are 10 taels of silver. Give it to the villagers who are willing to work." After saying that, Yi Chen gave him another 2 pieces of silver. Good, I'll find someone to do it right away. Only an idiot wouldn't do it." The man's eyes lit up as he respectfully took the silver from Yi Chen's hands. After the man left, Yi Chen waved his hand and the door closed automatically. Sitting on the bed with his legs crossed, he took out 2 low-rank soul stones from his storage ring. Yi Chen started his daily Zhenqi training. In the past, although Yi Chen was very diligent in his training, and could even be said to be very hard-working, he had not reached the point of forgetting himself. The so-called forgetting himself meant that there was nothing else besides training, and everything else would be centered around training. Anything that hindered his training he would have to overcome or give up. Before, Yi Chen didn't think much of it. He thought that his training speed was fast enough. With his powerful body, he could absorb 2 portions of Yuan Qi from the soul stones at the same time. However, after seeing the 5 ghosts carrying the coffin tonight, he felt uneasy. His instinct told him that something big was going to happen. This big event might affect the entire Windy Nation or even beyond that. As for whether he was overthinking it or not, he didn't know. But it was better to take precautions than to do nothing. The former could help him live longer. Yi Chen's Zhenqi started to circulate inside his body, one round after another. Late at night, there was a cracking sound. A few cracks appeared on the 2 low-rank soul stones in Yi Chen's palms. Slowly opening his eyes, Yi Chen let out a long breath. His breath was like a fog or an arrow shooting out very far away. It even blew the wall on the other side of the wall, causing stone chips to fall down. A normal early condensing reality realm warrior consumes 1 low-rank soul stone in 5 days, but I consumed 2 in 4 days. My speed is 2.5 times faster than others. But in terms of progress, I guess it's only 2 times faster. The quality of the pure Junjin Qi is a bit higher, so I need more Yuan Qi from the soul stones. Throwing away the cracked low-rank soul stones, Yi Chen felt even more grateful to the owner of the mid-rank storage ring. If it weren't for those 10,000 low-rank soul stones, he wouldn't have been able to absorb the Yuan Qi from the soul stones so easily. 2 low-rank soul stones in 4 days, 20 in 40 days, and 200 in 400 days. And that didn't include his breakthrough to the mid and late condensing reality realm. At that time he would consume even more low-rank soul stones, which ordinary people wouldn't be able to afford. Of course, the Yi family could afford it, but it would be troublesome to explain. First of all, Yi Chen had to explain why he was consuming 2 times faster than others, and he didn't want to reveal any information about the pure jade body boosting spell yet. It was late at night, the crescent moon was covered by dark clouds and the sky was dark. Without taking off his clothes, Yi Chen went straight to sleep, but he still had a little bit of consciousness. After midnight, just as Yi Chen expected, it started to rain heavily. The sound of the rain covered everything, washing away all the dirt on the ground. The rain didn't stop until the next morning. Unable to reject the man and his wife's enthusiasm, Yi Chen gave up the idea of leaving immediately, and sat down to have breakfast with them. They had a little daughter who was only 3 or 4 years old. She was wearing simple clothes and her eyes were big and watery. She was eating with a small bowl of food and her voice was very cute, which was also one of the reasons why Yi Chen was willing to stay for breakfast. After breakfast, Yi Chen thought the little girl was cute, so he gave her a piece of jade. This piece of jade was not worth much, he bought it especially for the pure jade body boosting spell. There were hundreds of pieces in total, and there were still a few left, each worth less than 30 silvers. Normally he didn't care about it, but now it was a good gift. As the little girl thanked him in her childish voice, Yi Chen chuckled and walked out of the house. At the entrance of the village, Yi Chen jumped on the horse and rode away. Chapter 67. The sun was setting, the bright afterglow shone on the windy mountain, dyeing it a pink color. Coming out from the horse farm at the foot of the mountain, Yi Chen tidied up his clothes and walked up the mountain with some inner disciples who had just finished their missions. On the way, everyone was talking about him. "Brother Miao, I heard that you took on a 4-star white rank mission. You really impressed me." "Brother Fong, you are flattering me. I only took on the most common 4-star white rank mission. I did not dare to take on anything too difficult. Compared to that Zhang Haoren, I am still far from it. Zhang Haoren, he is a madman. The first time he took on a 3-star white rank mission, the second time he took on a 4-star white rank mission, and the third time he took on a 5-star white rank mission. I wonder if he can make it back alive? It will be difficult. Although he is a genius and he can fight those who are at a higher cultivation level than him, but he cannot beat those who are at the same cultivation level as him. Even those mid-condensing reality realm geniuses would have to be very careful when taking on a 5-star white rank mission. If they are not careful enough, they could still die. Last year, Brother Yuan died on a 5-star white rank mission. Yeah, Zhang Haoren is indeed doomed. But if he can survive, his future will be limitless. That kind of life and death situation, that kind of opportunity to fight against the heavens, can only be found by chance. If he can survive it, the warriors will improve at an incredible speed. On the side, Yi Chen seemed to be thinking about something. He did not expect that Zhang Haoren, who had just become an inner disciple, would put his life on the line. It was like he was joking with his own life. This kind of person was definitely scary because they were not afraid of death. They pursued the most primitive power, they did not care about life and death. Similarly, Zhang Haoren and Yi Chen could be said to be very similar in some aspects. Both of them worked hard but were not blind. The first time he took on a 3-star white rank mission, he wanted to accumulate experience and familiarize himself with the process of the mission. The second time he took on a 4-star white rank mission, he wanted to level up step by step and feel his limits. When he reached his limits, he would challenge a 5-star white rank mission, breaking through his limits and achieving the greatest transformation. Imperceptibly, Yi Chen had already placed Zhang Haoren on the same level as the 4 great young masters. This level wasn't based on strength but talent and willpower. Zhang Haoran's willpower was undoubtedly appreciated and recognized by Yi Qin. As for Yi Qin himself, time would prove. Arriving at the Soaring Cloud Hall, Yi Qin headed straight for the side hall. "Deacon, I'm here to hand in my mission." There were many attendants in the Floating Cloud Palace. These attendants were not very strong, and their main job was to help the Flowing Cloud sect with missions. The middle-aged deacon sitting at the table nodded. "Where's the mission form and proof?" "Here they are." Yi Qin put the mission form and the head of the Bloody Butcher on the table. The middle-aged deacon glanced at the mission form, then immediately opened the black cloth that was wrapped around the head. After a while he said, "Not bad, it is indeed the Bloody Butcher. Congratulations on completing the mission. What's your name?" "Yi Qin." "Wait, let me see." After becoming an inner disciple, all personal information would be sent to the Floating Cloud Palace for the deacon to look for. Soon, the middle-aged deacon found Yi Qin's information. He then took out a black leather book from the drawer and started to record Yi Qin's information and mission results. Name, Yi Qin. Age, 15. Identity, Yi family's disciple. Inner disciple assessment. Excellent mission result. 3-star white rank mission. Once, take a look and see if there's anything wrong with it. The middle-aged deacon pushed the black leather book towards Yi Qin. Yi Qin only glanced at it and nodded, "Yes." "Okay, now let's talk about the reward. Maybe you have just become an inner disciple, so you don't know much about this. According to the rules of the Sky Cloud Martial School, the school will take 30% of the reward for white rank missions, 25% for gray rank missions, and 20% for black rank missions. The reward for killing the Bloody Butcher is 4,000 gold, so after taking 30%, there will be 2,800 gold left." The middle-aged deacon put the black leather book back into the drawer and explained. Taking 30% of the reward was very high, but it was understandable. After all, the school had trained you for so long, so you should be contributing to the school. Plus, when you killed the target of a mission, you would usually get extra income, and sometimes the extra income was even more than the reward itself. After receiving the 2,800 gold notes from the middle-aged deacon, Yi Qin left the side palace. On the first day, Yi Qin did not accept any mission. The second day was the same. On the third day, the Floating Cloud Palace became very lively. Zhang Haoran, who was thought to be dead, came back alive. He was covered in blood, and his murderous aura could be felt from far away. It attracted a lot of inner disciples to come and watch. Wu Zongming, who had already returned, had a complicated expression on his face. If this continued, he would never be able to catch up with Zhang Haoran. Zhang Haoran's determination had shocked even him. Wiping the blood off his face, Zhang Haoran looked around and found Yi Qin. He grinned and said, "Yi Qin, I will be waiting for you in the ranking competition." Who is Yi Qin? Why did Zhang Haoran say he would be waiting for Yi Qin? Is he that powerful? It seems like Yi Qin had just become an inner disciple. How come he made Zhang Haoran pay so much attention to him? Hearing this, a lot of inner disciples were confused. Most of them did not see the battle between Zhang Haoran and Yi Qin. Plus, they were all very busy, so they had not heard about it. However, after this battle, they just needed to ask around and they would be able to figure it out. Yi Qin said seriously, "Of course." Time flew and another half a month had passed. During this period of time, Yi Qin had only accepted one 4-star white rank mission, and spent the rest of his time on training. As for why he did not accept 5-star white rank missions, it was because these kinds of missions were not always available. They were either too easy, which was below 4-star white rank, or too difficult, which was a gray rank mission, which was too time-consuming. More importantly, he could feel that his pure Junjinshi was about to break through to the 7th stage. This kind of opportunity was hard to come by, and the earlier he made it, the faster he trained, the later it would be a waste of time. On this day, a big event that shocked the entire Windy Nation had reached the Sky Cloud Martial School. After many interactions, Yi Qin also learned about the details of the event. The Evil Earth Martial School, which was located in the northwest of the Windy Nation, had been wiped out overnight. None of the 78 clasping Yuan realm martial artists survived, and over 1,000 of their disciples had died. Only a few of them managed to escape. When he heard the news, the first thing that came to Yi Qin's mind was the 5 ghosts coffin-carrying incident. The Evil Earth Martial School and the Sky Cloud Martial School were both rank 9 institutions, but the latter was the most powerful among the rank 9 institutions. It was not even weaker than the rank 8 institutions. Because it was not easy to increase one's rank, it would take a long time to be verified, and that was why the Sky Cloud Martial School was still a rank 9 institution. Otherwise, the Sky Cloud Martial School would not be listed among the 3 great sects. After all, there were already 4 rank 9 institutions in the Windy Nation. If the Sky Cloud Martial School was not powerful enough, the Sky Cloud Martial School would not even have a chance. In everyone's eyes, the Sky Cloud Martial School was no different than a rank 8 institution. Even so, the annihilation of the 9th grade sect, the Earth Fiend sect, still left everyone dumbfounded and terrified. Chapter 68. The Evil Earth Martial School had 24 inner masters, all of whom were above the mid-clasping Yuan realm. The leader of the school, Jiang Tiansha, had even reached the peak-level late-clasping Yuan realm. His weapon was a rare legendary weapon, the Sun Moon Wheel. With the combination of the 2 weapons, even the leaders of the top 5 martial schools would not dare to underestimate him. It would take hundreds of attacks to decide the winner, and it would be a problem if they could escape unscathed. Such a powerful martial school had been slaughtered in one night. Yichen was even more certain that the person in the coffin was an astral-reaching realm warrior, and not just a normal early astral-reaching realm warrior, because an early astral-reaching realm warrior was not powerful enough to slaughter a rank 9 martial school, even with the help of 5 late-clasping Yuan realm warriors. Shaking his head, Yichen knew that he did not have the right to worry about these things. Right now, the only thing he could do was to increase his cultivation as fast as possible, in order to protect himself in the future. The news of the Evil Earth Martial School being destroyed had not only reached the Sky Cloud Martial School, but also the other martial schools. All of a sudden, the whole Windy Nation was in a state of panic. The condensing Evil Mountain, where the Evil Earth Martial School was located, the whole mountain was covered with corpses. There were outer disciples, inner disciples, core disciples, deacons, outer masters, inner masters, family members of the elders, and the family members of the leaders. All of them were lying on the ground with their eyes wide open. Their bodies looked like dried corpses, which was extremely horrifying. In the middle of the welcoming plaza, a huge human figure stood there, not moving at all. Looking closer, one would realize that he was already dead. There was a bowl-sized bloody hole on his muscular chest. His heart had been taken out, and the blood had dried up long ago. The sticky substance inside his body had a deathly gray color. If someone with a bit of knowledge was here, they would definitely recognize that the corpse standing there was indeed Jiang Tiansha, the leader of the Evil Earth Martial School. A peak-level late-clasping Yuan realm warrior had his heart taken out by someone else. After an unknown period of time, a red dot appeared in the east sky. The red light was getting brighter and brighter, dyeing the surrounding air into a different color. Looking over, one could see a human figure wrapped in the red light, flying towards them at a speed faster than the speed of sound. The red light landed on the welcoming plaza, circled around the human figure for a couple of times, and then suddenly disappeared. Annihilating the entire clan in one night? Who did it? The silhouette stood with his hands behind his back. Looking closely, he seemed to be in his 40s. His joints were huge and he looked like a tiger or a dragon. It was the leader of the Sky Cloud Martial School, Luo Xinglia. Among the top 5 martial institutions, the Sky Cloud Martial School and the North Snow Martial Academy were the closest to the Evil Earth Martial School. After knowing the news, Luo Xinglia came out of his closed-door training immediately. He had traveled tens of thousands of miles to find some clues, so that he could be prepared for the future. He reached out and grabbed at Jiang Tiansha's chest. Traces of deathly aura were sucked over. Chi. The deathly gray chi was extremely poisonous, as it kept corroding Luo Xinglia's Jin Qi. Luo Xinglia sneered as a red light appeared on his palm, burning the deathly gray qi into nothingness. Just when he was about to investigate further, Luo Xinglia suddenly raised his head and looked towards the northeast. The white clouds in the sky were cut in half. A figure shot over fiercely. Everything in his way was sliced apart by the invisible saber qi, including the formless air. Patter. A man landed 10 meters to the right of Luo Xinglia. The man was wearing a snow-white robe and he had no facial hair. He was also standing with his hands behind his back. His saber qi was flying all over the place, shooting up into the sky with an unbelievable power. Shui Warren, your saber intent is even more powerful than 3 years ago. Luo Xinglia looked at him seriously and said slowly. The middle-aged man in white smiled lightly. The saber intent is shapeless and it might become dull one day. Plus, your great Luo godly art is already at the 11th level. Luo Xinglia did not say anything. The man in front of him was the leader of the North Snow Martial Academy, Shui Warren. He had trained his chi when he was 9, reached the condensing reality realm when he was 16, and reached the clasping yuan realm when he was 28. Judging from the data, he was not talented at all, and could not even be compared to normal geniuses. However, that was the reason why Luo Xinglia was shocked. When he reached the mid-clasping yuan realm, he had learned the 1 in a million saber intent. Once the saber intent was released, even the gods and ghosts would not be able to see through him. 3 years ago, Luo Xinglia did not have the confidence to beat him. 3 years later, Shui Warren had become even more powerful. Luo Xinglia had to admit that if the two of them were to fight, his chance of winning would not be higher than 45%. Of course, he had his ace attacks, but it was hard to guarantee that Shui Warren did not. Shui Warren looked at Jiang Tiansha's dead body and asked, "Did you find anything?" Luo Xinglia let out a long breath. "I found something." There was an extremely evil chi inside Jiang Tiansha's body, and it had not dissipated even after half a month. Shui Warren's eyebrows twitched. The training method of the Evil Earth Martial School was different from the other martial institutions. They mixed their Jin Qi with Evil Qi, which was extremely aggressive. Normally, Evil Qi would not work on them. What was even more unbelievable was that Jiang Tiansha was the #1 expert in Evil Qi in the entire Windy Nation. Who could kill him with Evil Qi and leave it in his body for half a month? Also, look at Jiang Tiansha's expression. He was shocked but also impressed. Obviously, he had encountered something that even he could not help but admire. Therefore, I think an old monster has come out of hiding. As a peak-level late-clasping Yuan Realm warrior, Luo Xinglia was very observant. He was able to figure out the truth from the most basic information, which was very different from his bulky and aggressive appearance. Hearing him, Shui Warren's expression changed slightly. "An old monster has come out of hiding, are you sure?" 70 to 80% sure. Otherwise, who could kill the entire Evil Earth Martial School in one night and surpass Jiang Tiansha in terms of evil qi? Shui Warren nodded slightly and sighed. "If this is the case, the Windy Nation is going to change." Luo Xinglia sneered. He raised his head and said, "Tu Chongshan is here. Long Bai is here as well. And that Zhuang Qingxian did not come but sent a master to fool us. It seems like he does not care about us at all." Shui Warren's perception was not any weaker than Luo Xinglia's. He raised his head and squinted his eyes. In the southeast direction, a golden halo pierced through the clouds and melted the air. It was like a huge fireball was shooting towards them. Thunders could be heard one after another. It was horrifying. In the south direction, the rain was pouring down. In the rain, a beautiful woman was walking on the water with an umbrella in her hand. She was moving at a very fast speed, but it looked like she was taking a stroll in the park. In the west, there was an elderly man walking on a beam of light. He looked very arrogant, but his speed was slightly slower than the other two. The first one to arrive was the beautiful woman with an umbrella. Her hair was like a waterfall, her body was alluring. She was wearing a blue dress that looked like flowing water, without a single speck of dust on it. "You two are early." The beautiful woman put away her umbrella and said with a smile. Luo Xinglia said, "The South Rudra Martial School's godly water spell is indeed worthy of its name. I, Luo Xinglia, have really opened my eyes." The beautiful woman was none other than the leader of the South Rudra Martial School, one of the top 3 martial institutions, Long Bai. She was the youngest among the 5 leaders, around 30 years old. However, her background was quite mysterious. No one knew where she was born, and no one knew where she learned all of her martial arts from. Chapter 69. Long Bai said jokingly, "No matter how powerful the godly water spell is, how could it compete with Tu Chongshan's sunlight great art? Of course, there is also Brother Luo's great Rudra God art. The sunlight great art and the great Rudra God art both contain firepower. The former was like a burning sun, burning everything in its path. It also had an explosive power, while the latter did not have yin and yang. It could be hard and soft at the same time." Shui Warren shook his head. "You are the most mysterious one among us. Who would dare to say that they could win against you? Not to mention the others, I could not handle Brother Shui's blade intent alone." Long Bai did not know if it was just her nature or if she was just being humble. She kept putting herself down and elevating the others. However, Luo Xinglia and Shui Warren would not dare to underestimate her because of this. Otherwise they would die a horrible death. A few years ago, A peak-level late-clasping Yuan realm warrior from the Rudra nation saw Long Bai's beauty and beauty. He could not help but want to marry her. After being rejected by Long Bai, he did not know what to do and suggested a martial arts competition. If she lost, she would become his woman. If she won, he would leave immediately. 10 attacks. With only 10 attacks, that Rudra nation warrior had lost completely. He had lost all hope, and that was even because Long Bai did not use all of her power. From then on, no one dared to underestimate Long Bai, this mysterious woman. Haha, I Tu Chongshan am here. The golden halo broke through the air and attacked towards Luo Xinglia without slowing down. All of a sudden, the intense heat filled the whole plaza, as if a huge star had fallen from the sky. Bastard, how dare you! Luo Xinglia's eyebrows twitched. His eyes were filled with anger. He reached out both of his arms, one above the other, as if he was hugging a huge ball. Boom! The whole mountain seemed to be shaking. The shockwave from the battle between the two had shaved off a layer of the plaza's surface, sinking 4 to 5 meters deep. Everything within 100 meters radius had been turned into ruins. Nothing was left, including Jiang Tiansha's body. Long Bai seemed to have expected it. She had put up her blue protective layer in advance, separating the incoming shockwave. Shui Wuren was a bit annoyed. He took a step forward and a huge blade chi shot out from his body, landing right in between the two. Clang! The saber chi severed the connection between the two of them. The remaining force did not dissipate and sliced off half of the malevolent Earth sect's guest hall. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. The top half slowly slid down, giving off another loud rumbling sound. Whoosh! Whoosh! Luo Xinglia and Tu Chongshan both jumped back. As soon as his feet landed on the ground, Luo Xinglia said with a low voice, Tu Chongshan, are you crazy? If you really want to fight, then set a date. Hehe, after not seeing you for so many years, your great Luo Xingong has become even more profound. Unfortunately, I only used the power of 9 suns just now. If I used the power of 10 suns, you would have lost for sure. Tu Chongshan patted his sleeves, without the slightest intention of apologizing. Luo Xinglia tried his best to control his emotions and sneered, even if you have 10 suns, so what? Do you think my de Luo Zhenqi is just for show? The two of them were fighting each other, neither of them willing to give in. As for when it started, they did not care anymore. It seemed like the great Luo Xingong and the Sunlight Great Art were born to be enemies, and their cultivators had inherited this trait as well. Putting aside their disgust, the two of them were both shocked by Shui Wuren's power. Although that blade chi attack was very skillful, and it landed right at the point where their chi powers were clashing, his eyesight and timing were still very impressive. Besides that, both of them knew that Shui Wuren was at his best when he was holding the blade. Right now he was not even serious. Why are you two doing this? Today is not the day to fight. Long Bai walked over and tried to mediate. Tu Chongshan chuckled, I am giving you face, but I wonder if Brother Luo would be willing to do it. Ha, after the evil Earth Martial School is done, I would like to see how powerful you are. Do you dare? Luo Xinglia was not a man with a good temper, but today was indeed not a good day. Why not? Tu Chongshan squinted his eyes. Shui Wuren, who had just attacked, did not say anything. In fact, he wanted to see the battle between the two of them. People at their level would not easily fight. Soon, the elder, who was stepping on a beam of light, also arrived on the plaza. Everyone, Gao Tianhe is late. Facing the leaders of the 4 martial institutions, the elder did not seem to be nervous at all. Instead, he seemed to be looking down on them. Shui Wuren frowned, where is Zhuang Qingxian? The elder cleared his throat, our leader is in closed-door training right now and has no time for anything else. As for what happened today, you guys do not need to waste your time investigating. We, the Emerald Martial Palace, have already received some insider information. Hearing him, Shui Wuren and the other 3's expressions changed. They all stared at Gao Tianhe. Being stared at by 4 powerful warriors, even though Gao Tianhe was at the peak of late-clasping Yuan realm, he still could not stand it. However, compared to what he was going to say next, it was not even worth mentioning. He took a deep breath as if he had used all of his strength and said, half a month ago, our Emerald Martial Palace's disciples were on a mission. They had seen 5 ghosts carrying a coffin in the night sky. Half a month later, the news of the evil Earth Martial School being destroyed spread out overnight. The 2 incidents had caught our attention. After careful investigation and analysis, we came to a conclusion. The 9 Ghost cult, which had been destroyed 20 years ago, had once again revived. This time, it should be the ghost artist, one of the 108 ghost warriors of the Nine Ghost cult. Only he likes to live in the stone coffin. Hearing him, the four of them were all shocked. Long Bai hurriedly said, "Are you serious?" Gao Tianhe nodded slowly. "The Nine Ghost cult is a very serious matter. How could I joke about it? But it is not that serious right now. The Nine Ghost cult has been destroyed for all to see, and the remaining forces would not be that powerful. If I am not wrong, they are currently trying to accumulate their power, so they would not dare to challenge the top martial institutions in the South Rudra region. But the other small martial institutions might not be the same. Therefore, for the next 3 to 5 years we can rest easy. After that, the whole South Rudra region will be facing a serious challenge. 3 to 5 years, who could say for sure? Once they had destroyed some of the small martial institutions and accumulated enough wealth, the big martial institutions would be the ones to suffer. Everyone knew about the horrifying power of the Nine Ghost cult back in the day. It was as powerful as all the martial institutions in the whole South Rudra region combined. If it were not for the help from outside forces, the whole South Rudra region, which contained dozens of countries, might have already fallen into the Nine Ghost cult's control. Compared to the Nine Ghost cult, the Windy Nation was only a small ant, and the top 5 martial institutions were not even ants. As for that Ghost Corpse man, he was one of the 108 ghost warriors of the Nine Ghost cult. His power was not that powerful in the Nine Ghost cult, but in the Windy Nation he was invincible. Since he had not done anything yet, it should be because he had been badly wounded back then, and had not recovered yet. Otherwise, it would not be just the evil Earth Martial School that would be slaughtered, but one of the top 5 martial institutions. Oh, oh. The cold wind was blowing and everyone's heart sank. Chapter 70. Night. Yi Qin, who was sitting on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes. He waved his hand and a chi sword made of chi appeared and shot out. Swoosh. The wall was like a piece of tofu, it was easily pierced through, leaving a small hole on the wall. My pure Junjin Chi has finally reached the 7th stage. The peak of the 6th stage and the 7th stage were only one small step apart, but the difference in power was like heaven and earth. If the chi light was a normal sword, then the chi sword would be a real great sword. Not only could it cut through iron like it was mud, but it could also kill a mortal realm warrior from 100 steps away as easily as eating or drinking. Getting off the bed, Yi Qin jumped through the door and came out of the yard. Looking around, there was also a hole on the 1-foot-thick wall. Yi Qin did not know where the chi sword had landed, but he hoped that it did not hurt anyone. The next morning. In the floating cloud palace. There are no more 5-star white rank missions? In front of the white jade wall on the right side of the door, Yi Qin frowned. He was planning to take on a 5-star white rank mission to practice and earn some money. But now it seemed that this 5-star white rank mission was very popular and rare. After thinking for a while, Yi Qin walked into the palace and stopped in front of the gray jade wall. Does this brat want to die? Even the top 200 inner disciples have to be careful about gray rank missions. He is only at the early condensing reality realm and he dares to take a mission. Maybe he is just here to have a look. I don't think he has the guts to take it. A few inner disciples nearby noticed Yi Qin, their eyes lit up, and they started to whisper to each other. Yi Qin did not care about other people's opinions. With his power, taking a gray rank mission was not too much. According to the difficulty of the mission, if the condensing reality realm warriors could be divided into 15 stars, then he should be at least 5 stars. On the gray jade wall there were quite a lot of missions. After a while, Yi Qin found a mission that he was satisfied with. The 4th line was the 3rd mission. Mission: protect the herb collecting team from the Ling family in the Red Blood Forest. Without much hesitation, Yi Qin tore off the mission sheet. What? He really accepted it? That's a 2-star gray rank mission. This mission only needs 5 people. Even if he goes, he will only be humiliating himself. I hope that during the selection he will not bring shame to our Sky Cloud Martial School. The Purple Sun Martial School and our Sky Cloud Martial School have always been at loggerheads. Whenever they have the chance, they would humiliate us to death. Plus, the Emerald Martial Palace has always been arrogant, so our chances are even lower. Under everyone's speechless gaze, Yi Qin walked out of the soaring cloud hall. At the bottom of the mountain, Yi Qin jumped onto his horse and galloped out. The Ling family was a small family in the Black Rock City. Their main business was herb collecting and medicine making. There were not many powerful warriors in the family, only 2 early clasping Yuan realm warriors and dozens of condensing reality realm warriors. Compared to the top 8 families, the Ling family was extremely weak. Because of this, the Ling family decided to hire disciples from the martial schools to protect the herb-collecting team. After all, there were a lot of geniuses in the martial schools, and it was normal for them to be able to fight those with higher cultivation than them. A mid-condensing reality realm warrior was even more powerful than a late-condensing reality realm warrior from the Ling family, and his martial skills were much more powerful. However, a small family was still a small family after all. They did not have a lot of resources, so they could not afford to hire disciples from the martial schools. In the end, they decided to select the 5 temporary guards. In the afternoon, Yi Chen rushed to the Black Rock City and headed to the Ling family in the northern district. At this moment, the Ling family was quite lively. Dozens of handsome young people had gathered in the training field. Among them, there were inner disciples from the Emerald Martial Palace in green, inner disciples from the North Snow Martial Academy in white, inner disciples from the Purple Sun Martial School in purple, inner disciples from the Rudra Martial School in blue, and inner disciples from the Sky Cloud Martial School in white. Besides them, there were also quite a lot of inner disciples from other martial schools, more than 10 of them in total. There were more than 20 people gathered here, which made everyone in the Ling family feel quite emotional. If these people were all disciples of the Ling family could become a mid-level family within 10 years, and maybe even a big family. Unfortunately, it was just a dream, it would never come true. Everyone, our Ling family's herb collecting team will enter the Red Blood Forest tomorrow morning. Therefore, before this evening we will select the 5 temporary guards. For those who are not selected, I will not mistreat them. You will get good food and a good place to stay here, I am sure you will be satisfied. The one who spoke was the leader of the Ling family, Ling Tianan, who was in his 40s and was at the early clasping Yuan realm. Hearing him, one of the inner disciples from the Rudra martial school asked, "Leader Ling, what are the rules?" "Let's hear it." Ling Tianan smiled and said, "It is not practical for us to fight one by one, therefore I have adopted a mixed battle rule. Look at the training field, there is a white circle over there. Later on all of you will enter it and start the mixed battle. Those who leave the circle will be disqualified, and the remaining 5 people will be the temporary guards of this herb collecting team." Clearing his throat, Ling Tianan continued, "For the sake of fairness, during the mixed battle no one is allowed to bully the other, it has to be one-on-one. When the others are fighting, you can only look for the other person, you are not allowed to step in. I hope everyone will remember this." Everyone looked over and saw that there was indeed a huge circle drawn with white paint on the training field. It was about 5 zhang wide and could barely accommodate more than 20 people fighting inside. However, when the fight started, the wind generated from the palm strikes and fists would inevitably affect others. Could be said that it was extremely difficult. Alright, a challenge, I like it. The inner disciple from the Emerald Martial Palace, who was wearing a green robe, nodded and looked down at the crowd with an arrogant face. The inner disciple from the Purple Sun Martial School did not want to be left behind. Our Purple Sun Martial School's martial arts are all about fighting, we love this kind of mixed battle the most, ha. The disciples of the North Snow Martial Academy are not afraid of anyone. The same goes for the Rudra Martial School. When it came to the inner disciples from the Sky Cloud Martial School, everyone sneered with disdain. These few disciples from the Sky Cloud Martial School were not even worth mentioning, the most powerful one among them was only at the mid-condensing reality realm, and they were not famous at all. It seemed like they were only here to join in the fun and raise the status of the others. Besides the top 5 martial institutions, the disciples from the other martial institutions did not have much confidence, but thinking that they might be able to take the position of the Sky Cloud Martial School, they all felt a bit more confident. 5 temporary guards, count me in. Right at this moment, a clear voice came from outside the training field. Ling Tianan looked over and could not help but feel a bit disappointed. What the hell is the Sky Cloud Martial School doing? They only sent some ordinary people here, and this guy is even more arrogant, he is only at the early condensing reality realm. Chapter 71. It was indeed Yi Chen. He was not very familiar with the Black Rock City, and he did not remember any shortcuts. Therefore he was a step behind the other inner disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Luckily, he had asked for directions on the way, so he was able to arrive at the Black Rock City in 3 days. Seeing that the selection had not started yet, Yi Chen cupped his hands and said, "I am Yi Chen, a disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Nice to meet you, leader of the Ling family." Ling Tianan forced a smile and said, If you were a step late, the selection would have started. Just then, a disciple from the Purple Sun Martial School said sarcastically, "Actually, it doesn't matter if you come or not. But you can stay at the Ling family's house for free for one night." In my mind, the disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School always like to take advantage of others. Indeed, seeing you in person is not as good as hearing about you. Another disciple from the Emerald Martial Palace interrupted. You. The disciples from the Sky Cloud Martial School were not happy. "What do you mean we like to take advantage of others? Are you sure you will win?" At the same time they started to hate Yi Qin. "If you want to come, then come. Why are you talking so arrogantly?" The disciples from the North Snow Martial Academy and the South Rudra Martial School chose to watch from the sidelines. However, deep down they felt sorry for the disciples from the Sky Cloud Martial School and Yi Qin. As for the other disciples, they all had a gloating look on their faces. Yi Qin sneered and said, "Who likes to take advantage of others? You will find out later. Right now your words are just bullshit. You are looking for death." Hearing this, a disciple from the Purple Sun Martial Palace could not hold it in anymore. A tall teenager walked out from the crowd. He was 1 meter and 90 centimeters tall, with a thick neck and a pair of arms that were thicker than ordinary people's thighs. Obviously he was an extremely powerful warrior. A burning hot chi rose from his body, making him look like a man on fire. He walked towards Yi Qin step by step. At the same time, a teenager from the Emerald Martial Palace also walked out. He looked ordinary, but his aura was no weaker than the tall teenager's. Within a flash, he had already reached 3 steps in front of Yi Qin. His glaze-colored Jin Qi was bursting out, containing an immeasurable explosive power. One on the left and one on the right, the two of them stared at Yi Qin like tigers watching their prey, wanting to embarrass him in front of everyone. This Yi Qin has angered Wang Kunyang from the Purple Sun Martial School and Xiao Lai from the Emerald Martial Palace. I'm afraid he won't have a good ending. Wang Kunyang is at the peak of the mid-condensing reality realm. He is only 1 step away from the late condensing reality realm. Added with his 10,000 pounds of strength, normal late condensing reality realm warriors are no match for him. And that Xiao Lai is even scarier. His speed is unparalleled. Whenever he attacks, he will either tear the body apart or break the limbs. His nickname is the Body-Tearing Killer. I don't think they'll fight. No matter what, Ling Tianan is still the head of the Ling family. How could he just watch this happen? Now that you mention it, you're right. Sigh, what a pity. While everyone was talking, Wang Kunyang and Xiao Lai's aura was getting stronger. They slightly raised their heads and looked at Yi Qin with disdain. Just when Yi Qin was about to lose his temper and teach them a lesson, Ling Tianan stood up. "Wait, the selection is about to start. Please give me some face and don't start a fight right now." Ling Tianan was having a headache. All of the martial disciples were extremely arrogant, and it was hard to control them. What made him speechless was that this Yi Qin from the Sky Cloud Martial School was just too arrogant. He could have messed with anyone, but he chose to mess with the disciples from the Emerald Martial Palace and the Purple Sun Martial School. Everyone knew that the disciples from these two martial institutions would not let anything happen to them. Once the selection was over, Ling Tianan was going to suffer a lot. But it had nothing to do with him. The competition between the martial disciples had always been intense, and it was not something that he could interfere with. "I will give you some face for the head of the Ling family. Once the selection is over, I will make you kneel on the ground and lick my boots." Wang Kunyang spat on the ground and stared at Yi Qin. He then retracted his aura and went back to the group of Purple Sun Martial School disciples. Xiao Lai said in a creepy tone, "I have to say you are very lucky. If it were not for the head of the Ling family, one of your arms would have been broken." Xiao Lai's silhouette quickly faded away. He had somehow gone back to the group of Emerald Martial Palace disciples, leaving only a blur behind. On the other side, the disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School were discussing with each other in a low voice. "What should we do? This Yi Qin is our disciple after all. If he gets bullied by others, we will all lose face. What can we do? It is his fault for not restraining himself. Unless our senior brothers and sisters are here, we will all be in trouble. Damn it. Why can't I be more powerful? Stop dreaming. Let's try our best to get a spot first." Yi Qin, who was about to attack, was expressionless. To be honest, he was irritated by the attitude of the two. It was the first time that he had felt how intense the competition between the martial disciples was. However, he was not like the other disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Anyone who messed with him would be beaten down by him. "Dad, has the selection started?" Under the intense atmosphere, a soft voice came. It was like an aureole, like a wind chime, extremely pleasant to listen to. Ling Tianan turned his head in surprise and said helplessly, "Xiao Xue, didn't I tell you to stay inside? I also want to see how good the martial disciples are. Since I am the leader of the herb collecting team tomorrow, why can't I?" Outside of the training field, a 16-year-old girl slowly walked over. She was very pretty and she was wearing a pink dress. Her slim body was like a willow in the wind. Smiling bitterly, Ling Tianan introduced her to the crowd. "This is my daughter Lin Xiaoxue. She is also the leader of the herb collecting team tomorrow. Miss Lin, don't worry. With me Wang Kunyang protecting you, you will be safe." Wang Kunyang patted his chest and said loudly. Lin Xiaoxue raised her pretty eyebrows, smiled and said, "Thank you very much. Now let's confirm the 5 temporary guards." Ling Tianan nodded. "The selection starts now. Everyone please enter the white circle." Hearing him, the disciples from the Emerald Martial Palace and the Purple Sun Martial Palace were the first ones to enter the white circle. They stared at the others with evil intentions, as if they already had the victory in their hands. The disciples from the North Snow Martial Academy were all wearing white robes. Their aura was no weaker than the disciples from the Emerald Martial Palace and the Purple Sun Martial Palace. They were the only ones that the disciples from the 2 martial institutions were afraid of. The disciples from the South Rudra Martial School had always been low-key, but no one dared to look down on them. Their relationship with the other martial institutions was neither good nor bad. When it was the Sky Cloud Martial School's turn, Wang Kunyang sneered and said, "What are you doing in here? You will still get the fuck out later. But that brat has to come in so I don't have to go find him." With their heads down, the Sky Cloud Martial School's disciples still entered the circle. The other martial institutions' disciples were not targeted. After all, they were way too weak, so there was no point in targeting them. After everyone had entered, Ling Tianan took a deep breath and said, "The selection starts now." Boom, boom, boom. Almost at the same time Ling Tianan spoke, the people in the circle had already started fighting. The powerful Zhen Qi gathered into a huge river, blowing a few people away. Chapter 72. Lin Xiaoxue turned around and asked Lin Tianan, "Dad, you always said that the disciples from the Emerald Martial Palace and the North Snow Martial Academy were powerful. Then why did you send the mission to the other martial institutions?" Lin Tianan explained, "What we think is one thing and what we actually do is another. We are only a small family, we need to build a good relationship with every martial institution. If we only send the mission to the Emerald Martial Palace and the North Snow Martial Academy, and some people find out, the other martial institutions would not want to be friends with us anymore. Their disciples would also hate us and cause us trouble. Therefore you have to remember, when it comes to all the big martial institutions, you have to be fair. Do not show any favoritism." "Yes, I understand," Lin Xiaoxue said thoughtfully. Ling Tianan smiled. "Although this trip to the Red Blood Forest is dangerous, it is also a good opportunity to build a good relationship with the disciples of the sect. Some of them might even become inner elders of the sect in the future, rising up to the heavens." "Then Dad, who do you think is better?" "Xiao Lai from the Emerald Martial Palace is not bad, but he is a bit too cruel, which might cause him trouble in the future. Wang Kunyang from the Purple Sun Martial School is very aggressive, but he does not know how to control himself. I can't really comment on the disciples from the Rudra Martial School. As for the Sky Cloud Martial School, never mind, let's talk about the disciple from the North Snow Martial Academy. The disciple named Wang Feng from the North Snow Martial Academy is very good." "Wang Feng?" Lin Xiaoxue looked confused. She glanced at the people who were fighting. By then, there were already 7 or 8 people who had been blown out of the white circle. Most of them were from small martial institutions, but there was also one disciple from a big martial institution who happened to be from the Sky Cloud Martial School. Boom. In the crowd, a teenager from the North Snow Martial Academy exchanged a palm attack with a disciple from the Rudra Martial School. The power of their palms collided and created a huge shockwave that spread out in all directions. All of a sudden, another 3 people were blown out of the white circle. What surprised a lot of people was that Yi Qin, who had the lowest cultivation, was still standing in the middle of the white circle. He did not move at all, as if the shockwave had not affected him at all. Lin Tianan and Lin Xiaoxue were shocked. Their attention was originally on the cold-looking teenager Wang Feng, but Yi Chen's performance soon caught their attention. This person was not that simple after all. Wang Kunyang was also surprised. After easily knocking away a disciple from a small martial institution, Wang Kunyang changed his target and rushed towards Yi Qin. He grinned and said, "Little brat, kowtow to me and lick my shoes now, then we can still talk. Otherwise, I will make you vomit 3 liters of blood today." Light yellow Jinqi exploded violently. Wang Kunyang took 3 steps at a time. He flew towards Yi Qin like a thunderbolt. His right palm was hidden behind his waist. There was a yellow flame hidden in his palm. "If you survive 3 punches from me, I'll spare your life." Facing the aggressive Wang Kunyang, Yi Qin was not afraid at all. He had made up his mind that he would use all of his power to attack Wang Kunyang. If Wang Kunyang could withstand his attacks, then it would be fine. If Wang Kunyang could not withstand his attacks, then he deserved it. There had been disciples who were killed in the past anyway. It did not matter if there was one more or one less disciple. The Purple Sun Martial School would not be able to punish them. Wang Kunyang was so angry that his 3 corpses jumped up. He clenched his right fist and the yellow flame merged with the tip of his fist. "You are looking for death. Great Sunfire Fist." Compared to Yi Jun's Great Sunfire Fist, Wang Kunyang's Great Sunfire Fist was way more aggressive and hotter. Once he threw out a punch, it was like a huge sun that could burn everything in its path. All of the disciples who were close to Yi Qin hurried to jump out of the way in case they were caught in the fire. Yi Qin stood where he was without moving. He waited until Wang Kunyang's fist was 3 feet away from his body before he threw out a punch. The blue flame on his fist was burning brightly, leaving behind a beautiful blue light tail. All of a sudden, a tiger's roar shook the sky. The blue light was like a dragon, attacking with an unstoppable momentum. Top-rank Mortal Realm martial skill, Tiger Roar, Dragon Fist. The 2 fists clashed against each other. The yellow and blue light intertwined with each other, continuously clashing and exploding, creating a firework-like explosion. To everyone's surprise, Wang Kunyang was the first one to break down. The clothes on his right arm suddenly exploded, revealing his muscular arm. Then blood started to ooze out of his arm, and the sound of bones cracking could be heard from within. Wang Kunyang could not help but puke out a mouthful of blood. He was blown away. "Where do you think you are going?" Yi Qin did not want to let him go so easily. He moved his feet and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already very close to Wang Kunyang's body, keeping the same speed as Wang Kunyang. Raising his fist, Yi Qin threw out 2 punches at Wang Kunyang's chest. Boom! Wang Kunyang's fist sank an inch deep into Wang Kunyang's chest, and the sound of his ribs breaking could be heard clearly. "No!" Wang Kunyang puked out a mouthful of blood. He could not control his body anymore. He flew out of the white circle and crashed into the wall of the Ling family's house. The wall collapsed and Wang Kunyang's body was buried in it. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Silence. Absolute silence. It was dead silent as everyone stared at Yi Qin in a daze. Without giving the others time to be shocked, Yi Qin turned around and sneered at Xiao Lai. "Didn't you say you wanted to break my arms and legs? I would like to see the difference between your so-called broken arms and legs and my understanding." Ling Tianan was shocked. Is this Yi Qin trying to kill Xiao Lai? Xiao Lai swallowed, pretended to be calm and said, "You don't even know that you are in big trouble. Do you know that Wang Kunyang is an important disciple of the Purple Sun Martial School? Even if you kill him, you won't be able to live. If you admit your mistake now, you might still have a chance to live. Otherwise you will die." Yi Qin did not care about Xiao Lai's threat at all. "My Sky Cloud Martial School has lost many disciples. Last year, Brother Wu was killed by your Emerald Martial Palace's disciples, and Brother Fei was crippled by your Emerald Martial Palace's disciples. Sister Miao was also turned into an idiot by the Purple Sun Martial Palace's disciples. Now, I only crippled Wang Kunyang, who has the right to criticize me. My principle is that a dead genius is no longer a genius, only a living genius. Today you will not be able to escape from my 3 punches. If you don't die, I will let you go." As soon as he finished talking, Yi Qin performed his crane shadow steps, and dashed towards Xiao Lai without leaving a trace. Xiao Lai lost track of Yi Qin in an instant. He felt numb in his scalp. He did not think that his attacking power was stronger than Wang Kunyang's. If Wang Kunyang could not even take 1 punch from him, then Xiao Lai would definitely not be able to. The only thing he could do now was to use his speed to escape, and then find a chance to take revenge in the future. He wanted to kill Yi Qin while he was still young. Don't ever doubt his determination. The Emerald Martial Palace's disciples had plenty of ways to kill other martial institutions' disciples. Xiao Lai did not care about whether he would be disqualified or not. He directly shot towards the outside of the white circle. He sneered in his mind, "You want to hurt me? Dream on. Stay." Seeing that Xiao Lai was about to leave the white circle, Yi Chen raised his hand and shot out 5 sharp chi swords, blocking Xiao Lai's way. Chapter 73. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The speed of the chi sword was very fast. Everyone could only see 5 thin lines flashing by. Xiao Lai's chest, shoulder, waist and abdomen were bleeding, and his body staggered. Not good chi sword. Xiao Lai was shocked. If he did not stop for a while, there would have been a few bloody holes on his body. Even if he did not die, he would be crippled. Clear Jade Chi Art. Very afraid of Yi Chen's chi sword attack, Xiao Lai immediately performed a top-rank Mortal Realm defense art from the Emerald Martial Palace, Clear Jade Chi Art. All of a sudden, a green chi flow appeared around Xiao Lai's body, like a thin crystal. Ding ding ding. Yi Chen's second round of chi sword hit on the chi flow and made a sound of metal clashing. They could not go any further and were all bounced off. Body dismemberment hand. After successfully blocking Yi Chen's attack, Xiao Lai turned around and threw out a claw attack. Kalala. The ground was cracked by the claw power, and 5 curved blades of chi cut through the air, trying to cover Yi Chen. Traceless crane shadow dragon in the sky. Yi Chen's body blurred in midair, and as he avoided the claw power, he appeared in the sky in front of Xiao Lai and threw out a punch. The strong blue light was blinding, and it was accompanied by a powerful tiger roar. When Xiao Lai got used to it, a flying dragon made of blue chi suddenly appeared in front of him. It was 18 meters long, shaking its head and tail with sharp claws. It rushed towards Xiao Lai. "I will kill you." Xiao Lai's eyes were wide open and he did not retreat. His arms were like a big ball, and he blocked the blue flying dragon's attack. Boom, 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 boom. Every time Xiao Lai took a step back, the ground under his feet would explode. After 10 steps, his whole body was blown into the air, and the blue light around him had dimmed a lot. 2 more punches. Yi Chen did not care about the fact that the Tiger Roar Dragon Fist would consume a lot of Jin Chi. He threw out another 2 ace attacks. The blue chi dragons intertwined together and swallowed Xiao Lai up in the air, then carried his body up into the sky, making him look like a real flying dragon. Bang! A huge blue firework bloomed and dyed the nearby air into a different color. Not long after, a shadow landed near Wang Kunyang. Who? Yi Chen let out a long breath. The Tiger Roar Dragon Fist was a top-rank Mortal Realm fist art that he had chosen when he was choosing his pure Jun Jin Chi, and he had already trained it to the peak of completion half a month ago. As for the dragon in the sky, it was one of the killing moves of the Tiger Roar Dragon Fist. It consumed a lot of Jin Chi. Only 3 punches were equivalent to dozens of normal punches. Of course, it was also very powerful. Even if it was not as powerful as a low-rank Earth Realm martial skill, it was not far from it. But then again, Xiao Lai was a mid-condensing reality realm warrior after all. He had the Jade Qing Chi art, which was a defensive martial art. It would be very difficult to hurt him with a long-range attack. If he had to blame something, he could only blame himself for not being able to dodge the first dragon in the sky, which had weakened his defense a lot. How could he block the next 2 punches? Looking up, Yi Chen noticed that many people were staring at him with their mouths agape, as if they were looking at a monster. 2 mid-condensing reality realm warriors couldn't even take 3 punches from him, am I right? So powerful. When did the Sky Cloud Martial School have such a monster? When he reaches the mid-condensing reality realm, he won't even be afraid of late-condensing reality realm warriors. Of course he won't be afraid. He had defeated 2 geniuses who were at a higher cultivation level than him. This kind of power is no longer a simple battle. The rest of the disciples from the Emerald Martial Palace and the Purple Sun Martial School all had the same thought in their minds. We can't let this guy live, otherwise he will become a powerful enemy in the future. I have to go back and inform my senior brothers and sisters, and ask them to secretly kill him. We can't let him continue to grow. The only ones who were happy were the inner disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Inside the martial school, although the competition was intense, it was not to the extent of death or disability. But outside the martial school, the competition was 10 times more intense. Many geniuses of the Sky Cloud Martial School had been killed by assassinations, which was quite a pity. But now, another inner disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School had risen up. How could they not be happy? After all, the more powerful their martial brothers and sisters were, the more face they would have when they walked outside, and more or less, it would be more or less a deterrent. On the other hand, it would be just like before, being laughed at by the other martial schools, but not daring to talk back. Well done, senior brother Yi. These Sky Cloud martial school disciples did not have to call Yi Qin their teacher, but they should still call him senior brother. It would not be an insult to them. Yi Qin did not change his expression. He turned around and said to the disciples from the Emerald Martial Palace and the Purple Sun Martial School, "Do you want to walk out of the circle yourself, or do you want me to invite you out? Don't you dare." Someone could not let go of his pride. He subconsciously blurted out. Boom. That person's vision blurred, and Yi Qin's fist had already landed on his body, sending him flying. Seeing this, the rest of the people did not dare to say anything anymore. They all jumped out of the white circle. "Yi Qin, you are so dead. My martial brothers and sisters will not let you go." No matter how powerful you are only an early condensing reality realm warrior. If you encounter a late condensing reality realm warrior, you will definitely die. Someone from the Emerald Martial Palace will definitely come to take care of you. The disciples from the Emerald Martial Palace had never been humiliated like this before. They carried the half-dead Xiao Lai out of the Ling family, and said some harsh words before they left. There were only 3 disciples from the Purple Sun Martial Palace. One of them was dead or alive, one was badly injured, and the last one obviously could not take the other 2 away, so he did not dare to say any harsh words. He could only curse Yi Qin in his mind, and swear that he would definitely take revenge for today's humiliation. Ling Qianan's face was full of bitterness. He ordered people to carry Wang Kunyang and the other badly injured disciple to the inner courtyard. He was going to use the best medicine to cure them. Otherwise, even if the management of the Purple Sun Martial School did not blame them, it would still leave a bad impression on them. In the white circle, there were only 7 people left: Yi Qin alone, 3 disciples from the Rudra Martial School, and 3 disciples from the North Snow Martial Academy. Yi Qin had a good impression of these 2 disciples. At least he did not hate them. He said, 7, there are 2 more, let's continue. No need. The tall girl was the leader of the Rudra Martial School disciples. She said to a male disciple standing next to her, "Brother Young, you are not as powerful, leave." Yes. The disciple did not hesitate. He started walking out of the white circle. The leader of the North Snow Martial Academy disciples was Wang Feng. He also asked one of the weaker disciples to give up. There were exactly 5 people left in the circle. The tall girl smiled at Yi Qin and said, "Brother Yi, you were so powerful just then. I Xueme admire you so much." Yi Qin did not show any arrogance. He said, "There are so many geniuses out there. I am nothing. I am afraid that even you don't think that I am a unique genius." Yuan Xueme paused for a second, then laughed and said, "Interesting indeed. There are a lot of people like you who can beat geniuses who are at a higher cultivation level than you. But you have to be careful. The Purple Sun Martial Palace and the Emerald Martial Palace disciples will not let this go easily. I heard that the Blood Demon from the Emerald Martial Palace is also doing a mission in this area. Do not run into him or you will be in danger." Blood Demon. Yi Qin slightly frowned. This guy should be an inner disciple of the Emerald Martial Palace. He even got the nickname of Blood Demon. Chapter 74. Yi Qin asked, "What level of strength does this bloodthirsty mad demon belong to?" He did not ask about his opponent's cultivation level because for geniuses, cultivation level did not mean anything. There were a lot of mid-condensing reality realm warriors who could beat late condensing reality realm warriors. What mattered most was their combat power. Yuan Xueme glanced at Wang Feng and explained, "Brother Yi, have you ever heard about the 3 great ranks of the young generation of the Windy Nation?" Yi Qin shook his head. Perhaps other disciples who often roamed the Jianghu would know about this, but he had just become an inner disciple not long ago, and his network was not big, so there were some things that he did not know. "Then I'll tell you." Yuan Xueme organized her thoughts and said slowly, "Although the Windy Nation didn't have as many geniuses as the other nations, there were still quite a lot of them. Generally speaking, the truly talented geniuses would be divided into 3 groups. There were only 3 people on the first step. They were Young Master Emerald from the Emerald Martial Palace, Young Master North Snow from the North Snow Martial Academy, and Young Master Duanmu from the Duanmu family. These 3 were the leaders of the young generation of the Windy Nation. They were qualified to compete with the top martial geniuses from other nations. They could also participate in the South Rudra region Hidden Dragon rank competition that was held once every 3 years. There were quite a lot of people in the second group, including the core disciples of the Emerald Martial Palace, Palm Extreme, Lu Wuxiang, Stone Man Sherpatian, Tyrannical Blade Yu, North Snow Quick Blade Lynch, Purple Sun Martial School's core disciples, Rushing Thunder Hand, Ouyang Lai, Little Godly Legs Ouyang Ming, our Rudra Martial School's first sister and second brother, Lotus Fairy Qin Yulian and Rain Hero Nangong Yun, and your Sky Cloud Martial School's core disciples, Hidden Fragrance Sword Ju Mei and Hans Han Child, Luo Hans Han. Of course, the more people there were, the greater the disparity between them. The strongest might easily defeat the weakest, but they would still be ranked in the second tier. As for the third group, there were a lot of them and they were all core disciples of different martial institutions. Most of them were at the late condensing reality realm, and were expected to become the mainstay of the Windy Nation. Yi Chen frowned. Bloodthirsty Mad Demon is a genius of the third rank? That's not it. He's one of the strongest disciples below the three great ranks. If it weren't for the fact that his cultivation is a little low, it wouldn't be impossible for him to enter the third rank, Yuan Shuemei explained. After hearing so much, Yi Chen drew a more detailed division of strength in his mind, from high to low, in an orderly manner. It was not like before when he had a hazy understanding of the strength of the sect disciples, and he had to rely on himself to analyze it, which was a mess. As for the Hidden Dragon rank competition, he had heard about it a long time ago. The South Rudra region was the smallest region in the True Spirit continent, but it was still many times bigger than the world that Yi Chen came from. It had a radius of thousands of miles, and there were 3 big countries, 10 medium-sized countries and 24 small countries like the Windy Nation. The martial artists of the major countries did not have much contact with each other. The distance between them was also too far, so it was difficult for them to completely understand the level of the martial artists of the other countries. For this reason, the 3 top countries in the South Rudra region had joined hands and set up a competition 60 years ago, which was the Hidden Dragon rank competition. The competition of the Hidden Dragon rank was prepared for young people. Any warrior who was under 24 years old and had reached the mid-condensing reality realm could participate. It was held once every 3 years, and there were 72 people who could participate. The whole South Rudra region had tens of billions of people, and it would be such an honor to be able to pick out the 72 most powerful young warriors from tens of billions of people. No one would not be tempted. According to Yi Chen's knowledge, in the last Hidden Dragon rank competition, which was 1 year ago, young Master Emerald from the Emerald Martial Palace was ranked 68th. While young Master North Snow from the North Snow Martial Academy and young Master Duanmu from the Duanmu family did not make it. Of course, this did not mean that young Master Jadeite was stronger than the other 2. After all, sometimes if one was unlucky, it would be useless to meet an opponent who could restrain one's cultivation. A lot of information flashed through his mind. Yi Chen nodded to Yuan Shuemei and said, "Thank you for telling me. I will be careful." Wang Feng, who had a cold expression on his face, said, "The bloodthirsty demon does not necessarily have a weakness. As long as you can find it, you will be able to beat him with the least amount of effort." Yi Chen forced a smile. The disciples of the North Snow Martial Academy were the best at beating the stronger ones. They would find the enemy's weakness and attack it with all their strength, not giving them any chance to fight back. Unfortunately, he was not a disciple of the North Snow Martial Academy. Even if he had a powerful soul power, it would be hard for him to attack the enemy's weakness effectively. No matter what, an opponent as powerful as the bloodthirsty demon would not be beaten by him with only one attack. Ling Xiaoxue saw the few of them standing there without any intention to come over, so she had to remind them, "Congratulations to the 5 of you for becoming the temporary guards for the herb collecting team tomorrow." "Thank you." Yuan Shuemei smiled back. Ling Tianan said, "I have already asked people to prepare rooms for the 5 of you. Dinner will be served in the lobby, and there will be someone to remind you. Also, the Red Blood Forest is very dangerous, so you all have to prepare for your own safety. Tonight you should focus on resting." "Thank you, Leader Ling." The few of them did not dare to underestimate the Red Blood Forest. There were a lot of beasts in the forest, and rank 4 beasts were not uncommon. It would be fine if they ran into a weaker one, but if they ran into a top rank 4 beast, even young Master Emerald and the others might not be able to win. They might even die in there and become nutrients for the soil. The sky quickly darkened. After dinner, the few of them went back to their own rooms and stayed inside. The night was quiet. The next morning, the 5 of them followed the herb collecting team and the Ling family's guards towards the Red Blood Forest, which was located west of the Black Rock City. In the dead silent forest, everyone was walking quietly. Pairs of vigilant eyes were constantly scanning the dark corners of the forest. Those who had weapons were holding them tightly, while those who did not had been secretly channeling their Jin Qi, preparing themselves for any possible danger. Although everyone was being extremely careful, death was still unavoidable. A member of the Ling family's guard team fell onto the ground with a green face and white foam coming out of his mouth. Lin Xiaoxue frowned and hurried over. After a careful examination, the crowd discovered that there was a large bright green spider crawling on the neck of the dead Ling family guard. When it came over, it was probably hanging on a tree branch. When the crowd passed by, it then silently landed on the neck of the guard and poisoned him. It's the dark green poison dragon spider. Lin Xiaoxue's face turned pale. This kind of spider was only a rank 1 demonic beast, but the poison inside its body was very strong. It could kill a condensing reality realm warrior within a second. It was called the Death Messenger by the warriors who frequented the Red Blood Forest, meaning that the victim could not be saved. Yi Chen secretly gasped. He thought that the Red Blood Forest would not be as dangerous as the Silent Hills. If he could survive in the Silent Hills, then he would definitely be able to survive in the Red Blood Forest as well. However, he was wrong. The Red Blood Forest was not only dangerous for the powerful beasts, but also for the weak ones. If that spider had bitten him, he might have died. Chapter 75. Miss, there is no hope. Let's just keep going. The vice captain of the herb collecting team sighed and suggested. Lin Xiaoxue nodded, stood up and said, "Everyone, the Red Blood Forest is extremely dangerous. Accidents are bound to happen. But don't worry, the dead will not die in vain. The Ling family will compensate your family with 100,000 silvers, and the rest of you will get 10,000 each. If something happens to me, it will be the same." "Miss, you are such a good person. Then we can rest assured." "Yeah, as a warrior, accidents are normal. I am just worried that my family will lose their support." There were only 6 condensing reality realm warriors in the guard team, and the rest were all at the mortal realm. With their strength, even if they hunted demonic beasts every day, it would still take them a few months to earn 100,000 silvers. But that was impossible. No one could stay in a place where demonic beasts gathered every day. Normally, a normal mortal realm warrior would need at least 5 years to earn 100,000 silvers, and that was assuming that they didn't die all the time. After all, if they were unlucky, they might even run into a high-level demonic beast, and they wouldn't even be able to run away. Now, Lin Xiaoxue had compensated the families of the dead with 100,000 silvers, which meant that they did not have to worry about their families anymore. Plus, if they survived, they would also have 10,000 silvers, which boosted their morale even more. This girl has the temperament of a leader. Lin Xiaoxue's actions made Yi Chen secretly nod. The dead had already died, and the rest of the people still had to continue their journey. As they went deeper, they felt like they had entered another world, completely separated from the busy city. The Red Blood Forest was indeed worthy of its name. Along the way, they had encountered 4 waves of beasts. The first wave was 3 underground demon rats, which were rank 2 beasts. The second wave was a large group of silver ring snakes, which were rank 2 beasts. The third wave was 5 scorpion demon wolves, which were top rank 3 beasts. The fourth wave was a blind mighty rock bear, which was a rank 4 beast. Under the attacks of the third and fourth waves of demonic beasts, no one was killed or even injured. However, the first and second waves of demonic beasts had killed 4 members of the guard team and herb gathering team. If it weren't for Yi Chen and the rest's quick reactions, it wasn't impossible for more than half of the team to die. The underground demon rat was not very powerful. Under normal circumstances, even a mortal realm stage 7 or 8 warrior could easily beat it. But when it was hiding underground, it was a nightmare for mortal realm warriors and even early condensing reality realm warriors. Among the guards, a mortal realm stage 10 warrior was dragged into the deep cave by the underground demon rat without any resistance. His screams lasted for a long time before it stopped. The second and third underground devil rats were unlucky. They targeted Yi Chen and Yuan Shueme. Before they could crawl out of the ground, they were shocked to death by Yi Chen and Yuan Shueme's Jinqi. The other underground devil rat was so scared that it ran away. If the underground devil rats had traumatized everyone, then the second wave of demonic beasts, a large group of silver ring snakes, had terrified them. The silver ring snake was a rank 2 beast. It had an oval head, and its whole body was lined with white and black rings. The white rings were relatively narrow, and its tail was long and thin. Its body length was 3 to 4 meters and it was as thick as an arm. Its poison was slightly weaker than the dark green poison dragon spider, but once a condensing reality realm warrior was bitten, he or she would die in a short period of time. The silver ring snake's attacks were very strange. From the top of the trees, in the bushes, under the fallen leaves, it attacked from all directions. The sound it made was like a storm. It was crazy. At this critical moment, the disciple of the North Snow Martial Academy, Wang Feng, used his blizzard sword art. Wherever the icy cold sword chi went, the silver ring snake's speed would be slowed down immediately. Those that were close to it would be cut into pieces. Wang Feng had blocked half of the silver ring snakes all by himself. Yi Qin and Yuan Xuemei were not weak either. They both used their martial arts to kill the silver ring snakes from 10 steps away. Unfortunately, the range that they could protect was limited. One herb collecting team member and 2 guard team members were bitten by dozens of silver ring snakes. They were poisoned to death immediately and died on the ground. Lin Xiaoshua's face was very pale. It was not only because they were getting closer to the deeper part of the red blood forest where there were more and more demonic beasts, but also because there were too many people that had died, and the amount of compensation was too high. It was not that she was stingy, but this time she had spent 100,000 gold and 50 chi healing pellets to hire 5 martial disciples. The total value was almost 250,000 gold, which would be 2.5 million silver. Now 5 people had died and the compensation was 500,000 silver, and the ones that survived would each get 10,000 silver. It would be more than 3.5 million silver. For a small family like the Ling family, 5 million silver was already a huge loss. It was easy for them to run out of money, and if they ran out of money, it would usually bankrupt a small family. Biting her lips, Lin Xiaoxue hoped that there would be a good harvest. After walking for another 10 miles, Yichen suddenly felt that the natural yuan qi around them had become a lot denser, and there was a faint mist in the distance. Lin Xiaoxue obviously felt the change in the yuan qi and said excitedly, "We are almost at the herb collecting location, let's work harder." Everyone from the Ling family could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Along the way they had been very nervous, and did not dare to relax for even a second. They were afraid that if they let their guard down, they would become the prey of the demonic beasts, and would never be able to leave the red blood forest and return to their warm homes. Luckily there was always a reward. After they finished collecting the herbs, it should be a lot easier to go back. After a while, they came to the side of a huge basin. Looking around, the basin was several miles in size and it was filled with all kinds of herbs such as black ringgrass, silver bell grass, gold pearl iron blood grass, star flower, centipede flower, vermilion fruit, black snake fruit, 7-star pearl grass, tricolor date tree, neverwinter date tree, and hundreds of different kinds of herbs could be found here and there. Dense spiritual energy gathered in the sky, forming a faint mist that was faintly discernible. It was like a paradise on earth, a paradise in the mist. So many herbs. Everyone in the herb collecting team's eyes lit up, and their breathing sped up. These herbs might not be worth much individually, but when there were so many of them, it would be very scary. If they could collect all of them, they would be able to sell for 1 or 2 million silvers, and if they were made into pellets, the price would be 10 times higher. It would not be a problem to make 10 million silvers. Some of the more valuable herbs would be even more expensive than that. For example, the gold pearl iron blood grass, which was used to make the chi healing pellet, was a rare herb. One of them could be sold for 1,000 silvers, which was even more expensive than a good weapon. Lin Xiaoxue looked very happy, but she did not let the excitement get to her head. She ordered, 2 of the guard team members will protect one of the herb collecting team members. Split up. If anything happens, don't do anything on your own. Report to me immediately. Yes. Along the way, the guard team members had made a lot of contributions. If it were not for them protecting the herb collecting team members, more people would have died. However, it was all worth it. Besides the money they were supposed to get, each of them could get an extra 10,000 silvers, which was equivalent to a couple of months' income. After arranging their tasks, Lin Xiaoxue also joined the herb collecting team. From time to time she would let out a scream. Obviously, some of the herbs were very valuable. Yuan Xuemei smiled and said, "This basin's natural yuan qi is very rich, there might be some demonic beasts here. Let's patrol around." Yi Qin nodded, "You're right, everyone should take care of their own areas." All right. Since they had been paid, the 5 of them would each take a position and patrol around. Occasionally they would pick some herbs and put them in their storage rings. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.